Hi, everyone. My name is Natalie Bernstein, and this is Madeline Hudala, and we are the directors of ucLADINO for this year. It is my pleasure to welcome you to the 2024 ucLADINO Conference, our 12th annual conference, titled Encounters with Judeo-Spanish Culture in the MENA and Beyond. This event has been made possible by the UCLA Alan D. Leve Center for Jewish Studies, the UCLA Maurice Amado Program in Sephardic Studies, and the UCLA Department of Spanish and Portuguese, Department of Near Eastern Languages and Cultures, and the UCLA History Department. For 12 years, the ucLADINO Conference has created a warm, innovative, and unique environment in which community members, students, and scholars can come together to celebrate Ladino, to bring Sephardic history and culture into broader spheres of discussion, and to create new paths together for language transmission, preservation, and adaptation. We're excited and honored to be gathering with all of you in this virtual space, a space that allows us to gather from all over the world.
Please note that all audience members will be muted throughout the course of today's webinar, and the chat feature will be disabled. If you have any questions, please feel free to use the Q&A feature located at the bottom center of the Zoom screen. At the end of each panel, we will welcome questions from the audience through this Q&A feature. This event is being recorded and will be available for screening on the Leve Center webpage under the Events tab in about a week. UCLA respectfully acknowledges that as a land-grant institution, UCLA occupies the ancestral and unceded territory of the Tongvar people. We pay our respects to elders and relations past, present, and emerging, and recognize that the violence of settler colonialism is ongoing and that land acknowledgements are not enough.
We have an exciting and full schedule today with panels that address the question of encounter in theater, gender studies, language politics, and in the Latin American diaspora. After our introduction, we will hear from Dr. Yaëlle Azagury for our keynote address titled Rahma Toledano and the Reinvention of Sepharad at the Turn of the 20th Century. And at 3 p.m., we will hear from Dr. Carlos Yebra Lopez, who will close out the panels and speak to new directions moving forward.
Before we begin, we would like to also introduce our panel moderators in order of the panels. Kyle Rosen. Kyle Rosen holds a PhD in German philosophy and poetry from UCLA. He lives in Barcelona, Spain, where he works as an editor and translator. Max Modiano Daniel is the public historian and Jewish heritage collection coordinator at the College of Charleston. He specializes in the history of Sephardi and Mizrahi Jews in the United States. He also co-hosts and produces El Ponte, a podcast about Ladino Judeo-Spanish language and culture.
Rachel Cofman. Rachel Cofman is a poet, historian, and teacher pursuing a PhD in Latin American and Jewish history at UCLA. Her work explores diasporic transmission, memory, and poetics, and her dissertation focuses on the Mexican Inquisition and cross-community networks of female religious ritual in colonial New Spain to contemporary New Mexico. And Jacob Daniels. Jacob Daniels received his history PhD from Stanford University, where he now teaches as a lecturer. Next year, he will be an assistant professor of instruction at the University of Texas at Austin, and his current book project is about the Jews of Edirne in the late Ottoman Empire and early Turkish Republic. We hope you enjoy the wonderful collection of presentations today brought to you from an international community of scholars studying Ladino and Sephardic history, culture, and literature. We'll be starting today with our keynote address from Dr. Yaëlle Azagury. And before I turn it over to her, I do want to briefly share her bio. Dr. Yaëlle Azagury is a literary scholar and critic who writes about French and Francophone literature. A native of Tangier, Morocco, she holds degrees from the Université Sorbonne Nouvelle, the Institut des Études Politiques in Paris, and Columbia University. Her book, of which she is a co-author, a translation and critical edition of the novel Mazel Tov by Blanche Ben Dahan, was published in March 2024. The title of her talk is Rahma Toledano and the Reinvention of Sepharad at the Turn of the 20th Century. Please note that there will be a time for Q&A after. So if you have any questions for Yaëlle, please write them in the Q&A feature as the chat will be disabled. Thank you again for being here, and I will turn it over to Yaëlle.
Thank you, Natalie, for this introduction. And first, I want to thank you, of course, Madeline, and all the organizers of this conference for inviting me. It's a pleasure and an honor to be here. And as you reminded everyone, the title of this presentation is Rahma Toledano and the Reinvention of Sepharad at the turn of the 20th century. And I will start with a date. June 15, 1966. This is, in fact, the end of our story, the date when our story ends. But as we will see, it is also an anticlimactic moment in that story. It's the date of issuance of Rahma Toledano's DNI, or Documento Nacional de Identidad, a piece of paper which proved that she at last had acquired Spanish citizenship. During her lifetime, which spanned the greater part of the 20th century, Toledano tirelessly petitioned to obtain that elusive document from no other than El Caudillo, Colonel Francisco Franco. Why did a deeply experienced journalist and commentator on world affairs from Tangier, Morocco, apply in old age to seek the citizenship of the country that had expelled her ancestors? What was Rahma Toledano's real connection to Spain? In her petition from 1961 to Franco, she stressed that as Española and Sefardita, she was Spanish twofold, doblemente Española. Yet she straddled many subjectivities. She was born in Morocco, she was Jewish, viewed herself as Tangerian, and her intellectual training was primarily French. Furthermore, her name, Rahma, the word for mercy or forbearance, both in Arabic and Hebrew, hints at traces of her Arabness alongside her Jewishness. This presentation, which is in fact the first chapter of a book that I'm writing on 4 women, intellectual women of North Africa, this presentation examines the little known story of her claim to Spanish citizenship. Rahma's loyalty to Spain and Spanish identity was connected to the ideal of Sepharad, newly revisited since the invasion of Tetuan by the Spaniards in 1860, and was newly revisited both by this ideal, both by Jews and non-Jews. For Judeo-Spanish speaking Jews from Tangier to Salonika, the ideal of Sepharad proposed a powerful new path to self-definition and self-identity. While originating in their glorious past, it was tied to the idea of emancipation, an important concept of the time, and to Jewish modernity. Hispanic and Sephardic identity were revived, one might say reinvented, in the late 19th century by a group of Jewish intellectuals from Tangier active in a newly founded press and dovetailing with European Jewish ideals. So what are the characteristics of that revival, and who were the agents of its reinvention? Rahma Toledano was at the center of that revival, which occurred thanks to multiple factors examined here. A renewed contact with Spain as it sought to expand its presence in Morocco, the work of the Alliance, the Alliance Israélite Universelle, which emphasized the need to educate Jewish populations in local languages, and a widespread reassessment, both Jewish and non-Jewish, of the ideal of Sepharad. To many, the revival of Sepharad in that period may come as a surprise. The role of the Alliance Israélite Universelle, roughly from the middle of the 19th century to the middle of the 20th century, and hence of France, in educating scores of North African and Middle Eastern Jews, has been copiously documented. We know of the eagerness of these communities to embrace French wholeheartedly, to revere Voltaire, Rousseau, and Racine, and to hop aboard the train of emancipation and modernization with no return ticket. But the role of Spain and the Spanish language has remained more discreet. Recently, scholars have begun to probe that other history, as well as examine the politics of Spanish colonization in Morocco. But the subjectivities of these Jewish communities from Spanish Morocco, namely Tetuan, Tangier, Alcázar Quibir, Arcila, Chefchaouen, and Larache. So the subjectivities of these communities on encountering Spanish presence as early as the 1850s have remained elusive. How did they react to Spanish presence and culture, and in what ways, if at all, did it modify their own? How did Spaniards perceive them and the Judeo-Spanish language, and how did these Jews regard Spain? How and why was the myth and culture of Sepharad replanted among these populations? Was Spain merely a pragmatic channel of emancipation, one path amid an array of options available to an elite? Or did it represent a genuine loyalty which had been uninterruptedly preserved and cultivated since the expulsion from Spain? The answer, I suggest, is both and somewhere in the middle, and as the case study of Rahma Toledano's life and work will show. To begin, let me first note the paucity of the historical record. The work that I did required quite a bit of excavating of information from different sources, and there's still a great many gaps I couldn't fill. As a woman, Rahma's voice and work no doubt carried less weight than her male peers, yet it was no less interesting. She received, however, the privilege of a somewhat lengthy rubric in Memorias de un Viejo Tangerino by ucLADINO, or a Tangerian self-taught historian, who noted under Señorita Rahma Toledano, and I'm quoting him, Tangerina de ilustre extirpe, recibió su exquisita educación en los colegios de la Alianza Israelita y de las Hermanas Franciscanas. Sus escritos en castellano y en francés, de estilo castizo, puro y elegante, han sido siempre objeto del aplauso y de la admiración de propios y extraños. End of quote. So she received, and this is interesting, both a Spanish and a French education. And I'll later return to the idea of castizo, purity of her style, comes from caste, in connection to debates on language vis-a-vis ḥaketía and Castellano. I primarily gained a window into her mind thanks to her great nephew, Alex Leve, whose late father, Gérard, preserved a great deal of her papers. The newspapers clippings she collected attest to her extraordinary vitality, of her mind, and gradually hinted at her intellectual universe. I have used both her abundant correspondence with other intellectual figures of her time and the articles harder to locate she wrote. I have organized this presentation along three main points. First one, the life and times of Rahma Toledano, and this, of course, will require a bit of context in the 19th century, of the period preceding her date of birth. Second, Ángel Pulido's, the senator Ángel Pulido's campaign and the ideal of Sepharad. And third and last, the impact of these trends in Rahma's own writing and the issues she cared about. Namely, I'll be discussing what she wrote about anti-Semitism, the discussions she had on language, Judeo-Spanish and Spanish, her perception or her feeling of Españolismo, feeling of Spanishness, what she thought about Zionism, and lastly, her feminism. So I'll begin with the life and times, with her life and times of Rahma Toledano. Rahma's exact date of birth and death remain uncertain. According to her Spanish DNA, she was purportedly born on March 15, 1891, but other sources point to an earlier date. Women frequently changed their dates of birth at that time. She was one of 11 children, then not an uncommon number. We know little of her childhood, except that it was probably sheltered and comfortable. The Toledanos were part of Tangier's Jewish elite, and they frequently traveled to Spain and France. They resided in the bourgeois Marchand neighborhood, not among the large section of the Jews from Tangier, artisans and shopkeepers who lived in the Fuente Nueva area. Her father was a rabbi and a merchant. The Toledano family, with deep roots in Spain, was ancient and reputable, both for scholarship, but also for business acumen. They spoke Spanish, Judeo-Spanish or ḥaketía, French. All the children had been educated at the Alliance school in Tangier. And the men, of course, knew Hebrew and most likely Arabic as well. Rahma's brother, Chaim Toledano, was, like his sister, a widely published journalist and the representative of the Toledano family's import-export company in New York. Along with the many other languages he knew, he taught himself Portuguese to write for Brazilian newspapers. Many of Tangier's bourgeois families had trans-Mediterranean and, as the new century unfolded, transatlantic ties as well. Accustomed to mediating the variegated and motley crowd of Tangier, they were polyglots, and they availed themselves of many subjectivities and modes of self-expression, which form their diasporic identity. They were well connected to the latest cultural developments in Europe and in frequent exchange with their brethren in France, Spain, Italy, England, and the rest of the Mediterranean. They were both firmly Jewish and also thoroughly cosmopolitan. So, yet suddenly Spain came into stronger focus, stronger relief. And I will begin with looking at what happened starting in the 1850s with the re-Hispanization of Tangier's Jews. First, I will look, let me examine Spanish presence in Tangier, which increased in the 19th centuries. How did this Spanish presence increase? Well, first, there were the liberales escaping political persecution in Spain in the 1820s. Then we can also note that Franciscan friars, whose presence in Tangier dated back many centuries, began to be a little more significant around the 1850s. In fact, in 1861, there's the arrival in Tangier of Father José de Lerchundi, a highly competent Arabist and translator and the author of Spanish-Arabic dictionaries. He developed Spanish education in Tangier and brought in friars and sisters to teach in Spanish at the Franciscan mission. Then the main event, however, of this re-Hispanization of Spanish or Judeo-Spanish speaking Jews is really considered to be the invasion of Tetuan by Spanish troops in between 1859 and 1862. It's called the Guerra, a little bit pretentiously called the Guerra de Africa, the War of Africa. And although lasting only 3 years, it exposed Spanish troops to the Judeo-Spanish speaking populations of northern Morocco and vice versa. Spanish troops were welcomed as liberators by the Jews from Tetuan. And I will take a brief look or read 2 excerpts from the Diario de la Guerra de Africa by Pedro Antonio de Alarcón, a well-known cronista, somewhere between a journalist and a literature writer, Spanish, who wrote this journal, followed the Spanish campaign into Tetuan and wrote about it and provided the first account of the meeting on the field with the Judeo-Spanish populations of Tetuan. I will briefly read because it's just interesting. So here are the troops entering in Tetuan. It's 1859, and he recounts his first meeting with the Jews from Tetuán. Más adelante empezaron a aparecérsenos algunas flacas y pálidas mujeres o endebles y afeminados mancebos, vestidos con raros trajes de vivísimos colores. Eran judíos. Hallábanse apostados en los huecos de las puertas y en las esquinas de las calles para saludarnos al paso. And of course, I forgot to specify that really the Spaniards, the Jews welcomed the troops as liberators. In fact, the night before, the Juderia had been raided and ransacked by Riffian tribesmen, and they, it had been a terrible pillage and very, very unfortunate, leaving Jews very much in distress about it. So understandably, they see these Spaniards arriving and see them as these saviors. So eran judíos, this is Alarcón speaking. Hallábanse apostados en los huecos de las puertas y en las esquinas de las calles para saludarnos al paso. Bienvenidos, bienvenidos, viva la reina de España, vivan los señores, gritaban en castellanos a aquellas gentes, pero con un acento particular, enteramente distinto del de todas nuestras provincias. Y diciendo así, las mujeres agitaban sus delantales y los mancebos echaban por el aire unos gorrillos negros como solídeos que apenas les tapaban la coronilla, y unos y otros se metían entre los pies de los caballos para cogernos las manos o besarnos las piernas con una falsa sonrisa en los labios y marchitos los ojos de tanto llorar. Tanto sus figuras como su actitud, como el alarde que hacían del hablar español, nos repugnaron desde luego profundamente. Al principio, and I'm just jumping ahead two or three lines. Al principio creí que aquellas palabras españolas las habían aprendido la víspera para adularnos. Luego supe que era ya su habla habitual. So this is really the first encounter with this. With these Jews. And then, however, note that if the Jews saw these troops as liberators, Alarcón is definitely very ambivalent about them. And I would say that his views are anything but flattering to the Jews. Let me take another example, which would be funny if it wasn't so incredibly anti-Semitic. So this, again, the Spanish troops are parading through the streets of Tetuán and the Juderia, the Jewish quarter, and Alarcón notes, ya cerca de la plaza hízome reír y dióme que pensar el siguiente diálogo que acabó de revelarme la historia entera y el carácter de los judíos. ¡Viva la reina inglesa!, exclamó un hebreo de 10 o 12 años, fingiendo un entusiasmo loco al vernos pasar. No digas eso, le advirtió una muchacha, o por mejor decir, una mujer de su misma edad. ¡Viva la reina francesa!, rectificó entonces el chico con redoblada energía. Hombre, no, repuso la joven llena de miedo. ¡Viva la reina española!, exclamó por último el israelita, temblando como un azogado. He aquí, says Alarcón, el pueblo hebreo retratado por sí mismo. Reflexioné yo entonces. Helo ahí el servicio del primer recién llegado. So, of course, he sees them as this people without patriotic allegiances and kind of switching, opportunistically switching from one liberator to the next. Viva la reina inglesa, viva la reina francesa, which was of course terrible for the Spaniards. And finally, the kid gets it right, viva la reina de España. And this will come back to this maybe a little bit later. So this is the first moment, however, of encounter with the Spaniards. And then the numbers in Morocco, the Spanish presence in the north of Morocco starts to increase thereafter, right after the War of Africa. For instance, in 1868, Tangier counts 363 Spaniards, and that number rises to 1,042 in 1888, and to climb to 5,000 in 1891, 1892. The Spanish government encourages peasants and artisans to emigrate to Morocco to find work. And then there was also slowly, as also the center of gravity of for Spanish and Judeo-Spanish Jews kind of moves from Tétouan to Tangier, there's an increase, a higher presence of educated Spaniards as well. And when we have names, we find names and personalities such as Ricardo Ruiz Orsatti, who was born in Tangier, in fact, in 1871, and who became a diplomat and translator and an Arabist, occupying several administrative posts. And in fact, he even provided primary sources for the novel by Benito Pérez Galdós, Aita Tétouan. Other examples, there are many, but I'll just cite a few names. Manuel Ortega, who wrote Los Hebreos en Marruecos in 1919. José Nogales, who became the editor of the newspaper El Maghreb El Aqsa, and who was a young Spanish journalist. So by the end of the 19th century, there's a vibrant circle of Jewish intellectuals educated at the newly established schools of the Alliance and in dialogue with these Spaniards from an educated upper class residing in Tangier. So this is what emerges by the end of 19th century. There was, of course, a natural linguistic affinity between them. Collaborating with these foreigners, they participated in the creation of, so these Jewish intellectuals participated in the creation of a Moroccan press in Spanish based in that city. The first newspaper was the already mentioned El Maghreb El Aqsa, created in 1883 by Gregorio Trinidad Abrines, a Spaniard who came from Gibraltar. It is in the pages of El Maghreb that, for instance, Fermín Salvochea, the mayor of the Spanish city of Cádiz, and one of the proponents of anarchism in southern Spain, exposed his radical ideas. Dozens of other publications followed in Spanish as well as in French and in English. Among them, we can note the El Eco Mauritano, La Crónica, El Porvenir, El Heraldo de Marruecos, in fact, created by the already mentioned Ortega, España. This is another newspaper. And then other journals followed, especially after the Spanish protectorate began in 1912. A Jewish press in Spanish based in Tangier was born in those years with names such as Adelante and Crisol Judío. Some were based abroad. The newspaper Israel was based in Buenos Aires, interestingly, but its editor Samuel de Leve was from Tangier, and Renacimiento de Israel was based in Madrid, but Jewish journalists from Tangier often contributed to it. So a group of journalists and intellectuals emerged in the turn of the century period, and they wrote about their grievances and the deterioration of Jewish-Muslim relations since the 1860s. They were educated at the School of the Alliance, which opened its doors in Tangier in 1864, and their names are, need to be remembered and be put back in the historical record. Their names were Pinchas Asayag, Abraham Pimienta, Isaac Laredo, Isaac Toledano, S. de Levi, José Benoliel, Jaime Toledano, Moïse Naon, and among the women, Rahma Toledano, Sarit and Elisa Chimenti. They wrote for the newly created Tangerian press and for several Spanish and European newspapers abroad. For example, Pinchas Asayag, whose nom de plume was Veritas, was a political reporter who wrote for the Madrid newspapers El Imparcial and El Liberal in the 1880s, and according to one report from June 1889, received the title of the Knight of Isabella the Catholic. Can't make that up. They were in frequent contact with non-Jewish Spanish journalists also residing in Tangier, and they formed a local intelligentsia who dialogued in Spanish. Ideas and debates flowed from Spain to Tangier, often via Gibraltar, where many Tetuani Jews sought refuge after the Spanish campaign in Tetuan in 1860. These Spanish-speaking Jews spoke Judeo-Spanish or ḥaketía, as we said. Increasingly, however, use of ḥaketía was reserved for the home and the private sphere as a vehicle of humor and self-derision with friends and family. Colorful expressions such as Gial pintado mi bueno, que el Dios te jade, which means may God protect you. These are among the blessings. Escapada o escapado de mal, be escaped from all evil. Dulce lo vivas, may you have a sweet life. Florido lo vivas. And then on the more on the side of the curses and maledicciones, se te caiga el mazal, which means, you know, just your mazal, your luck should be darker, and may you have no luck, basically. And one of the worst curses that I find is no se entierren pie con mano, for instance, which means do not bury. May your body be basically dismembered and your feet never be buried with your hand. Meanwhile, Castilian Spanish began to gain more prestige, clearly. Baby names evolved. For the girls, it was fashionable to be called Julia, Ana, and even Mari for Miriam, replacing the Hadras, Azibuenas, alias Rimols and Mesodis of the past. For men, Benito replaced Baruch, Mauricio supplanted Moise, Yusef turned into Jose. Jews began to see themselves as Hispano-Hebreos, an appellation emerging in the local Jewish press of the period. This transformation further cemented the multifaceted personality of the chameleonic Tangerian Jew. Rahma and Chaim had both attended the Alliance school, but they spoke and wrote to each other long letters in elegant Spanish. In her epistolary exchange with Moise Naon, Rahma often apologized for her French, which she deemed inferior to her graceful Iberian expression. Likewise, Chaim signed his letters to Rahma with the formal phrase, tu hermano afectísimo. Family lore has it that he read the Quixote, that paragon of Spanishness, and perhaps one might argue of Sephardism, each year at home in New York as a family tradition, and that he started over once the last page had been turned. And there's another family tale that circulates in the Toledano. One of their relatives, supposedly, his name was Jose Naon, presumably died in New York, where he resided, with a tune of zarzuela on his lips. As contacts between the two communities, Jewish and Spanish, strengthened, Jews gained tangible advantages. Aviad Moreno shows in his very well-researched book, Entwined Homelands, forthcoming in June, from which he very graciously shared with me some chapters, how this exchange of goods services benefited both communities. He notes that on the eve of the establishment of the Spanish protectorate in Morocco in November 1912, a Hispano-Hebrew association, or Asociación Hispano-Hebrea, was jointly created by a group of Tangerian Jews and Spaniards, which resulted for the Jews of Tangier in pecuniary benefits, such as commercial ties with Spain. Other such organizations, he notes, Aviad notes, followed in Tetuan, Ceuta, Larate, Alcázar-Quibir, ever vying for colonial influence with its arch-rival France. Spain thus gained in exchange greater cultural and commercial influence in northern Morocco. The second little aspect, the second little point of this re-Hispanization is also the Alliance Israélite Universelle, which both helped the expanded Spanish influence at the turn of the century and competed with it. Upon its establishment in Tangier in 1864, the French organization had been hailed as a savior, miraculously snatching Jewish youths from the proselytizing work of the Spanish Franciscan mission, where Rahma would later be educated in early childhood. But soon the Alliance implemented in the northern region, alongside its main instruction imparted in French, the teaching of Spanish, considered to be the local vernacular of its Jewish populations. Spanish instruction, the Alliance believed, would help Jewish youth in their commerce, in both meanings of the word, with South American populations, where young Jewish men left at the end of the 19th century to seek their fortune. Rules of grammar and an expansion of their vocabulary were viewed as important tools to communicate with their new Spanish partners, while also essential for linguistic propriety deemed lacking in Judeo-Spanish. Language too had to be regenerated, the Alliance. The third factor is, of course, is also, and this is, I shouldn't say of course, because it hasn't really been explored, South America. This is a final factor in the Spanish revival was the South American connection, where a steady immigration of Jews from northern Morocco began at the end of the 19th century. Morocco suffered a serious economic crisis in that period, and its population lived in poverty. Jews were no exception. Many Jewish men, especially those from the north, chose to seek their fortune in South America. Initial destinations were along the Amazon, in places such as Manaus in northern Brazil, where Portuguese is spoken, and Iquitos in Peru. And later, by the early 20th century, urban centers such as Caracas and Buenos Aires. Some of these young Jewish men would come back flush with money, and just as in the biblical tradition, would return home to pick a wife among the women of their community. This is, in fact, one of the threads in the novel Mazal Tov, published in 1930, which my collaborator, Francis Molina, and I have just translated. In one of their exchanges, the exchanges between Jose and Mazal Tov, his love. In one of the exchanges, Jose, a callous Moroccan Jew who returned to Tetuan from Buenos Aires to find a wife, asks Mazal Tov, a young beauty from the Juderia, who has become his betrothed, why she's so smitten with France, where Spain should be foremost in her longing. In contact with the Spanish from South America, the ḥaketía spoken by these Jewish men welcome new Spanish words and expressions. In his book, a linguistic autobiography, Abraham Benjo, he wrote it in French, so in autobiographie linguistique, Abraham Benjo noted rather humorously the ushering in Tangerian Spanish of the word habichuelas to designate green beans. Habichuelas is used in South America instead of the expression or the word from Spain, which is judías verdes, or green Jewesses. And of course, there might have been an obvious reason for that choice. I will also refer you to a memoir by Alegría Vendelac called Mosaïque, Souvenir d'une enfance à Tanger, 1930-1945. She grew up in Caracas, where her family had been established, had left, and then later returned to Tangier, where she was educated at the French Lycée Regnault, where I was educated too. And she says how she brought back dozens of South American expressions were now peppering her Spanish. So, as I said, intellectual exchanges with South America intensified. The newspaper Israel, founded by Samuel de Alevi, most likely a Moroccan Jew, who presented himself in the masthead or presented his paper in the masthead as el fundador del primer diario israelita publicado en castellano. So this was very interesting that it was considered primer diario israelita publicado en Castilian. It was published in Buenos Aires roughly from 1912 to 1924, 25. It's hard to know. I couldn't find precise dates. And in its pages, Rahma led an intense intellectual exchange on anti-Semitism against the Spanish Baroness Wanda de Portales. So Tangier, Madrid, Buenos Aires, later relayed by Caracas, became the 3 points in a new intellectual geography. I'd like to go to my second section here, the reassessment of, which I called Sepharad Revisited. The reassessment of the Sephardi ideal, and this parallels obviously the re-Hispanization of the Jewish community in the north of Morocco. The reassessment of the Sephardi ideal originated in Germany in the second decade of the 19th century, when the Wissenschaft des Judentums, or academic study of Judaism, an undertaking by German Jewish historians who sought to apply critical methods of literary analysis to Jewish texts, began to turn its focus to the Jewish past. These new Jewish historians were caught up in a fascination with the Sephardim. In their retelling, the narrative of the glorious Sephardim morphed into a tool for emancipation. The myth of Sepharad was used by these thinkers as an edifying example to educate German Jewry and as a civilization to emulate. Employing great figures of the Sephardi past, historians such as Leopold Zunz and Heinrich Gretz appropriated the myth of Sepharad as an aesthetic and intellectual model. Sephardim were deemed more noble and beautiful than the Ashkenazim, especially than the Ostjuden, or Eastern European Jews, from whom those historians recoiled. They also privileged their language as being one of the keys to Sephardic genius. They believed that exposure of Spanish Jewish poets to grammatical studies and linguistic correctness acquired by their study of the poetry of Arab scholars opened an entire new world of creative possibilities for the Spanish poets. Hence, their thinking and reasoning was clear and luminous. This may seem extraneous to our Tangerian Jews Renaissance, but it wasn't. In fact, let me explain. The Sephardi myth suffused European literature of the 19th century. For example, in Britain, George Eliot cast the eponymous character of her novel Daniel Deronda, published in 1876, as the descendant of a noble Sephardi family. And in 1877, Benito Pérez Galdós portrayed Daniel Morton, the Jewish character in his novel Gloria, as the son of the fine-looking and aristocratic Esther Espinosa, a descendant of an illustrious Sephardi family. And of course, Daniel is himself of great beauty. The Spanish senator Angel Pulido launched his Philo-Sephardi campaign in such context. His crusade dovetailed with the re-Hispanization of the Tangerian Jewish community. Published in 1905, Españoles sin Patria y la Raza Sefardí was the result of his inquiry on the Spanish-speaking Jewish populations of the Mediterranean. He had stumbled upon these communities while on a cruise on the Danube with his family and published the results of his observations in that book. He had two aims. One was to dispel deeply entrenched anti-Semitic prejudices at home, and the other was to inform a Spanish audience of these forgotten Españoles sin Patria who could act as ideal agents of Spanish expansion at a time of perceived Spanish decline. In his book, much in agreement with the German ideal, the Sephardi men and women he met were all portrayed favorably, just as in the German model, which Pulido knew. And in fact, there is a section in Españoles sin Patria devoted to Heinrich Gretz. These figures, these Sephardim, are all portrayed as elegant, highly cultured, genteel, and just as in the German narrative, he focused on their language, Judeo-Spanish, which needed to be regenerated. The Tangerian journalists that I mentioned, took notice, aware of this positive image, which could help them shape their own self-perception as modern. Rahma, for instance, our Rahma, appeared coiffed in a very elaborate Western-style hat in the photo she sent. They each would send photos of themselves. But this is not the only thing she did. Rahma Toledano, Pinchas Sayag, and Abraham Pimienta also provided minute investigations for this survey. The Tangier press was alight with articles on la amistad hispano-hebrea. Rahma collected many such clippings, which often included hagiographic pieces on Pulido, some written by her, whom she knew personally. In the Jewish press, Pulido was deemed the apostle of Sepharadismo, or of la amistad hispano-hebrea. It was noted that he had awakened their Sephardi soul. Sephardism was prized and celebrated in perfect Spanish, as again they noted. One of the clippings by an unknown journalist dwelled on the etymological origin of the word Sepharad. Is it Sepharadismo or Sephardismo? Asked the author. And the origin of the word was traced to the Bible. Another of these journalists spoke of two Zions, Palestine to the east and Spain to the west. All things Sephardi were of the utmost interest. With its particular focus on appearance and language, Sephardi was a trope of Jewish modernity, as it had been for the German Jews. The Spanish intellectual avant-garde of the day became Philo-Sephardi too, names such as Carmen de Burgos, known as Columbine, a feminist who wrote a study of divorce in Spain and who also contributed to Pulido's investigation, the journalists Sofia Casanova, Emilia Pardo-Bazán, Benito Pérez-Galdós, Rafael Cancinos Asens, whose love for Sephardism culminated in his conversion to Judaism, and a fascinating character who needs really a reassessment, reevaluation, and the conservative and pro-Franco writer Concha Espina. All were fascinated by the Sephardim and wrote about them in laudatory terms. Many women, to be noted here that there were many women. Rahma befriended many of them who became regulars at her literary salon at the Palace Hotel in Madrid. She often stayed at the palace with her family on trips to the Spanish capital and later moved there permanently. She was also close to Pulido, despite their age difference. They maintained a regular correspondence. He called her mi compañera del ideal. Were they romantically entangled? When Pulido, I don't know, when Pulido traveled to Tangier in 1903, he was a dashing man at 51. Rahma must have been in her early 30s. Running parallel to these major transformations, the rise of ethnography in the early 20th century in Spain and elsewhere in Europe accompanied this new interest for the Sephardi other, who was also for the Spaniards a same. In 1901, Ramón Menéndez Pidal, a Spanish historian and philologist dedicated to Spanish language and folklore, was elected president of the Real Academia Española. With a new focus on folklore urged by ethnographers, Tangerian Jews cast new eyes on their Sephardi traditions and customs, henceforth a worthy object of study and conservation. The Tangerian José Benoliel wrote his Dictionary of ḥaketía, a comprehensive lexicographic study of the language of the north of Morocco, of the Jews of the north of Morocco, published by the Real Academia Española in 1928. Elisa Chimenti, a folklorist who resided in Tangier, published Legends of Morocco and Sephardi Tales. Sarit Anaon, who was the sister-in-law of Jaime Toledano and a student at Columbia of the anthropologist Franz Boas, began a systematic effort to collect and catalog Judeo-Spanish ballads, who were considered an enduring testimony of the Sephardi past, as well as a valuable repository of medieval Spanish vocabulary and grammatical forms. And in her novel Mazal Tov, Blanche, the one that we just translated, Blanche Bendahan skillfully incorporated Spanish romances as a mise en abîme of the larger themes of her modernist novel, while also including characters who spoke in ḥaketía and providing an account of the customs of the Jews of Tetuan. the traditional Berberisca wedding portrayed in painting by Eugène Delacroix in the 19th century, as well as in Mazal Tov, became henceforth a leitmotif in the representation of Sephardim, and so did, for instance, mentions of the Takanot of Castilla, the decrees of expulsion that the rabbis brought with them after being expelled from Spain, and which were somehow the governing laws for the Jews of northern Morocco. And actually, in fact, I even got married in 2005 to my American husband under the regimen of Takanot of Castilla. Fun fact. So here's my final question. How were all these trends, intellectual trends, reflected in Rahma Toledano's writings? First, there were many fronts where this appeared in her writing. First, it was the fight against anti-Semitism, which she really fought with a focus on Jewish ethics, which she brought, Jewish ethics, Sephardi Jewish ethics for her. Rahma's primary goal was to rehabilitate the word Jewish, just as she had been taught at the Alliance, and much as Pulido did. She was best remembered, as I said, in the Jewish world of her day for her epistolary joust of 1923 in the Jewish publication Israel from Buenos Aires against Wanda de Portales. Her piece was a takedown of the anti-Semitic prejudice, rampant anti-Semitic prejudice of her time, which was championed by Baronesa de Portales. Although the actual piece is missing, Rahma's argument appeared in a letter she wrote to her dear friend Pulido, and I'll quote from it, both her Wanda's argument and her arguments. That the Jewish people, says Wanda, are venal and detestably mercantile, the most indifferent to the patriotic ideal, el ideal de la patria, wandering on the face of the world with plus value and the stock market as sole motherlands. Wanda admits that the world she knows is hostile to Jews, undoubtedly. And this is, of course, Rahma speaking now. Her prejudices, misinformed beliefs, unchecked by the exacting tests of reason, prove it. She regurgitates by convention the legend maintained alive by religious hatreds and those of other kinds. And here's another of Wanda's accusations, that the Jewish people is the most mercantile there is. And Rahma answers to this. There is the eternal, the famed offense, which has stigmatized the most idealistic and intellectual people on earth. Its very existence, which nothing has annihilated, the profound roots of its ethics, which irradiate and shine with inextinguishable light despite and above all, are they not proof of the falsity of that judgment? End of quote. So in Rahma's other writings, the ideal of Sepharad and the positive image of the Sephardi, which had gradually emerged in 19th century European culture, were repurposed as tools both to mend the image of Jews in modern Spain and as an edifying model to emulate for her North African culture deemed in stagnation. We know that the library of the Alliance in Casablanca owned books by Heinrich Gretz as early as 1900, and the Sephardi ideal had reached Rahma also via Pulido. Likewise, the Toledano family took pride in their renowned Sephardi lineage. In her writing, she often used the expression altivez racial, racial hauteur or pride. And I would caution you here around to be careful about the word racial. I wouldn't take it necessarily as an extreme conservative word. The word race was used both by the right and by progressive currents of the time. So just be careful. The other thing, and connected to this, of course, to this fight against anti-Semitism, she wrote about exemplary Jewish figures. The Jewish press frequently published articles on great Jewish figures. seeking in her own words to vindicate her race, as she put it in an article. She wrote, for example, a profile on the Sephardi Jewish philanthropist and jeweler Nissim Rosanes, a Sephardi. Consider this, and I'm quoting here from her. In collecting the pursuits of a very noble life, says Rahma, I have felt as my duty of racial solidarity to shine on my people the glow of a superior soul, as a vindication, as a rebuttal, and as a protest against the tenacious ancestral antagonisms. End of quote. And so she while portraying Rosanes, she really emphasizes his Jewish ingenuity and fortitude against the odds and his admirable civic virtues. Very important to show that the Jew was involved in patriotic and civic ideals. Third front of her interests and what really she cared about was language. Nearly all her writing, except for a correspondence with Moïse Naon, was in Spanish. Her expression is castiza, as she said herself, elegant, if a little ornate. Judeo-Spanish is never used in her writing, either in her articles or in her letters. In his book on German jewelry and the allure of the Sephardic, John Ephron has argued that Jewish modernity was primarily an aesthetic revolution. Being modern was foremost about cultivating a particular look, sound, and effect. And this was absolutely true for Rahma and Chaim, as it was for Pulido. Speaking Castellano was modern. In a letter to Rahma, Chaim speaks of ḥaketía, or Ladino, as a jerga degenerada, or a degenerate jargon lingo. And in an article Rahma wrote, she spoke of Castellano as la lengua amada de nuestros héroes sefardíes, el habla de todas las ternuras. End of quote. However, in private, Chaim and Rahma loved to speak and joke in ḥaketía, as was the case for many of other Tangerian and Northern and Hispanic speaking Moroccan Jews. And this was according to Chaim's grandson, David Braunschweig. Españoles sin Patria is a remarkable testimony to the debates in the 1900s about language among the Judeo-speaking Sephardim along the Mediterranean. The Tangerian and Tetuanis are squarely in the camp of the Castellanistas. To the east, however, there's no such consensus. Sam Levy of the Jewish newspaper La Época from Salonika, for example, pleaded for the exclusive use of Ladino. My fourth little point that she wrote about was Españolismo, just as language was her preoccupation. Españolismo was a feeling. Sephardi and Spanish character, she claimed, and personality are the same. She was wary of French colonialism, and in her correspondence with Naon, Moïse Naon, she scolded him for his all too obvious pro-French agenda. In her letter, she wrote to Pulido, which appeared in Espanol. In the letter she wrote to Pulido, which appeared in Españoles sin Patria, she presents the competing claims of Spanishness and Frenchness on Spanish-speaking Jews, and I've translated it here for you. As Jewish youth who received their education in the schools of the Alliance Israélite Universelle, in which the teaching is done chiefly in French, we learn the Spanish language in our families, and thanks to the practice of reading. Hence, we learned the French language. Let me restart this. I got a little flustered here. As Jewish youths who receive their educations in the school of the Alliance Israélite, in which the teaching is done chiefly in French, we learn the Spanish language in our families, and thanks to the practice of reading. Hence, if French has taught us how to think, it has not, however, taught us how to feel. It is on the benches of the Alliance that we gain our intellectual impetus, and there that we learn to educate our character, but our heart, and here's what matters, is thoroughly Spanish in its tenderness, its sensibilities, its sincere and disinterested affection, for its idle predisposition to dream, for its sense of sacrifice, and finally, for the overall sentimentality with which it envelops us, end of quote. Two final points she wrote about. One, Zionism, and she was enthralled with Zionism and wrote about it in an article on La Reunión Sionista en el Teatro Cervantes. I believe it's from 1923. In El Eco Mauritano. Shortly after, in one of his letters, she shows herself so enthusiastic about Zionism that Chaim really rushes to send her a letter from New York and cautions her not to show her enthusiasm so openly, lest Pulido take offense. And he added that Pulido's campaign no admite partage, in the typical mixture of Spanish and French used by Tangier Jews. So it does not admit to be shared with other allegiances. This observation indicates that support for Pulido's campaign among Jews was perhaps as strategic as it was heartfelt. However, when the occasion arose later when Rahma considered leaving Tangier, two options were presented to her, and she thought she could go to Israel, but then her brothers advised her against it, saying that she would not be at ease, would not feel comfortable there because it was not her language, because the social structure would not be the same, and because it wasn't her culture. And she ultimately decided to move to Spain, where she indeed felt very comfortable at the Palace Hotel. The last front of her in her writing was feminism, and this is probably one of the most interesting aspects of Rahma's personality. In an article titled España y el voto femenino that she penned for the Tangerian newspaper El Heraldo de Marruecos in 1931, Rahma weighed in on women's suffrage, then fiercely debated at the Cortes in Spain. The controversy featured Victoria Kent and Clarita Campoamor, two well-known feminist deputies on opposing sides of the question. For Kent, women were not ready to cast their ballot responsibly. Still improperly educated, their votes would fall prey to Catholic priests, thus harming left-wing parties. Clara Campoamor instead believed that the time was ripe for women to make their voices heard, regardless of the outcome. Following a cogent explication of each argument, Toledano sided with Campoamor, the more radical of the two. And here, what's noteworthy for me is Rahma's identification and her civic engagement, not with the French, not with the Moroccan policy or identity, but with a Spanish debate. This is what made her vibrate. So as a conclusion, and in sum, and sorry if I was a bit long, what was Rahma's identity? What was the significance of the citizenship she obtained the Spanish citizenship she obtained in 1966? Was it a true profession of faith or a posture? Was she, as she claimed, doblemente española, uber Spanish, so to speak? Or was Spain simply another string to the bow of her diasporic personality? No doubt the latter was the case for Chaim Toledano, her brother, who was far from being defined by his Spanishness. He chose to live in New York, adding English to his kaleidoscopic identity. The same could be said of many others in the cohort of Tangier and Tetuani Jews, and from other cities already cited. For most of them, Sepharadism differed from Spanishness. They were close, but not identical. For instance, just as Sarit Naon was deeply committed to the recovery of the Judeo-Spanish ballads, which she proudly viewed as her Sephardi heritage, so too she recounted being appalled at a ceremony she once witnessed during Good Friday celebrations in Spain. In the course of the festivities, Spaniards descended on the streets with sticks to beat the peleles, those effigies of Jews. For her, a return to Spain was unthinkable. This was Sarit Naon. So why should Rahma be different? I don't know. This is mere speculation, but I sense it was. And in fact, it was later confirmed by her great nephew, again, David Braunschweig. She would say, nada puedo si nada siento, she wrote to her friend Cancino Sassens. And I believe her, and I think we have to believe her. How can, in fact, the historian access the most secret recesses of a soul, which is always in movement? Rahma, I might venture, simply felt a desperate desire for rootedness and a longing to belong. She found in Spain, long after the last echoes of Pulido's campaign had died, and she did so a little deeper than others. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much for that wonderful presentation. We unfortunately do not have time for questions, but I really hope that this will help frame everybody's engagement with the following panels. So I will now turn it over to Kyle Rosen for our first panel on performing Judeo-Spanish.
Great. Hello and welcome, and thank you, Yaëlle, for that wonderful, really truly wonderful talk. The title of this panel is Performing Judeo-Spanish. My name is Kyle Rosen. I organized this event last year, and I'm thrilled to see it grow in ways I couldn't have predicted. I'd like to congratulate Natalie and Madeline for all their hard work, which is reflected in the quality of the event as a whole. And I apologize in advance for any names or terms I might butcher. Our first speaker is Sanja Trifunovic from the University of Vienna. Sanja is a linguist, Orientalist, and PhD student at the University of Vienna, engaged in comparative study of the proverbial narratives of the Ottoman shadow theater Karagöz. She obtained the title of Master of Science in Linguistics at the University of Belgrade and is currently working on a monograph based on her thesis entitled Turkish Proverbs and Their Equivalents in Serbian Oral Culture. At the same university, she graduated in modern and Ottoman Turkish language and literature, Arabic, and English. Her research interests include Sephardic Jewish minorities and their encounters with others, endangered Jewish languages, historical sociolinguistics, anthropological and cognitive linguistics, language typology, folklore, music, theater, film, and performance studies. The title of her paper is Judeo-Spanish Encounters in the Ottoman Shadow Theater Karagöz, The Case of Jewish Songs, and I will ask her very kindly to greet us and give her speech. All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Kyle, and thank you everybody for having me here. So this is my presentation, and this is the background which already is given in the title itself. And here is my story. Based on both Western and Eastern sources, we learned that the performance of this folk theater of improvisation was the practice primarily of Jewish performers, especially from the 17th until the beginning of the 20th century, among other non-Muslim minority performers like Greeks, Armenians, and Roma. People in the multi-ethnic, multi-confessional, and multilingual Ottoman Empire, where the Turkish language also functioned as the lingua franca, but also other languages were included in the performance. The aim of this paper is to analyze the use of language by both Jewish performers and Jewish characters, using the examples of Jewish songs from 7 performances of the Ottoman Karagöz Shadow Theater, and thus illuminating all aspects of cultural and linguistic encounters and exchanges. The corpus of these plays and thus the songs were recorded from Nazir Bey, one of the latest performers of this theater at the Ottoman court in 1918 by German Orientalist Helmut Ritter, and first published in 1924 and then again in 1953. The anthology of these plays was remade as a 3-volume book by Judeo Kudret and published in 1968 as well. This type of oral tradition and popular culture, musical and parody theater is linked to the first appearance of coffee houses in the main urban areas of the Ottoman Empire, even in 16th century. Other venues for these performances were private homes during private events and celebrations, during the circumcision of children or during Ramadan nights, as well at the Ottoman court since the 18th century. The main characteristic of the performer was that, along with the manipulation of the figures on the stage, he gave voices to all the characters in the play, simultaneously changing all the dialects that were represented in the Ottoman Empire. If he was not assisted by musicians, he often sang himself certain songs which were also related to certain ethnic communities. He knew all his plays by heart and could perform throughout the evening as long as the audience demanded. At the same time, he skillfully balanced between Jewish, Christian, and Muslim narratives, which was the basic characteristic of a kind of this theater that existed in some form since late antiquity to modern times. And now I'm going to show you the main characters: Hajivat, representative of the elite, and Karagöz, representative of the folk, of the people. And here is the theater, how it looks today, and performer, and nothing has changed except the microphone and probably the electric lamp for casting the shadow. And this is the map and historiography, a little historiography of the Ottoman Empire. Everything started with Bursa, which is today the main center of this performance. And the green color is related to the 16th century, when it is widely accepted that this type of theater was brought to today's Turkey in the 16th century after the conquest of Egypt in 1517, and then flourished in Istanbul since the early 17th century and developed. So the structure of the plays actually appeared in that period by adding the play facile, which includes all other minorities, all other people from Ottoman Empire. There's so many features of this shadow theater Karagöz, but the music is the most important one. And as for the definition, I'd like to refer to this Sufi poem of Umar ibn Farid, poem of Sufi Bey, and his metaphor of the cosmos. And the performer himself, actually, for him, is the representative of God. These are the figures, Chacham-Bashe and the Jews with the tabut, some other figures, Jewish figures, and other people from the vast empire. And here are the tables, 3 tables of extracted poems of the Jewish characters used by the Jewish characters when they enter the stage. First, I will talk about this little song, Andalaviso, sung in with Makam, and then with another little song, Ladino songs at the bottom, Andavamazel de Aki, Okere Boraki, Caminomaza Palata, Jumbus Consalata, Ande El Balata. But before that, I will give some general overview. Some of the songs are repeated with certain linguistic variations. Some are Ladino and some in Turkish, expressing all the characteristics of language usage, specific pronunciation of phonetical tonations, and sometimes it is not so easy to distinguish whether they are the product of incorrect annotations, typographical errors, or really the intended pronunciation. The main feature of the language of this theater is playing with sound. One character does not correspond always to the other semantically, but by sound, thus making allusions and causing laughter. The Jewish character also plays with words, mixes languages. Also, he knows how to sing with makam, without makam, while changing the meaning of certain stanzas. Makam is a melodic type system in Turkish classical and folk music, and it corresponds with the Arabic makam, but also with echoes in Byzantine music. And some scholars point to the echo of the Turkish makam in former Ottoman provinces in the Balkans. As I said, I'll start first with a song that the Jews sing before prayer together with their chief rabbi in the picture, and in the same voice singing with the makam, and it's a song from a classical play called The Swing. The first verse, which is repeated several times, actually indicates their first arrival in the Ottoman Empire, which I revealed thanks to Dr. Carlos Lopez recently in the Ladino group from one dictionary. And it is said that after the exile from Spain, the Jews were welcomed in Thessaloniki by Ottoman Jews who spoke their Judeo-Spanish language and asking them for their names and where they were from, and the Jews answered, "Anda el aviso," or go and look at the poster aviso, which was issued by the Sublime Porte as a welcome for those Jews. As the local Ottoman Jews understood, this would mean that they are called Andalavisos. And so, based on that misunderstanding, the Turkish name Andalaviso was born for the Jews who arrived from Spain. Just as this song in Ladino reminds of the arrival of the Jews in the territory of the Ottoman Empire, the other one talks about the place of their new home, which is Palat Mahale, a neighborhood in Constantinople. And another one specific word is in this poem is jumbus, very well known throughout the Balkans, especially in South Slavic-speaking region of ex-Yugoslavia. This is the Turkish word, but of Persian origin, and can be translated as a festivity or merrymaking, and often connotates a lively gathering or celebration with music and entertainment, but sometimes it could mean also a chaos. And we also know very good what is jumbus salata. All these aspects of language use represented through Jewish songs and the music itself tell us a lot about the complex Jewish identity, their encounters with others, but also reflects the bridges that connect them to the past and ancient times as well. This is also, as a conclusion, another song in German by Jalaluddin Rumi, who also refers to this theater, and these are the references, and thank you very much for your attention.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Sanja. We're going to move on to our next presentation, which will be given by Sarit Cofman-Simhon. Dr. Sarit Cofman-Simhon is a theater researcher interested in performative practices in diverse Jewish languages and historical periods, on which she has published extensively. Her book, From Language to Performance, Jewish Tongues on the Israeli Stage, was published in 2023 in Hebrew. The title of her paper will be Nostalgia and Contemporary Ladino Theater in Turkey and Israel. Please, a warm welcome for Dr. Cofman-Simhon. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will share my screen with you for my PowerPoint presentation. Okay. And I hope to start from, from beginning. Okay. As you have mentioned, I recently have completed my research on theater in Jewish languages in Israel, performances in Moroccan, Yiddish, Bukharan, Judeo-Iraqi, and more. And one of my chapters was about theater in Ladino. This is the book, from language to performance, Jewish tongues on stage in Israel. Okay. Whereas in other Jewish languages, the shows are mostly comic and deal with family matters here and now, those in Ladino are nostalgic to the point of melancholy and deal with historical moments in the life of various communities. The first case study I will be exploring is Bustan Sephardi, Spanish Orchard, the professional show running in Israel at the Habima National Theater since 1999, about the Sephardi community in Jerusalem. Then I will be looking at Muestra Storia, staged in 2015 by an Israeli amateur group about the Jews of Thessaloniki. Finally, I will address the play Kula 930, the Ladino production staged by amateurs in Istanbul, first in 1978 and revived in 2017, where the plot takes place in the Jewish neighborhood of Galata by the Golden Horn in Istanbul. All three productions employ Ladino songs, and they all depict daily life in a Sephardic neighborhood during the interwar and World War II period. The shows differ in terms of professionalism versus amateur theater. The plot is located in diverse sites of the ex-Ottoman Empire, and they cater to different audiences. Yet they resemble each other, and they raise the questions how these shows represent a national Jewish biography. I would like to explore the nostalgia of loss and displacement and how it operates as a comforting fantasy in all three shows. In her book, The Future of Nostalgia, Svetlana Boym indicates that the spaces of collective nostalgia connect national biography and personal self-fashioning, which in the 21st century encompass both longing and its antidotes. And I quote, "The two main types of nostalgia, one, reflective, which dwells in the dreams of a different place and time, and two, restorative, which attempts complete reconstructions of monuments of the past in the search for or supposed recreation of truth. Restorative nostalgia is about national past and future and includes projects such as the establishment of the State of Israel. Reflective nostalgia is about individual and cultural memory and is in cultivating shattered fragments of the past. Bustan Sephardi, penned by Yitzhak Navon, was born due to the success of a previous show, Romancero Sephardi, from 1968, and became canonic in the Israeli theater. The production, staged in 1999 at Habima National Theater, continues to run 25 years more and later, and the audience pours into the theater. The success is extraordinary. Actors and singers have aged and been replaced, and the show goes on. The musical is named after a public garden in the center of an old neighborhood in Jerusalem, which contains an ancient mulberry tree. The plot, set in the interwar period, revolves around a young woman and her personal tragedy. The costumes are realistic, the set design shows a street and buildings, the text is mostly in Hebrew with Ladino songs. Between the lines emerges a melancholic feeling mixed with sad songs alongside happy songs. Popular philosophy, a fortune teller, neighbors' relations, a wedding, a promiscuous girl ordered by the rabbi to leave Jerusalem, and the dilemma of her burial, an eccentric looking for Elijah, the prophet, and finally, the tragedy of a girl accused of not keeping her virginity. And between the scenes are scattered songs of love and pain, joy and sorrow, romances that have passed the test of many generations and are sung to this day by the members of the Sephardic community with great emotion and longing. Another show about an interwar Sephardic community was staged entirely in Ladino in 2015 in Israel by an amateur company. The possibility of establishing an amateur Ladino theater was started on the internet. A few years ago, someone ignited a flame and received many responses. I quote, "There was a rumor that a new Ladino theater is about to be established. As far as I know, there are one or two small ones. Who would be interested in finding a platform for the Ladino love of acting, singing, and dancing? Listen, if there are any interested, it will be a big deal." Unquote. The dream of establishing a Ladino amateur theater with financial support came true in 2015 when the Gaon Center for Ladino Culture at Ben-Gurion University, in cooperation with the Israeli National Authority for Ladino Culture, funded its establishment. Its name was the Israeli Ladino Theater under the artistic direction of Tzachi Koren Zakut. After many months of work, they staged the play Muestra Historia, based on a book written by the Spanish researcher Paloma Diaz-Mas, author of Los Sefardíes, Historia, Lengua, Cultura, which was published in Spanish in 1986. The book was translated into English in 1992, and for the purpose of bringing it to the stage in Israel, sections were translated into Ladino. The costumes were realistic. The plot included neighbors' relations and a wedding, and the set design represented the street and buildings in interwar Thessaloniki. The show sought to present a communal identity from a war that has disappeared, and in this way, it was reminiscent of Bustan Sephardi. In the final scene, the participants go up on stage with a yellow badge on their clothes and suitcases in their hands. All stand in silence. A train siren sounds, followed by the voice of a cantor carrying a prayer. Finally, Kula 1930, with its realistic costumes and the set design of a street and neighborhood, was also set in an interwar period. Near the Galata Tower, Kula, in Istanbul. The plot deals with a love affair, among other things, neighbors' relations, and a wedding. Again, the traditional Ladino songs constitute a significant part of the show. Rivka Bihar wrote about Kula 930 that it is about longing for a lost past, and that some of the sources of inspiration were Bustan Sephardi, yet only in concept. She explains that the show represents longing for a mythical golden age of Jewish life when Jews could be part of the national project while also maintain a strong communal identity. To conclude, as Boehm would have it, various contemporary Ladino shows in Turkey as well as in Israel share in common a similar type of nostalgia. They represent on stage the atmosphere of a time when neighborhoods in Jerusalem, Thessaloniki, and Istanbul were entirely Sephardic, the time when everybody knew each other for good and for bad, when all neighbors celebrated weddings together and sang Ladino songs. The shows put in space these remote times, and on the other hand, they transform the present space on stage into a time capsule of the interwar period. Indeed, many theaters in the world do that, but in the case of Ladino shows, their aim is not universal, but rather community-oriented. Most of the spectators carry in their hearts the memory and nostalgia for such times. The shows offer then a sense of loss and displacement, and concomitantly, a comforting fantasy. Thank you. I'm okay?
Yes,
Thank
that was wonderful. Yeah. And thank you so much for your presentation, Dr. Cofman. We're going to move on now. The next presenter, or the next paper that will be read, will be by Lynn Amselem. Lynn Amselem is a lecturer in Spanish cultural history, Golden Age in contemporary Spain, at the Université Polytechnique Hauts-de-France. She is a translator, notably of poetry by Lope de Vega and Teresa of Avila, and is especially renowned for her translations of Federico García Lorca in French. She is the author of stories including Petite Histoire de la Rue Saint-Nicolas, published in France, Spain, and Italy. She is a speaker of ḥaketía, the Judeo-Spanish language of northern Morocco and Orania, and for the past dozen years has devoted most of her time to the study, defense, and preservation of this language. In 2012, she set up a ḥaketía workshop at the Institut Cervantes in Paris, which is still in operation. The title of Dr. Amselem's paper will be Contact Between ḥaketía Speakers in the Outside World in Esther Aflalo's Theater from 1975 to 1999. Thank you, and please take it away.
Thank you very much. I want to thank the organizers, Nathalie and Madeleine, for their invitation. So, Esther Aflalo was born in Tangier, Morocco, in 1918 and died in Madrid, Spain, in 2014. Between 1975 and 1999, she wrote and recorded 28 plays in ḥaketía, the Judeo-Spanish language of Morocco, a language now in great danger of extinction. These works, most of which lasted around 30 minutes, were recorded on audio cassette and sold in Madrid's Jewish community for the benefit of WIZO, Women's International Zionist Organization. They were highly prized for their humor and the quality of the language and interpretation provided by the author and her brother, Mozi Cohen, an actor trained in Paris at the prestigious Cofman-Simhon. A few words about the language may prove necessary, as ḥaketía is so little known. So its lexical, syntactic, and morphological basis is Spanish from before the expulsion of 1492, combined with Hebrew elements that go beyond the liturgical context. The language was enriched by population movement, initially by Portuguese, and then became highly Arabized in Morocco, and included Berber words, as well as modern Spanish as a result of contact with the Spaniards who settled in Morocco. We just spoke about this after the Tetuan War of 1860. At the same time, Alliance Israélite Universelle School were established in Morocco. Then Castilian and French became the languages of cultural speakers of ḥaketía, who from then on have thought very little of their language and have rarely used it for writing. So literature published in ḥaketía is therefore extremely rare and fairly recent, arising from the dismantling of Morocco Jewish community in the second half of the 20th century. The main fiction writers publishing in ḥaketía is Leve in Canada. Previously, Ángel Vázquez published in Spain La vida perra de Juanita Narboni in 1976, a novel written in ḥaketía-laden Spanish, and more recently, Elie Ben-Chetrit wrote El Mazal de los Pobres, a novel embellished with ḥaketía dialogues. Literature published in ḥaketía is therefore extremely rare and fairly, Esther Aflalo's work, although oral, is an important part of ḥaketía literature, and I'm currently working on its preservation, study, and publication. It provides much food for thought for our symposium, as it evokes the meeting of traditional ḥaketía culture and modernity in the late 20th century, reflecting her own historical reality since Esther Aflalo moved to Madrid in 1962. Today, I will evoke the recurring character of the boy whom his parents back home sent to study abroad in France or Spain, and who returns transfigured as a vector of modernity. He appears mainly in the first tapes in 75 and 78. I will quote myself to save time. So the first piece in 1975 is a short dialogue between a mother and a friend of a son who, like her son, has left to study in Madrid and has returned to Tangier for vacation. The woman speaks in ḥaketía and the boy answers. He understands, but he answers in Castilian. The theatrical effect is based on this ḥaketía Castilian linguistic difference, intensified by the multiplication of affective terms in ḥaketía. Mi vida, me has regalado, eres un fiel pintado, etc. While the boy replies with cold politeness. The lady asks, ¿Cómo estáis por ahí, mi alma? Muy bien, una vida nueva, un país nuevo, answered the boy. The subject quickly turns to the physical transformation, revealing social and family changes. Long hair for boys, short skirts for girls. Te miro, pero estás otro. El pelo mucho largo, la moda. I look at you, but you are someone else. The hair very long, is it the fashion? Sí, es la moda de esos países. Bueno, o aprieta hasta esta moda, ya no se sabe quién es el mancebo y quién es el asba. Oye, y por ahí las sayas de las niñas, mucho cortas. O perditis la vergüenza, mi alma. Adó la xuma de antes, esas niñas con los ojos caídos. Damn this passion. We no longer know who is the boy and who is the girl. And the skirts of the girls are very short. You've lost your shame, sweetheart. Where is the shame of these girls with downcast eyes? The woman censors the choice of giving priority to studies over childbirth. Bueno está con la carrera, después vos hacéis viejos. Ahora que estás chiquito es cuando es mejor. Enough with your studies. You are getting older. Now that you're young is when it's the best. So the same subject was explored again in 1978, but the dramatic device was made more complex, this time revolving around the interaction of an elderly ḥaketía speaking couple awaiting the return of their son from Paris. The play is longer, enriched with secondary character. It opens with a telephone call from the mother in Paris on the morning of the trip. The discrepancy between Tangier and Paris is highlighted by the intervention of a French-speaking operator in the conversation, who says, Madame, vous avez terminé? She answers, ¿Qué terminé? Ad empecimos. Have you finished? No, we've just started. The contrast is linguistic, cultural, and social. The woman has a Spanish accent when speaking French and uses quick code switching between French and Arabic with the adverb ad. After the call, we witness a dialogue between the couple. The question of the son's long hair is taken up again. It triggers a sharp anger and develops overtone that can be described as sacred through the use of Hebraic elements of the language. Voy a hacerle un tahfif kasher le pesa. Si queda un pelo más largo, voy a hacer un tisha b'av en él. So it will be a kosher haircut. And if it remains too long, the father says he will make tisha b'av on his son. So in commenting about his daughter's wish to wear pants, the father says, Asur la'olam, so it's forbidden. The father-children dialogue becomes impossible through language. The boy arrives and said, Bonjour, papa. The father doesn't recognize his child or pretends not to. And it's the mother who bonds them back. Es tu hijo, Ayush. The father embodies an hyperbolic comic authority, refusing to endorse changes, such as altering the name of his son, Ayush, who wishes to be called Charlie. And after the father's mockery, we adhere to both of the conflicting arguments, that of the son, but his name is too difficult to pronounce in France, and that of the father linked to the perpetuation of his own father's name. We don't have time now to go in detail, but it's clear that the ḥaketía word's contact with outside culture is represented by comic situation in which the ḥaketía's linguistic elements are called upon for their symbolic value. Anglo-Saxon names, French pronunciation, Spanish, Hebrew, and Arabic. Over time, however, Esther Aflalo's theater shows not so much censorship in the face of modernity as the slow adoption of novelties, particularly technological ones, bringing with them a new vocabulary, from radio to the internet via the fax machine called Bab el-Fahs in the place after the gateway to Tangier's Medina. Esther Aflalo reflects a historical reality as ḥaketía society was quick to adapt to outside culture, particularly in Tangier during the international period and even before, between 1923 and 1956. And the family we follow over the next 20 years eventually settled in Madrid. Thank you.
Merci mucho, Dr. Amselem. I really enjoyed that talk, and perhaps if we have some time at the end, we'll be able to engage all of these wonderful ideas in these papers. I'm hoping that we do. The final paper will be given by Adam Mahler from Harvard University. Adam Mahler is a PhD candidate at Harvard University. He has designed and taught the first ever courses in Ladino language instruction at Harvard and UC Berkeley. And his translation of Shem Tov Artel's Proverbios Morales is forthcoming with Harvard University Press. The title of Adam's paper is Editing the Jew, Textual Criticism, and the Aljamiado text. So please join me in welcoming Adam, who will be delivering the final paper of this panel, after which we might have time for a Q&A. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Hold on, I'm just playing around with one Zoom setting here. I think I actually have to quickly quit and come back to screen share. 1 second, sorry.
Well, in the meantime, oh, Adam, here you are. Wonderful.
Sorry about that. Okay, there we go. Okay. Everyone can see the slideshow. Okay, good. Okay, sorry again. En primero quería decir unas palabras en judío. Quería reganciar a los organizadores del Congreso. Tiene sido un placer participar en esta comunidad y por empezarme de nuevas iniciativas adentro de la pedagogía y revitalización de la lengua. Merci a todos. Ahora hablaremos de la crítica textual en la historia del judeo-español. So this is not so much intended as a paper. It's more kind of a guided tour of some trends and some future possibilities in textual criticism. I appreciate the organizers being flexible with scheduling. This isn't quite about theater or performance, but I think some of the patterns and trends I describe bear on sort of any Judeo-Spanish cultural production, particularly when printed in Hebrew script. So today I plan to argue for a new stemmatics or form of textual criticism and more humane editorial practices within Hispanic studies, which is sort of my home discipline. Okay. So I'm going to start with a line from David Nuremberg, specifically a line from his iconic essay, Was There Race Before Modernity? The example of Jewish blood in medieval Spain. Any history of race, writes Nuremberg, will be at best provocative and limited, at worst a reproduction of racial logic itself in the form of a genealogy of ideas. Elsewhere, I have cross-examined and to some extent problematized this quote, as I believe we find ample evidence for the experience of late medieval Iberian Jewry as sort of a first pass in race making, and we see obviously continuity in the expulsion and practices of the Inquisition and the treatment of other minoritized populations in medieval and early modern imperial Spain and Portugal. But I like this quote. I bring this up today for a different reason. I think it has a utility in reminding us of the embedded biases and the really high stakes of historiography, not just the writing of history, but also the editing of historically significant works. Those with some familiarity with Hispanic studies and some of the philological developments of the last century, really. To those of you with that experience, it will come as no surprise that Romance philology has, throughout its history, exhibited elements of that racial logic, a racial logic that shapes literary criticism, reception, and editorial practices. Particularly, I'm thinking of the case of the Muwashahat of Al-Andalus, which have been an instance of editorial practices, which have been subjected to editorial practices that betray perhaps an ethno-nationalist sentiment. So the Muwashahat of Al-Andalus were strophic polyrhymed poems written in Hebrew or more commonly in classical Arabic. They could contain classical meters of sort of classical Arabic poetry or innovative, potentially native Al-Andalusian meters. Now, a very small portion of these poems written primarily in Hebrew and in colloquial classical Arabic would have kharajat written in Ibero-Romance, sort of the linguistic variety that foreshadows what would later become Castilian and other Romance dialects. Most of those kharajat or sort of closing stanzas were actually written in either vernacular Arabic. But because there's this existence, there was a somewhat robust corpus of kharajat or closing stanza in Ibero-Romance within the context of this, the body of the poem, which again is written in a Semitic language. There has been a lot of sort of existentially pitched debates over how to classify these poems, particularly in the sort of first half of the 20th century. We had people kind of refusing on the face of it to acknowledge this as a hybrid cultural object. And there was a great thirst among Hispanists to claim this as sort of an ancestrally Iberian, sort of Christian-voiced, Romance-voiced form that speakers of Arabic and Hebrew then retrofitted and adopted. And then there's been Arabists who've also kind of performed a genealogical history of this form. And I think this is actually, I described this quote through a really good overview of the Kharja debate by Sarah Pierce, but a slightly earlier scholar, Maria Rosa Menachal, I think puts it really well when she writes of the Kharajat. We have at hand poems that clearly challenge the most basic notions of what constitutes Western culture and its canon in the medieval period, and thus the chance, as part of the new historicism, to reevaluate and redefine what the canon, our cultural heritage, was and is, and perhaps to substantially enrich it. Can national canons legitimately be confined along linguistic boundaries that did not hold in earlier periods? And it's this last point, this provocation that she puts to us readers that really affected editorial practice. And you had, for much of the 20th century, compilations and volumes of this early Romance poetry that would kind of cut off the Romance tail or of these poems, compile them separately in volumes, and completely sever them from their Arabic or Hebrew host contexts. These existentially pitched or personally pitched disagreements over whether these poems were Hispanic or Semitic, I think form kind of an interesting backdrop for us Hispanics trying to challenge this sort of disciplinary siloing and this lack of a comparative drive in the work. But I also think it fails to account for an even potentially bigger source of tension and debate and sort of a larger ethno-nationally informed current within Hispanic studies, which is the field of stemmatics or editorial practice. So what is stemmatics? Basically, in the 18th century and 19th century, especially German philologists were developing methods that aimed to make more neutral or objective the compilation of like a critical edition of medieval or ancient manuscripts that existed in competing witnesses. You had sort of among the school, there was the sense that in the Middle Ages and even before that, that those compiling editions prioritized an aesthetic sense of a work over supposedly neutral factors in textual transmission. And so the goal and the poster child for this movement became Karl Lachmann, a late 19th century German philologist, but he himself was writing in a context. You could do a genealogy of his method as well. But Lachmann's sort of great innovation, well, first, his great goal was, again, to remove the aesthetic consideration from compiling editions and replace them supposedly via a mechanical process of comparison. This stemma on the board, or sort of on the screen right now that I'm sharing, is a good visualization. Each of these symbols would represent a new variant or variation on a medieval text or ancient text. At the top, we would have the sort of pure text. Towards the bottom, you have these sort of genetic branchings, branching outs, ramifications, and the idea being that the lower in this genealogical tree you go, the less pure the text contained was. There's also kind of a trio of important terms in this variety of textual criticism. There's the concept of the recensio or recensio, which is the process, again, this neutral mechanical process of historical comparison. There's the eliminatio, which is sort of, again, a supposedly neutral systematic means of eliminating aberrant varieties. And then crucially, there's the constitutio textus, which is the final phase in which the critical editor synthesizes all these supposedly neutral, I'll keep saying that term a lot, historically comparative findings into sort of the definitive edition. Now, the broader context of Karl Lachmann was Enlightenment rationalism and also an emerging field of genetic sciences. And while I don't have the time or frankly the expertise to examine here today the relationship between stemmatics and sort of textual genealogy and emergent racial logics, I do think the Italian leftist, philologist, and just all-around excellent scholar, Sebastiano Timpanaro, gives us some good insights into the cruxes and shortcomings of Lachmann's method, which again, Lachmann was not the sole pioneer in this practice of neutral genetic historical literary criticism, textual criticism. So Sebastiano Timpanaro writes, and he sort of grappled with Lachmann's legacy throughout his long career. He writes, perhaps more out of impatience than because of a true lack of aptitude Karl Lachmann himself remained strangely unable to reconstruct those genealogies of manuscripts, which were the indispensable prerequisite for the elimination of sort of aberrant readings. He needed to make use of genealogies traced out by others. Lachmann was the one who aimed the clearest, and this is a separate quote, Lachmann was the one who aimed the clearest and most immediate way on problems of the history of tradition. So what Sebastiano Timpanaro is saying is when we look at this chart, sort of the inherent limitation is because the textual record is so poor, once you get to these upper branches, Lachmann is in large part deferring to the predilections, the aesthetic tendencies of that earlier school of critics whose method he precisely contested and sought to deconstruct. And it is certain, I think the second quote cuts to the core of, one potential reading, a harsh reading of Lachmann's goal, but is to sort of obviate the problem of tradition and the history of tradition. And why I think all of this comes to bear in sort of in a singular way in the study of Aljamiado texts, which is to say, texts written in Spanish or related form of Romance in either Arabic or Hebrew characters. So what I want to talk about as a case study, and I'm not even arguing that Lachmann's legacy has been particularly harmful in the reception or edition of Shem Tov's Proverbios Morales, but I think at the very least Shem Tov's poem provides a case study of why the Lachmannian approach is harmful, potentially harmful to the editing and presentation of medieval, late medieval, and even early modern Jewish texts. So what are the Proverbios Morales? They are a collection of epigrams written in Old Castilian by the Castilian Jewish author, 14th century author, Shem Tov Ardudiel, also known to some as Sento de Carrion. He's been cited by Antonio Machado. He's been partially translated by the Jewish American poet Peter Cole. Is a big figure in medieval Spanish letters. So an interesting thing about the Proverbios Morales is there exists one manuscript in Cambridge that now held in the University of Cambridge that arrays the poem as basically as a makama, sort of traditional Hispano-Semitic and Hebrew verse form of rhyme prose. You can sort of see this plainly on the still I have there. It runs continuously with different varying punctuation marks to indicate sort of the break in an epigram. It's a partial witness. It doesn't contain the full text of Shem Tov's poem. It is unpointed for vowels, though it does use the matres lectionis in similar ways to Judeo-Spanish. And it's considered linguistically conservative and probably the most faithful witness to this poem. And this is a term I steal from my friend and colleague, Luis Giron. It features some adumbrations of Judeo-Spanish. We can't call this a Ladino or a Judeo-Spanish poem. Its stock is sort of in line with the standard Castilian of the time, but there are some ethnic marked variations in the texture of this verse. So I want to, getting to the question of why Lachmann's method and textual criticism as often practiced in 20th century Spain are inadequate to this text and other texts like it, is because that history of tradition, that initial reception to which most critics have to defer because the literary record is so poor, is definitely strung through with racial logic. So here we have an anonymous commentary to a Castilian vocabulary written about 100 years or so after the Proverbios Morales were composed. Quickly, I'll read just the English. So this critic is generally praising the poem's content, but taking it to task for the way it sounds. In much the same way that a poor tailor can damage an article of clothing so thoroughly that a good tailor cannot mend it, some rhyme sayings are so poorly composed and out of tune that nobody, regardless of one's talent for versification, can make them scan or rhyme properly. Such are the rhyme verses of Rabbi Don Shem Tov, which contain much wisdom and many a memorable saying. Genuine praise for thought content, but harsh criticism for the verse one. Nevertheless, they are so poorly rhymed, they cannot be made to read properly. What acoustically is giving away that Shem Tov is a bad poet for this Christian Castilian critic writing sort of in the wake of Inquisition it's the fact that his verses use a form of Hebraic style rhyme called homotelioton. Palamedes Mass, previously mentioned, has written a lot in that, which is to say, where Spanish poetry of the time sought full assonantal rhyme, something like menos y buenos in the example here. Judeo-Spanish, and this isn't the best example, Jewish writers in Castilian would structure their rhymes sometimes only on the coincidence of the final syllable, yielding rhyming pairs like menudo and mundo. To the Christian critic, this was not good poetry. So this is another sort of critical take on Shem Tov's work, generally more favorable, by the Marqués de Santillana, probably the most famous literary critic of late medieval Spain, and he's writing sort of in the lead up to the Inquisition expulsion. So he writes, concurrió en estos tiempos un judío que se llamó Rabbi Santo, escribió muy buenas cosas y entre las otras proverbios morales, en verdad de esas comendables sentencias, púselo en cuento de las nobles gentes por gran proveedor, que así como él dice en uno de sus proverbios, non val el ser menos por nacer del mal niño, ni los ejemplos buenos por los decir judío. I put here the variant that appears in a lot of other editions, Nido Judío, which this isn't quite homotelioton, but it's more of a Jewish style rhyme. And I'll get back to that in a minute, but here's just a quick gloss. Around the same time as these other figures writing, there was a Jew named Rabbi Shem Tov. He wrote many good things, among them the moral proverbs, and such, in truth, a rather commendable collection of sayings. For being a great poet, I rank him among nobles, since, as he says, is one of his proverbs, for its modestness, the hawk is no less, nor sayings less wise on the lips of a Jew. So an interesting thing about including this direct quote from Shem Tov's poem in Santillana's critical appraisal of Shem Tov's legacy is he is performing or rehashing an editorial practice, medieval editorial practice that would affect Shem Tov's poem a lot. Which is the correction of his Hebrew-style rhymes to resemble, to satisfy sort of Christian acoustic and poetic expectations more fully. And Shem Tov and the other three Christian copied manuscripts that exist and attest to his poem is serially corrected and brought in line with sort of the standard Christian Castilian verse forms. So today, and I'm sort of working towards the conclusion here, and these are questions that I am still grappling with. There's a lot of times editorial pressures out of an editor's control, like whether a press has typographic support for both Hebrew, Arabic, and Latin character scripts. I don't think this is necessarily an easy question to solve, but I'd like us to move away from a genealogical sort of purity-based criteria of textual criticism that in some ways, and many times unwittingly, reproduces a sort of a thirst for blood purity that actually conditions and affects and limits and constrains the late medieval textual record, which we have to defer to. So on the board or on the screen here, I have an interesting early 1950s transcription upon the discovery of this manuscript that produced by this great scholar of early Judeo-Spanish or Jewish Spanish texts, Ignacio González Rivera. And you'll see he's using the superscript to indicate potential vowels. And I think it illustrates pretty compellingly the absence and conjecture at the heart of any Judeo-Spanish text. Here I have imperfect rendering of similar, I think it's, not sure if it's quite this still, but it's my rendering in modern block characters of the text of a few couplets, a few lines from Shem Tov's text. And I think in many ways it embodies the historical lack we will always contend with, which is to say we will never know how exactly to vocalize these poems. Perhaps Shem Tov's Spanish was more phonologically marked and divergent from standard Castilian of the time, but we don't have that information in large part because of the systematic deprivations of the Inquisition and the expulsion. So what's a possible solution to this? Aljamiado representation in modern editorial practices. Again, that often comes up against editorial constraints. I think there is value in putting this on the page. I think the lacuna or gap that textual critics feel compelled to fill for reasons of legibility, giving more space to those. And more than anything, positing co-witnessing or sort of valorizing this manuscript witness alongside other Christian voiced ones, as opposed to the mechanical elimination that Lachman would have advocated for of inferior witnesses, even if, and to be honest, I'm not saying the textual critics have said this about this particular manuscript, but imagine that this were deemed an inferior manuscript in terms of its consistency with other variants. I don't think that would be a good case for its exclusion or for deferring to other manuscripts, particularly when we're talking about a text that originally that originated as an orally circulated poem in Jewish communities. So with that, I've concluded my presentation. Oh, sorry, I haven't. This one key analytic category here, I think, in the wake of what I've just said, moving away from constitutio textus, or the compilation of the definitive version, towards a textual restitution, which is to say a sort of socially conscious, socially engaged, historically aware presentation of inferior or alternate textual witnesses alongside other more canonical manuscripts. And with that, I've truly ended my paper, and I'd just like to say merci mucho a todos. Thank you.
Thank you, Adam. I think that that's quite a good talk, and I think it lays bare some of your commitments as a scholar and as a pedagogue. So I do appreciate that. It does seem that we have time for a very, very short Q&A. I believe that there was a question that was asked on the chat function by Ray Romero, and if I'm not mistaken, the question is directed to Dr. Sarit Cofman. Ray asks, can you say a little more about the types of groups who are organizing these shows? Are they cultural organizations, grassroots, government organizations?
Thank you for the question. It varies. Some of them, for instance, Yiddish Spiel, theater in Yiddish, or Hula Gab ensemble that performs partially in Amharic, meaning they are Israeli Ethiopians. They are financed by the Ministry of Culture because they are professionals. Others, such as the Bukharan group and the Moroccan group, they are professionals, but they do not get any budget, so they are entirely commercial, and they do make a profit, meaning that there is a huge demand for these shows. And there are others which are, for instance, in Aramaic and Juhuri, it is the language of Jews from Caucasus, Azerbaijan and Dagestan. They are amateurs, and they just do it for their own fun. I hope that answers.
No, yeah, I think that it's certainly a sufficient answer. I wanted to give the panelists just an opportunity to very quickly here engage with one another. If there's any questions that wanted to be asked between them, or if there's anything that that they wanted to say before we move on to the next panel. I believe Dr. Amselem, do you have yeah?
Yes, please. I wanted to ask Yaëlle Azagury.
Yeah.
I don't know if she's here. I don't see her, but I wanted to ask her for the way people used to speak about their language, about ḥaketía. If well, she quotes a letter where people said something very bad about ḥaketía, but if there was the word ḥaketía or only esta jerga, etc.
Yeah.
Or the Spanish.
Yeah, so
Perdón.
no, you're absolutely right. So from what I've read, there's different versions, but of when the word ḥaketía appeared, but presumably it's Manuel Ortega who wrote in his Los Hebreos en Marruecos the first where ḥaketía appears for the first time. So 1919, basically. Now, how did they? How the northern Spaniards, the Jews of northern Morocco, speak, or what did they name their language? I don't know. That's a good question. I think they called it Ladino, maybe. Even though that it wasn't, no?
No, we used to say español. Español or español nuestro versus
lo nuestro. Español nuestro. But,
español nuestro o español de España versus español de España. Pero we only use the word español. Yes, the word Ladino was used, but only for
written
yes.
text, for liturgic
yes
in Ladino.
For instance,
yeah,
my grandfather was a teacher and a rabbi, and he used to say to the children in the Talmud Torah, "Dilo en Ladino." So translate, say it in translating.
Translator in the transliteration.
Yes.
Yeah.
But no, we didn't say the word Ladino for the vernacular language. Never. But the word ḥaketía.
So I think you know. No, I think you have a better answer than I do there.
No, I wanted to know what you read in your papers.
Jerga degenerada. No, that's real. This is, they would say, so this was the Toledanos, they called it una jerga, I mean, in a letter, and this was around the debates on language, on the adoption of Spanish or not, around Pulido. So already there was an additional layer of, the Sephardic ideal had reemerged. And the Castellan, there was those who were advocating for a regeneration of the language, and they really truly called it regeneration in the manner of the Alliance, and those who felt to the east that there should be different compromises, and there were, in fact, in Pulido's book, there are a few alternatives that he shows existed to the east, but in Morocco it was Castellanistas. They were really wanted to purify the language and what's interesting here is I wonder if in the Levant, in the East, they were in contact with the Arab Nahda. So I wonder if there were more debates around language and how to, integrate it or combine it with other languages. I wonder if that influenced them more than the Moroccans who were so deeply influenced by Pulido.
Yes, but we had another history about the press, the possibility for the possibility to publish. In Morocco was different than what happened in the East, and the history is really
completely different. No, absolutely. That's why I'm saying
we were too close to Spain. We were too close to Spain.
Right, exactly. No, that's exactly. You're absolutely right. That's exactly the point. I think to the east, Pulido reports that there were the anti-Castellanistas, the ones who literally wanted to adopt French. There was a journalist called Moises Franco, and Pulido says he was well named because he really wanted French. And then I believe there was the eclectics and the opportunists. So everybody had a different opinion, but not in, as you said, and you know, it's exactly right.
We didn't have time to develop ḥaketía
as a culture of its own.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I do want to encourage these wonderful and very fruitful debates and conversations, but we do have to move on and be mindful of the time. So with that, I will close the first panel, and perhaps at the end of each panel, we'll be able to engage in these kinds of discussions and so on and so forth. But thank you very much. I found this to be wonderful, and I myself learned quite a bit. So let's move on to the next panel now, all right? Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, thank you for a great panel. So we will now move on to the second one, which is Encounters in Latin America, which will be moderated by Max Daniel.
All right. So hello, everybody. First of all, I just want to thank Natalie and Madeline for all the hard work that goes into organizing these conferences. You know, somebody who was a previous leader of ucLADINO and organized a couple of these. I know how much work and effort and energy goes into this, so I want to give them a big thank you and appreciation for having me moderate. And so without further ado, I want to introduce each of our three panelists, and I'll read their bio, and then they'll give their presentation, and so on, and then keep the questions and conversations for the very end. And just as a reminder to our panelists that you have 12-minute maximum, and I will kind of chime in at 12 minutes to let you know that your time is up. So to begin our panel about Judeo-Spanish encounters in Latin America, we have Javier Liblewski from Inalco, France, giving Spanish Ottoman Empire to Buenos Aires, a story of an invisible community, 1876 to 1930. Javier Liblewski was born in Argentina and grew up in Israel. He's lived in Paris since 2007, where he teaches Hebrew, along with his research activity on biblical texts and Judeo-Spanish. He's finishing his PhD on the commentary of Pirkei Avot in the Me'am Loez. In 2019, he published a book about Judeo-Spanish immigration to Buenos Aires. So let's invite Javier to give us his presentation.
Hi, thanks a lot, Daniel. Hello, everybody. Let me just share my presentation. Okay. So, when we talk about Argentinian Jews, we generally think of the agricultural colonies established and maintained by Baron Maurice de Hirsch through the Jewish Colonization Association at the end of the 19th century, making up nearly 80% of Argentinian Jews. The Ashkenazi community is the most well-known and its immigration the most studied. As for non-Ashkenazi Jews, commonly referred to as Sephardic, a few studies exist, the most important ones conducted by Adriana Brodsky and Margalit Bejarano. I should also mention the work of the Center for Research and Dissemination of Sephardic Culture, CIDICSEF, in Argentina. However, in no case has attention been given to the Ottoman Sephardic group, the Judaismo speakers, as a separate group deserving a dedicated and in-depth study. All existing works treat the Sephardic group as if it were a single large homogeneous group sharing the same traditions and culture. However, these are actually different and distinct groups originating from different geographic areas, such as North Africa, the Ottoman Empire, with different origins within the empire, Italy, the Near East, and Far East. In this presentation, whenever I speak about Sephardic people, it will mean Judeo-Spanish speakers from the Ottoman Empire only. My study begins in 1876 with the arrival of the first non-Ashkenazi Jews in Argentina, the Moroccans, during an important period in the young republic when doors were wide open to welcome immigrants. The study concludes in 1930, a year marking the end of the great wave of Judeo-Spanish migration to Argentina. Due to time constraints, I will focus in this presentation mainly on the settlement of Sephardis from Izmir in Buenos Aires. To briefly mention the reasons that led them to leave the Ottoman Empire, we can cite anti-Semitism that appears in the new Christian nation-states as the Ottomans retreat, causing a fragmentation of the Sephardic bloc. Another reason could be the modernization of communities, including the opening of Alliance Israélite Universelle schools, which opened a window to the West and circulated news of the New World. There are also very difficult economic periods that pushed Jews to seek new horizons, and of course, the many upheavals the Ottoman Empire experienced, like the Young Turks Revolution, the Balkan Wars, World War I, and the establishment of their republic. The period between 1880 and 1930 was characterized by a steady and strong flow of immigrants to Argentina. The figures show us a number of 3 million immigrants during these 5 decades. As for Jewish population, it rose from around 1,500 in 1819 to around 230,000 in 1928. We must take into account that in the case of Buenos Aires, the Sephardic Judesmo-speaking population represented 5.5% of the total Jewish population towards the end of the period we are studying, about 10,300 people. After a period that lasted until the late 1920s, in which immigrants settled downtown next to the main port, Jews started to move to new neighborhoods like Villa Crespo, for example. The choice of living location was influenced mainly by work opportunities, but also by the presence of family members, friends, or even people from the same geographic origin. Most Sephardis settled in this area were street vendors. Over time, some were able to open a shop where they mainly sold fabrics. As for religious worship, the first services took place in private homes. In 1905, the first Sephardic synagogue in Buenos Aires, Etz HaChaim, was founded on the first floor of a humble house. This synagogue also had a women's association called El Socorro, founded in 1908 to help the poorest in the community. Sephardi tended to maintain links with their communities of origin. In the same neighborhood, Jews from Rhodes opened their own synagogue, Bnei Zion. The community was founded in 1917 and had only 20 members. By 1920, the community already had 200 members. The downtown community developed until the crisis of 1930. The downtown area became poorer. Jewish families began to leave the neighborhood and join other communities, mainly in the districts of Villa Crespo, Flores, and Colegiales. The neighborhood of Villa Crespo is located in the current geographical center of the city of Buenos Aires. Until the 1880s, the lands on which this neighborhood was built were on the outskirts of the city of Buenos Aires and were located on a marshy region that culminated at the Maldonado stream. It was an uninhabited and even dangerous area, as evidenced by several tangos composed about the arrabales, the slums that existed in the surroundings. Like other groups of immigrants, Jews began to settle in this neighborhood to take advantage of work and housing opportunities. Initially, it was Ashkenazi Jews who settled, followed by Jews of Turkish and Balkan origin. According to the testimony of Marcos Emanuel, a community leader, the first families settled in 1911. By 1930, there were already about 30,000 Jews in the area. His father managed to gather a minyan and to start a little prayer room in a small rented place in the area. In 1914, the first temple was founded on Gurruchaga Street, Ka'al Kadosh Talmud Torah La Hermandad Sepharadi, which attracted even more Jews of the same origin. Regarding the Chacham or rabbi, it should be noted that the Sephardic Jewish community did not have its own rabbi until the late 1920s. They remained loyal to the rabbis from their cities of origin. I found several testimonies about interactions between Sephardi and tango musicians, such as Osvaldo Pugliese, originally from Villa Crespo, who had Sephardic dishes delivered by a neighbor while he rehearsed. There was also the great Aníbal Troilo, who had a Sephardic partner from Rhodes, Ida Dudui Kalachi, and who was good friends with the father of one of my informants. Around 1918, the synagogue moved to Acevedo Street and began the administrative process that would legally allow them to purchase land. The community changed its name, and in 1919 it became the Sephardi Jewish community of Buenos Aires. They finally settled in Camargo Street. 10 years after the inauguration of the Camargo Street Synagogue, we see significant growth in the community. According to an article published in Israel Review in Buenos Aires in 1929, the community had 800 members. Café Izmir, located at Gurruchaga Street, was an important cultural point in Villa Crespo. The owner of Café Izmir, Rafael Alejandro Albocher, was the eldest in a Jewish family from Izmir. In Izmir, Rafael Alejandro was a shoe shiner and his brother Jaco sold candles. Rafael Alejandro arrived in Argentina at the age of 18 and settled downtown, like most Jewish immigrants at the time. In 1920, he began working at Café Tortoni, a very famous cafe in Buenos Aires, as a shoe shiner. Later on, he bought Café Izmir and started managing it. Café Izmir gained its reputation thanks to its ambience, dishes, and festive evenings. The customers were mostly men who lived in the tenement houses, the conventillos, of the neighborhood. They worked in the morning and came to the cafe in the afternoon. Inside the cafe, people spoke Judeo-Spanish, Turkish, and sometimes Greek. Café Izmir was an icon of Judeo-Spanish culture in the city and was an important place from the point of view of cultural diversity, considered as an essential part of Buenos Aires and was recognized as one of the most important cafes in the city. The cafe also appears in one of the greatest works of Argentinian literature, Adán Buenos Aires, by Leopoldo Marechal. Many episodes of this novel take place in Café Izmir or on Gurruchaga Street. Reading the novel, one can find long descriptions of the ambience inside. Concerning the charity organizations in the neighborhood, we find the Asociación Israelita Pro Medicamentos, which as early as the 1930s already had its own medical office in the area. The goal was to provide medicines and medical aid to the less fortunate households in the community. Marcos Emanuel, one of its founders, says, "We were 10 young people and we went out every Sunday asking each person for 10 cents to buy medicines. I was the treasurer at that time. So when we knew someone was sick, we would send them to the corner pharmacy with a prescription signed by ourselves. At the pharmacy, they knew that if the prescription was signed by us, the medicine had to be given for free. Once a month, we paid for the medications at the pharmacy." Another witness tells us about the presence of 5 doctors who offer free consultations to the very poor. A different world existed within the homes. This was the world of family in which Sephardi culture was very much present. The conventillos had 2 or 3 floors with wide corridors surrounding 1 or 2 inner courtyards. In these corridors were a series of 1 or 2 room apartments. Each room housed 1 or 2 immigrant families. The kitchen, toilet, and laundry sink were shared by all residents. Around 1887, approximately 80,000 people in Buenos Aires lived in such conditions. Concerning other Sephardi communities in the 1920s, Jews from Izmir and Aydin settled in Flores district in the center-west of the city. In Colegiales, it was the Jews from Rhodes who established their synagogue Shalom, while Jews from Istanbul preferred the Almagro district. Finally, a small group of Jews from Palestine settled in the Balvanera district, also known as Once. To conclude, when discussing Sephardis in Argentina, we are talking about a minority within a minority, showcasing the dynamics and processes of identity groupings that occur during their adaptation to the new society. As for the Sephardi, having belonged to a multilingual and multi-references society within the Ottoman Empire, facilitated their settlement in Argentina. My study shows that at the beginning of the 20th century, Sephardis successfully established and created community institutions of a religious, social, and medical nature, as well as recreated a rich cultural life around cafes while integrating into local Argentinian culture. As Argentinian historian Mario Cohen told me, for Sephardi Jews, settling in Argentina was in a way a return to Sepharad. You'll find more information in my book, published by Libra Kitab Editions in 2019. Thank you for your attention.
All right, thank you so much, Javier, for a very interesting and important panel conversation. And again, after the two other panelists, we'll open the floor for questions and more conversation. Next up, we have Gabriela Orozco, giving the presentation, Hora más bien para las cadenas, Comparative Criminalities in El Amigo de la Familia, Christopher Columbus, Familia's Christopher Columbus, The Discovery of the Americas, and Devi May's Forging Ties, Forging Passports. Gabriela is from Washington, D.C., and is currently an undergraduate in the joint program at Columbia University, where she's majoring in comparative literature, and at the Jewish Theological Seminary, where she's majoring in Jewish history. And I'll just say that I was also an undergrad in the joint program, so I'm very glad that there are other students there taking interest in Sephardic and Ladino topics. So without further ado, Gabriela.
Hi, everyone. It's nice to meet you all. My name is Gabriela Orozco, and can everyone see my presentation? I'm assuming that everyone can see it. And yeah, I will, yes, okay, thanks. Yes. I'm gonna begin now. I just wanted to double check. So yes, hi everyone, my name is Gabriela. I go to Columbia and I'm presenting on comparative criminalities in regards to transatlantic crossings of in the perceptions of Sephardic Jewry, specifically in in El Amigo de la Familia's Christopher Columbus, The Discovery of the Americas, and Devi May's Forging Ties, Forging Passports. So first I want to talk about the rise of the Ladino instructional press and the decline of the Ottoman Empire. As Ottoman Sephardic Jews in the late 19th century received more and more information about the Western world, about the Americas and Western European empires, they really became much more intrigued about the possibilities that awaited them. And this was primarily through the Ladino instructional press, as well as the Alliance Israélite Universelle. So my main question is, how did Ottoman Sephardic Jews in the late 19th century perceive the Americas in relation to their own economic and political identities? So my argument is, as Sephardic Jews within the Ottoman Empire absorbed El Amigo's ideas about early colonization of the Americas, they came to view the Americas as a place with potential for clever, opportunistic men to achieve material success. So here's going to be an outline of my presentation. I'm going to talk about the historical context of El Amigo de la Familia and how it blurs the lines between instruction and entertainment, the new concepts it introduces, such as colonialism and indigeneity, as well as the appeal of the Americas and Columbus as a character himself in the narrative. Then I'll talk about the differences in between issue 98 of El Amigo de la Familia and issue 99 and 102 in El Amigo de la Familia, and how the element of criminality really comes through these changes in translation. And then I'll talk about Devi May's Forging Passports, Forging Ties, which talks about the migrants who left the Ottoman Empire in following the turn of the 20th century, oftentimes forging passports, and who then eventually settled in Mexico. So for historical context, El Amigo de la Familia was an informational journal that was published and distributed in Istanbul and throughout the Ottoman Empire for Ladino or Judeo-Spanish speaking and reading readers. The purpose of this magazine was to inform them about the wider world. David Fresco, he was an editor. He wanted them to have an understanding of the context and the global affairs and history and science, and really the educational topics that Western Europeans were educated on. And of course, any of you guys who are professors, you know that when you're choosing source material for your classes, you have to find something that your audience can understand, can relate to, and be entertained by. And so David Fresco specifically sourced an educational book to include in his El Amigo de la Familia in the journal. And this educational book was The Life and Voyages of Christopher Columbus by Washington Irving, specifically abridged and arranged for the use of schools. So we know that the majority of the articles were translated from Western European sources and that they were published serially so that readers were incentivized to purchase future editions to find out what would happen next. And the reason why that's important is because they have to continue to want to learn and to want to receive this information, and it has to be entertaining enough. So this volume is really given in a way that heightens the intrigue, heightens the drama, makes it seem exciting, and it builds on the pre-existing travelogue genre within Ladino literature. And it introduces new concepts to the Ladino-speaking communities in the Ottoman Empire. It introduces concepts about civilization, introduces concepts of colonialism. I wrote civilization and barbarity here. I'm sure Javier knows Facundo's Civilización y Barbarie. It's in this time period, there was huge growth and a global discourse around who was civilized, who was barbaric, who was savage, and who was who was educated and who was enlightened. So in the attempt to enlighten Ladino-speaking Ottoman Jewries, David Fresco also educated them about less enlightened people. So here we can see the quote at the top. Y otras más cosas que probaban que los moradores, that means the residents, del Nuevo Mundo no eran enteramente salvajes, mas que ya tenían algunos principios de civilización. So they already had some beginnings of civilizations. They were not entirely savage. So you can see that they're introducing this discourse of enlightenment, unenlightened, civilized, uncivilized. And also it defines the word indigenous for readers who don't know it as yerli, which is a Turkish loanword meaning local. And then we also learn about the appeal of the Americas as a place where you can get gold, you can become wealthy, you can become a hero, a leader. And in the interpretive translation that Fresco does, he really, really ramps up the ways in which the reader is encouraged to identify with Christopher Columbus. And that's really interesting. That's a core part of my argument, that David Fresco specifically identifies the moments in which Christopher Columbus makes mistakes, and he adds in his own flair. So what gets added in the translation is that Fresco makes huge changes to the original text when he puts out issue 98 of El Amigo de la Familia. And these changes mainly revolve around the commentary on the criminality of Columbus's acts. So in the act of translating and editing the 1844 source text by Washington Irving, Fresco adds in his own reactions to the narrative. His commentary is opinionated. It focuses on the conflict between Columbus and the royal administrator Bobadilla, who puts Columbus in chains so he can stand trial in Spain. And in the passages related to the legal trials Columbus faces in the Spanish court, Fresco adds in new phrases that aren't found in the original. For example, to a certain degree, justice was carried out, or Columbus declared that the person who accused him of enriching himself in a lowly manner was in fact at that time far more deserving of the chains. And this is where my title comes from, Ora más bien para las cadenas, which Bobadilla had placed him in a barbaric manner. And you can see cadenas is right here. Otro que las cadenas. And so the idea of barbaric being an attribute that can be applied to empires, not only to indigenous people, is really, really interesting. And it helps us to understand that Fresco doesn't view things necessarily in the binary of enlightened, unenlightened. He sees that there's a nuance to things, and that the Spaniards who are taking advantage of the material wealth that they find in the Americas can also be greedy. They can also be advantageous, and that they can make incorrect decisions, and that, you know, different characters can be ambitious. Some characters can be made to be more villainous, and some characters are made to be more sympathetic to the reader. And for example, here is something that Fresco doesn't change at all. He doesn't change anything in issues 99, 100, and 102. So super big difference, word for word the same. On arriving at the mouth of the river, Albocadura del Rio. All of these things, I have a much more extensive proof. You can consider it like a mathematical proof, showing how directly David Fresco copied. So the disparity between what he decided to copy and what he decided to commentate on is really interesting. And so the other argument is that these ideas about the potential for opportunity to be found in America, especially when I say America, I mean the Americas wider, especially when restrictive rules were skirted, could have reflected ideas about survival tools among Ottoman Sephardim. Devi May's research on the intrepid young Ottoman Sephardi migrants to Mexico, who forged passports to circumvent policies restricting their freedom of movement, could be read as an application of Columbus's own rationale. He thought that the need in which he found himself was an excuse. Él pensó que el menester en lo cual se topaba le sería de excusa. And sorry, my pronunciation isn't great. I have only learned to read Ladino, and I taught myself. So anyway, so now I'm pivoting to Devi May's work, which focuses on the forging passports. So why would they forge passports? As the 19th century ends and the 20th century begins, nationalist conflict is heating up in the Balkans, and the Ottoman Empire is conscripting a lot of subjects, and that includes the Ottoman Jews, many of whom do not want to be in the army. And so that's a huge reason why they decide to forge passports and escape. And then also, many of their family members already lived abroad in places like France, England, the United States, and they wanted to take advantage of those transnational economic and community ties that would enable them to build roots and profit from other connections in other places. So some examples of these calculated choices that these would-be migrants made in deciding to go abroad. And I use calculated choices specifically in quotations because that is a phrase that Devi Mays came up with. So some examples are Salomon Levy. He escaped the Ottoman draft by bribing someone to change his birth date so that he was younger, too young to be eligible to get drafted. Yermia Valanchi, he obtained a Mexican passport as a naturalized citizen through a falsified birth certificate. Benjamin Kordiki and Michael Palashi, they smuggled textiles from France to sell in Mexico, hiding their Ottoman identity at a time when Ottoman Empire and France were at war in the First World War. So all of this brings me to talk about the commonalities in terms of transatlantic migration. Why does Fresco make Columbus a sympathetic character? Why does Fresco choose to really denigrate the choices made by the Spanish court in punishing Columbus for diverging from their rules? And is it possible that there's a commonality in between Ottoman Sephardim in that they have the same sort of self-identification with the rule breakers and self-identification with the people who are willing to take shortcuts, and self-identification with people who might even get punished by enforcers of the law, as Columbus was by Bobadilla. So this leads me to talk about future research. So as an undergrad, I can't really publish my paper, but I'm very lucky in that I have an incredible mentor, Professor Rachel Smith, who's willing to do more research with me on this topic, an opportunity to research broader perceptions of Christopher Columbus in the Ladino press using the National Library of Israel online database, as well as the Library of Congress. And we're trying to figure out how Ottoman Sephardi migrants conceptualized their migration stories and what historical or literary figures they identified with and their values. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you so much, Gabriela. It's great to hear that you're working with Professor Smith, former UCLA graduate like myself. And so last but not least for this panel, we have Michaela Amato, Professor Emerita of Studio Art and Women's Gender and Sexuality Studies. Michaela Amato has exhibited her hybrid works in solo exhibitions in New York at Quarmby Gallery, Betty Parsons Gallery, Bertha Erdang Gallery, and has had solo exhibitions in Chicago at Marianne Desson Gallery, Flat File, in Los Angeles at Acme Inc., Engels Gallery, and she has had well over 200 group exhibitions across the globe, including Nancy Hoffman Gallery, Basel Art Fairs, Miami, LA Art Contemporary, Navy Pier Armory Art Fairs, Tokyo Art Expos, and Chicago Art Fairs. For over 50 years, she has curated exhibitions and edited the books Couples Discourse with artists Sparrow Golub, Dunham Sinems, Martins Woodmans, etc., and Uncanny Congruencies that have included Jay Bernstein, H. Wessel, S. Frecon, H. Martin, etc., published by Penn State Press. After 35 years of teaching, Michaela Amato is Professor Emerita of Art and Women's Studies. Her recent book includes 50 gouache illustrations, and written by Kara Jude Al-Hadaf. The book is called Zazu Dreams, Between the Scarab and the Dung Beetle, a cautionary fable for the Anthropocene era. So, Michaela, you can kick it off for us.
Thank you, Max. Okay, where are we? Okay. I grew up in Bayside, New York, in the 1940s community of recent Italian Catholic and Jewish immigrants, with my parents and sister and our beloved Nana and Papu in the most beautiful home filled with flamenco, influenced by ancient Hebreo prayers, Puccini operas, intoxicating aromas, silk tapestries, and Turkish carpets, as well as the rose bushes and grapevines in our garden that we ate from. Nearby lived the closely knit extended families of my father's 9 siblings. We all spoke Ladino, our medieval Spanish, with Hebrew, Arabic, Greek, Turkish, and Italian, with the addition of French from Eurocentric Alliance education, quote earlier, leading to self-derision, but not in our family. The cultural, philosophical, and linguistic experiences of Sephardim and Mizrahim have offered me an unmistakably expansive humanity and identification with peoples from across the globe. We have flourished where Jewish, Hispanic, Jewish, Arabic, and Maghreb communities have converged. Through our hybrid ancestry and the teachings of Maimonides and Spinoza, I have celebrated this confluence through my visual and written works. My second home was my father's Caribbean botanical garden in Spanish Harlem, where I spent many summer days growing up in the 1950s at 80 East 115th Street. Botanicas had historically been integral to Harlem neighborhoods as a source for alternative medicinal herbal healing practices and religious practices. My father's botanica continued Sephardic herbal traditions and was part of the heart of Harlem life for over 45 years. The sensibility of Spanish Harlem was similar to our neighborhood in Bayside, but here on 115th Street at the corner of the Park Avenue open markets, people spoke Caribbean, African dialects, and indigenous Spanish, close enough to our Ladino so I could understand. People were intimate and welcoming. I loved the mood, the energy, the aromas of cooking food sold on the street and from open apartment windows. I loved the heavy scents of my father's herbs, insects, and oils. The sounds of dozens of voices speaking many languages, hearing kaleidoscopic music near and in the distance, a living mosaic. Many of these peoples are descendants of Moriscos and Andusim, practicing Judaic and Islamic traditions in secrecy across the Americas and the Caribbean, the legacy of inquisitional tyranny. We Amatus Habibis are exiles from Al-Andalus, most recently island exiles from Rhodes. Island people flourish and perish between celestial bodies and the vicissitudes of the sea. Ladino's linguistic nuances and our acute intuitive awareness of this shifting and precarious existence as island people offer us unimaginable insights into the symbiotic interconnections of the sciences, nature, and the human spirit, a living mosaic. Intuitively, instinctively, I have found myself making translucent cast glass portrait sculptures and figures, and I have designed neon lighted calligraphic script alluding to ancient apparitions, ghosts, and the stories these hallucinations share with me, of uncanny correspondences between diasporic peoples and environmental crises that offer us ancient insights and even solutions to escalating global human and ecological disasters. Hallucinatory stories become my contes brevas, my silver stories in neon text and silver ink that I write across gallery and museum walls. Montañas lloran por aire, hablar quiero y no puedo, mi corazón suspira. Sobre Sepharad ha caído del cielo la desgracia. My spiraling patterned paintings like mosaics of the Alhambra, Piazza Armerina in Sicily, and Antoni Gaudí are often sculptural or architectonic and can combine photographic imagery. Life-size cast glass portrait heads, which you just saw, and figures have hybrid racial and ethnic physiognomies like my family and ancient Egyptian funerary Fayum portraits. Hamsas, milagros, and healing poultices are placed on faces and heads to heal spiritual and physical wounds. My titles and neon texts help define my subjects. La'am equals yes, no. Between the scarab and the dung beetle. Are they Spaniards like us? Where all the land is sea and gravitational waves. Painted wood architectonic structures allude to transformation and migration of refugees across continents and seas. Influenced by the floating habitats of the Madan marsh people of the Tigris and Euphrates rivers, they allude to villages and cities ravaged by war. I have made transparent plate glass photo collages that hover suspended over the wall like ancestral ghosts. Neon knots symbolize the human soul and heart. I have made large spiraling oil paintings of the sea, of earth and wind, like Byzantine water and striations of stone and land. Composite works, like this photograph you see here, are intended to protest a singular perspective, to protest a tyranny of certainty or purity. By celebrating multiple voices and sensibilities, Ladino texts are thunderously silent lamentations and cries for justice. Hablar quiero y no puedo, mi corazón suspira. By celebrating this living mosaic, our Al-Andalus, our convivencia, we repair what has been broken. Collaborating with my father's 1920s, 30s, 1940s, 1950s photographs from Africa, from Rhodes, Turkey, and the Caribbean, I have made glass collages. And by using fragments of my daughter Cara Judea's large-scale color photographs, I have made montages. My grandson Zazu and I have made wooden sculptures together. These intergenerational collaborations evoke memories of the home we carry with us across time, evoking melancholia and longing, duende, saudade, but mostly joy. We are together grounded in an awareness of the web of the ancient past, interconnected within the present, and rooted in our natural world. In our escalating state of ecological crisis and war, symbiosis and convivencia offer us a euphoric reminder of who we are. Hablar quiero. We are not human dust, to quote David Ben-Gurion. We want to register a voice, how to think and how to feel. Hablar quiero. Thank you.
Great.
Wait, let's see the last two, please. Please show the last two images.
I think you can try pulling that up. Here.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Michaela, for that really beautiful exposition on your work.
Michaela,
I'm sorry. Yeah, so we do have a little bit of time for Q&A. I may have to leave in a bit. I teach a class in a few minutes. But just before I have to go, I just want to, say it's wonderful hearing everybody's work and everybody's research. I think I was in Buenos Aires and Argentina last year, visiting Moisesville and these Ashkenazi settlements, farming settlements, and this Jewish tour that I went on didn't speak about the Sephardic Jews at all. So I'm glad to hear about that. And this story about Columbus and indigeneity and colonialism is such a needed and missing part of the discussion about Sephardic Jews and Sephardic migration. And even though I won't be able to stay to hear the answer, I am curious about if Fresco integrates some Jewish elements of expulsion, or even this whole myth about Columbus's Jewish identity into that story, in his Ladino version of Washington Irving's book. And then for Michaela, and really for more of the audience here, hopefully to point people's attention to an article written a couple years ago by UCLA professor Sarah Stein, Botanica Sephardica, which I know Professor Stein interviewed you a lot, and I'll put that link, I'll put that citation, put that link in the chat, or I'll send it to one of the hosts here to hopefully share it with you. Yeah, so thank you, everybody. Apologies, I have to duck out early. It's the last class of the semester. And yeah, I hope you have a good conversation, even though I have to leave. Okay, so long.
Thank you for a fantastic panel. And it looks like Yaëlle has a question if you want to start us off.
Sorry, I don't know why this didn't. I have a question for Javier. I was very fascinated by the work that you're doing about the Ottomans arriving in Buenos Aires, and in my talk, I was also I've done some research on the Moroccans from Tangier. I wonder if you're aware of, but of course this is really fragments that I have found, especially from the press. But I wonder if you have found some information on these Tangerians who arrived and established a press and perhaps a community as well. I know, for instance, that José Benoliel, the philologist who wrote the dictionary of ḥaketía that I was mentioning, that he lived in Colonia Mauricio in Argentina between 1903 and 1913 with under the aegis of the Alliance Israélite Universelle. Do you know anything more about this or about Moroccans there?
Yes, thank you for your question. In fact, the Moroccans were really the first non-Ashkenazi Jews to arrive to Argentina. And I found in some sources that they might be even the first Jews to arrive to Argentina, even before the Ashkenazi. Now, I found information about Moroccans, but as I was trying to identify only Judeo-Spanish people from the Ottoman Empire, from Turkey and Greece, I didn't really dive into the Moroccan community. I know that they settle mostly in a neighborhood in the south of Buenos Aires called Barracas and La Boca, which is
What's
today,
it called? The first name?
La Boca and Barracas. It's two
Okay.
neighborhoods in the south of Buenos Aires, which are very touristic today. And I also found a very interesting information about Moroccans that the Alliance Israélite Universelle used to bring to the Jewish colonies of Baron Hirsch, so the Ashkenazi colonies. They used to bring Moroccan teachers since they were able to communicate with the Ashkenazi Jews, maybe in Hebrew. And since they spoke ḥaketía, they were able also to teach the Argentinian educational program. So this was a very interesting information. But from what I saw, what I found, there was at least at the beginning, there was no contacts between the Moroccans and the
Turks.
Sephardis from the Ottoman Empire, and I didn't follow this
lead. Yeah. Interesting. Yeah, very interesting. Yeah, definitely. I think when José Benoliel went to Argentina, it was to teach, or within the structure of the Alliance. So a little more research needed there, I think.
Yeah, but it's very interesting, and there is a lot of material. I stopped in 1930, but there is a lot of information after this date. So yeah.
No, after I have no doubt that after. In fact, I even have a relative who settled there in the 1950s. But I was wondering, late 19th century, early 20th, which is so crucial. But thank you. This was very interesting.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone, and welcome back. I will turn it over shortly to Rachel Cofman from the Ladineros group, who will give us a brief introduction to the group and then share their presentation. So Rachel, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Natalie and Madeline, for organizing this conference. We have a lot of alumni directors, and it's a labor of love. So thank you for the work that you did. And thank you to Chelsea and David at the Leve Center for their work, and to Yaëlle for your incredible interesting presentation and to all of the presenters and the community that comes, I know, to this event every year and is really the heart of everything. I'm honored to present today the ucLADINEROS presentation. The ucLADINEROS are a multi-generational transnational group dedicated to the preservation and practice of Ladino. Based in Los Angeles, but meeting on Zoom since the pandemic, the Ladineros meet monthly to read Ladino newspapers, plays, prayers, short stories, and histories, to sing together, to share stories together. And more will be explained in the presentation. So I think that's all I'll say. And I'll put translations in the chat as our video is played. And we'll begin by showing just a few historically relevant images to the play that we'll be performing a couple of scenes from. So I'll let the images glide across the screen, and then I'll have Madeline start our presentation. We hope you enjoy.
The ucLADINEROS, a Ladino reading group based in Los Angeles, thanks the Alan D. Levy Center for Jewish Studies, its director, Sarah Aubrey-Stein, staff, and the conveners of this year's 12th ucLADINO conference, Natalie Bernstein and Madeline Hudala, for the invitation to showcase our activities. The invitation is especially gratifying because members of the original group who had taken a hiatus were inspired to resume meeting after attending a prior UCLA Levy Center Ladino Symposium organized by Brian Kirshen. Over the years, we have ranged in age from 19 to 90. We have included family members, descendants of Holocaust survivors, a Holocaust survivor, and UCLA students and graduates. Most members are descendants of Sephardic Jews who lived in Greece, Turkey, the Balkans, and Rhodes. Ashkenazi Jews have also joined us. We have various levels of fluency in Ladino. By helping each other, we have read novels, short stories, plays, liturgy, newspapers, and magazine articles. Today, members will begin with a reading of 2 scenes from the French drama, The Dreyfus Affair, written in Ladino by a well-known author of Ladino, Turkish, and French novels, Jacques Laria, who was born in 1860 and died in 1948. It is believed that Laria had access to Dreyfus's memoir. We have chosen this play in recognition of the Levy Center's research in anti-Semitism. Also, we acknowledge the scholarship and analysis of Olga Borovaya and thank her for her providing us with a nuanced understanding of the play and an English translation. Except for the characters' names being changed and a few of Dreyfus's persecutors repeating egregious age-old anti-Semitic tropes, the play is an historically accurate drama. It recounts the details of why and how, in 1894, a loyal and proud French Jewish artillery officer, Alfred Dreyfus, is falsely accused and found guilty of treason for selling French military secrets to the German army. An unsigned bordereau listing French confidential military information and documents for sale was found by a French spy who was planted in a German army office. It was then shown to the minister of the French army. The minister ordered Colonel Richardon to lead the investigation to discover the name of the traitor. A forensic handwriting expert, Crétignan, was also engaged to analyze the bordereau. One of the 2 traitors involved in selling the military secrets, Major Fabrice, learns the bordereau has been discovered, and although he did not write it, he is terrified he will be implicated as participating in and financially benefiting from the treasonous sale. He decides he must protect himself by casting suspicion on someone the army and the public would believe as most likely to betray his country. He chooses the only Jew in the unit, Captain Alfred Dreyfus, due to rampant anti-Semitic sentiment in the army and French society. He then begins spreading false rumors about how Dreyfus was extremely interested in the military information listed and would have been privy to the secrets. Fabrice also writes anonymous poisonous letters containing anti-Semitic rhetoric and sends them to newspapers known for printing anti-Jewish propaganda. In Act 2, Scene 2, Colonel Richardon visits the office of Major Fabrice. Richardon boasts that he has identified the traitor as being the Jew, Dreyfus, and repeats the false rumors he has been told about Dreyfus, which he confidently claims are true. Moreover, he claims the exculpatory evidence he has been told supporting Dreyfus's innocence is actually false. Then the two discuss the handwriting on the bordereau. Although the colonel says the handwriting on the bordereau does not exactly match the handwriting of Dreyfus that he has seen, he is sure the bordereau was written by Dreyfus. Fabrice asks him to explain this, and Richardon says it is simple. He states that Dreyfus disguised his handwriting. Further, the colonel assures Fabrice he cannot be bought by Jewish money to say otherwise. Fabrice flatters Richardon by telling him his analysis is exceptional. You will note that Luria uses some French words in the play. Act 2, Scene 2.
Bonjour, Fabrice.
Ah, Richardon, bonjour, comment va?
Muy bien, merci.
¿Y la enqueta? ¿En qué quedó?
Resultado completo. Ya lo pedimos al sucio Judeo. Imagínate, amigo, que este miserable, a ellos que están trayendo a su país, traficando con los secretos de la defensa nacional.
Ah, ¿de dónde vos lo embelliste?
Me aseguré que cuando estaba en la escuela de Bourges, él miraba de estudiar al fondo el mecanismo secreto del tiro número 120. Un amigo me aseguró que justamente en esta época, la Alemania recibió de Francia un estudio sobre este canon. La conclusión es clara. ¿Quién es el autor de este estudio? No puede ser otro que Dreyfus.
Seguro, es claro.
Hay otra cosa. El capitán del regimiento 24 me aseguró que en las maniobras de Chalon, él vio entre las manos de Dreyfus un manual sobre la artillería. En el bordo es justamente hablado de este manual. Me parece que esta prueba es bastante.
Seguro, más que bastante.
Es verdad que 3 coroneles y el general del mismo regimiento aseguran que Dreyfus no estuvo en las maniobras de Chalon, mas puede ser que se olvidaron. Es por eso que no tomé en consideración sus testigos.
Ah, citas bien, palabras que en el aire y no merecen que ser notadas. Veo, coronel, que el ministro no se llegó de cargar vos de esta enqueta. La estás guiando como si eras el más experto de los juzgadores de inspección.
No es la primera vez que me cargan de semejante misión. ¿Cuántos ya envía la forca? Con mí no hay alergia. Uno es culpable, de uno hallado lo indivino, al criminal lo fisco. Si su párpado se manea, si su dedo se levanta, si su color troca, si solamente su pestaña se satanea, es culpable. Licencia no se hiera. Y pueden venir todos los sabios del mundo a decirme, este hombre es inocente. Cierro los ojos y orejas, no quiero ver ni oír. Atrás, falsos testigos. Este hombre es culpable a la forca. El coronel Richardon no se puede hierar.
Bravo, coronel, bravo. Es la primera vez que me veo un instructor como vos. Bravo, oh, testigados falsos no mancarán de venir a hablarvos. La menuda judía es tan poderosa. El una vez de que el capitán Dreyfus no estuvo en las manobras de Chalón. El otro vez día que él estaba del bordo, no nas media de Dreyfus, ma a la otro oficial, por ejemplo, vuestra escrutía a mi escura o de la escura del comandante o de la capitán de esta o este capitán o amada, no los oigas.
La escritura, ya pueden venir todos los sabios, los más alabados del mundo entero, decirme que me hiero. No meto atino de trocar mi convicción. Y mi convicción es que el bodro es escrito de mano de Dreyfus. 70 cartas de ese judío puede acoger y compararlas con el bodro. Y bien, ¿sabes lo que topí?
¿Cuál?
Topí que la escritura del bodro no se asemeja del todo a la escritura de Dreyfus.
Ah.
Es por eso que tengo razón de decir que el bodro es de la mano de Dreyfus.
Mala escrita es diferente.
Justamente por eso, no te hagas criatura, Fabres. Una persona que escriba a un agente de un reinado enemigo, una persona que quiere traer a su país. ¿Te parece que esta persona va a hacer la bobedad de escribir de su escritura ordinaria? No, seguro. Siempre es que va a contrafer su escritura y escribir de una escritura diferente. El bodro es de una escritura diferente. Dunque, él fue escrito de Dreyfus. ¿Es claro?
Claro como sol. Vos felicito de esta topada. Otro que vos no a toparla. Entra.
In Act 2, Scene 3, Creighton-Yan and the Chief of Police join Colonel Richardon and Major Fabres. Creighton-Yan expresses the opposite viewpoint from Richardon. He claims that the handwriting on the bordereau exactly matches that of Dreyfus based on his examination of numerous examples of Dreyfus's handwriting. The men have a heated argument about who is right. In the end, they nevertheless all agree that Dreyfus is the traitor. Act 2, Scene 3.
Ana, ese bravo psicotriñón y el capo de polis. Y buen cuadro de nuevo.
Nuestros sospechos son enteramente confirmados. El traidor es Dreyfus y no otro.
¿Sobre cuál bases vuestra convicción? De nuestra convicción.
Sí, sobre la escritura del bordro. Esta escritura es enteramente la misma que la escritura del capitán judío.
Ah, ¿y lo puedes probar?
¿Seguro? Tengo en mi posesión 69 cartas del culpable.
Yo tengo 70.
Mi ciencia es infalible.
La mía no se hiera nunca.
Yo digo que el bordro es escrito de la mano de Dreyfus.
Y yo también lo sostengo.
¿Vos lo sostenéis? Ma me parece que indagora quisisteis dar a entender que el bordro non es de Dreyfus.
Perdón, siempre pretendí y pretendré que el bordro es de Dreyfus.
Y que la escritura asemeja a la de sus cartas.
No, no asemeja, es diferente.
Diferente, si es diferente, ¿cómo dices que es de Dreyfus?
Esto es lo que vos manca de entender.
Yo sostengo que la escritura asemeja a la de Dreyfus.
Y yo que no la asemeja.
Coronel.
Señor.
Mi ciencia es infalible.
Mi ciencia no se hierro nunca.
Yo tengo 69 cartas del criminal.
Yo tengo 70.
Ay, señores, y es inútil de vos todos estas de acuerdo. Coronel, según vos, Dreyfus es culpable o no?
Sí, es culpable.
Y vos, Secretarión, ¿qué piensas sobre esta culpabilidad?
Que Dreyfus es el culpable.
¿Qué tal? Está completamente de acuerdo de todos los venites a la misma conclusión por caminos diferentes. Esta prueba que la ciencia del uno es tan infalible que la del otro. Ha de ser a vos la mano como dos bravos hombres que sos. Y vos, señor capo de polis, que informaciones los tres nuevos.
Yo malavosamente no traigo buenas informaciones. Según me embezí, Dreyfus es rico, de alta familia, él es casado y ama a su mujer y a sus dos criaturas. Él no es ni jugador ni bebedor y él lleva una vida muy regular. En consecuencia, no puede topar por razón el traería a su país.
Ja, 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 está buena esta. Señor capo de polis, veo que conocéis poco la natura humana. Un hombre puede ser jugador y bebedor sin que ninguno lo sepa. Dices que Dreyfus es rico. Él tiene solamente 20,000 francos de entrada. Y la gente dice que él gasta más de 60,000 al año. ¿De dónde le viene esta toda moneda? Dicen también que él juga en las corridas de caballos y pierde sumas grandes. Dicen también que lo vieron entrar en muchos cerclos y clubes donde se juga godro jugo. Y también no es seguro que este oficial sea tan regular que lo dices en su vida de familia. Me contaron que le vieron muchas veces en paitones con actrices del circo. ¿Qué dices de todo esto?
Digo que todo lo que vos contaron reposa sobre dichos y medichos, mientras que las informaciones de la prefectura de policía son seguras.
Ay, señor capo de polis, cuando se trata de un judío, cabe creer
todos los dichos y me dichos. Si me vienen a contar ahora que un judío se robó la luna y se lo englutió el monte Leván, a vista me creo. Los judíos son capaces de todo.
¿Es consecuencia con lo cual es vuestra opinión sobre Dreyfus?
Culpable.
¿Y vos sí, Cretiñón?
Culpable.
Ah, vos sí, capo de polis?
Siendo todos aquí están seguros de Dreyfus es culpable, cale que sea que es.
Culpable a la unanimidad, ¿o no? ¿Qué contás hacer?
Arrestar a vista al miserable. La hora está 10 manco 10 puntos. Fin 10 puntos, él vendrá aquí. Ayer tarde le escribí que se presente esta mañana a las 10 en este buró por hechos de servicio. En 10 puntos lo veremos entrar. Ma, antes de arrestarlo, quiero someterlo a una última prueba. Quiero que se siente a esta mesa por escribir, soto mi dicto, una carta donde el contenido sea casi el mismo del bordro. Y vas a ver dos cosas. Primo, sí, Cretiñón, que la escritura de Dreyfus es enteramente diferente de la del bordro. Y segundo, sí, capó de polis, que cuando vendrá a escribir los verbos que se topan en el bordro, el miserable se va a meter a temblar, siendo ya de entender entonces que es una comedia. Estamos subiendo la escalera del ministerio, cada uno a su puesto. Tú, Fabres, aquí. Vos, Cretiñón, en este cantón. Vos, capó de polis, tener vos al lado de Cretiñón. Cada uno se haga como si está ocupado, mas no lo pierdas de vista en todo lo que hará y dirá. Examinadlo bien. Cuando empezará a escribir, fixa los ojos sobre él, sobre sus dedos. Y si lo ves temblar, no vos detengas de decirlo, siendo más hay testigos mayores. ¿Estás prontos?
Sí.
Bien, callades. Estoy oyendo patadas. Es él. Atención, nádalo.
Dreyfus is tried and convicted without being given an opportunity to examine the evidence. He is stripped of his rank in a humiliating public ceremony and sent to Devil's Island to be imprisoned for life. There were those who believed in Dreyfus's innocence and argued Dreyfus was wrongly accused, but to no avail. Émile Zola, a French novelist and playwright, claimed in an open letter to the French president printed in the press that the trial had serious judicial errors and a lack of credible evidence. He fled to England after he was tried and convicted on the grounds that his claims against the president and army were found to be libelous. Dreyfus was eventually granted a new trial, but then found guilty again. It was believed the army could not admit its mistake. In 1899, he was pardoned, but it was not until 1906 that he was finally fully exonerated and his rank was restored. Later, he was promoted to major. He left the army only to later volunteer as a lieutenant colonel in World War I. Dreyfus maintained his innocence throughout the entire ordeal. In 2021, French President Emmanuel Macron inaugurated a museum in Paris dedicated to the wrongful and anti-Semitic persecution of Army Captain Alfred Dreyfus. We will now turn to a short story about a popular folklore comical character called Joha in Sephardic traditional culture for your amusement. Joha stories cover a wide range of situations, including marriage, business, friendships, and religious practices. Sometimes teaches life lessons while making us laugh at his unexpected and unconventional thoughts and actions. We often end our sessions by reading a Joha story and leave smiling. Ruby Hanan has chosen one of her favorites to read for us.
This is called Palabricas de Amor. Little Words of Love, as told to Matilda Cohen Serrano by Valentina Tsarev in 1987. Una vez, Joha le dijo a la madre que se quiere desposar, y la madre le topó una novia buena. Cuando Joha se fue ante ella, la novia no está hablando nada, le dijo la madre. Mira tú, cuando vas ante la novia tuya, dízele palabras dulces. Joha se fue ante la novia y le dijo, halva, baklava, tishbishti. Este modo de palabras. La novia no habló nada, ni meneo, afilú una ceja. Se fue Joha ante la madre, le dijo, mamá, ya le dije todo lo que me dijiste, ma nada, ni a, ni bu, ni cucura, cucucu. Hasta que la madre le dijo, mira, Joha, cuando le vas a ir otra vez, dízele palabras fuertes, ansina que le toquen la corazón. Palabras fuertes le vas a decir. Se fue Joha ante la novia, le dije palabras fuertes. La novia tanto se espantó de estas palabras que se tapó la cabeza con la chapa y se fuyó. Le dijo la madre cuando tornó. ¿Qué hizo? ¿Qué fue Joha? ¿Qué te digo, madre? Le dijo Joha. Yo le dije las palabras fuertes, mas ella se fuyó donde mí. ¿Y cuál le dijiste? Le demandó la madre. Le dije, clavos, pirones, cuchillos, dice Joha. Dijo la madre, seguro que se va a fuyir. Así, Joha se quedó sin la novia.
Thank you, Ruby. Finally, we offer you refrains. Refrains are short proverbs, brief epigrams, or maxims in Sephardic culture. They are usually handed down in families from generation to generation. They are used to give advice, teach a lesson, or state a Sephardic philosophy of life. Art, please start us off.
Cada hombre es patrón de su mazal. Each person is responsible for his destiny.
Thank you. Linda, share yours.
Can't hear you.
All right, Eli, why don't you tell us yours, and then we'll come back to Linda.
Ahí dejo mi, which means may we have health.
That's a good one. Ruby?
Paciencia que me mande el yo. May God grant me patience. Our family used to say that all the time.
Rachel?
Boca cerrada no entra mosca. Into a closed mouth, a fly does not enter, which was taught to me by Judith and which was often told to Linda as a child.
Linda?
My parents used to always say to me, al descenado le tal bucado y dice que es lo otro malo. The sloppy one who spills food all over him blames it on the evil eye.
And Judith?
A robar pitas y besa mezuzah. Someone who steals pitas but then goes and kisses the mezuzah. And that was taught me by Buena Sarfati Garfinkel of Salonika and Montreal.
Mine is, que mucho pensar no se va a Jerusalem. He who thinks too much will never make it to Jerusalem. This warns a person not to overthink a chance, or she may miss an opportunity. We invite you to join us for a reading session. You can find information on how to contact us in the chat box. Remember the refrain.
Thank you so much for that wonderful presentation, and so lovely to see the language come alive, and it was lovely and entertaining. So now we will turn to our third panel, which is going to be moderated by Rachel Cofman, and it is titled Gendering Judeo-Spanish.
Thank you. I'll reiterate my thank you to Natalie and Madeline for organizing this wonderful conference. It's really a pleasure each year. And I put in the chat the 2 emails if anyone out there is interested in joining the Ladineros for one of our monthly remote reading sessions. You can join from anywhere. Okay, I'm excited to introduce our third panel of the day, Gendering Judeo-Spanish, Literature, Poetry, and Song. We have 3 speakers today. Naomi Mendez, unfortunately, can't join us. We will have, that means, abundant time for questions. So please feel free to put your questions in the Q&A feature at the bottom of your screen as you're listening. And I'll introduce each speaker one by one. They'll present, and then we'll have our question time at the end. Our first speaker is Fazila Deria Agiz, who has a PhD in Italian language and literature from Ankara University. She has a master's in English linguistics from Hacettepe University and another master's in social anthropology from the Middle East Technical University. She is taught at Hirne American University and the University of the People. She's presented papers and published extensively in environmental humanities. For more details, one can visit her webpage, which I'll put in the chat right now. And she'll be presenting a paper entitled Laura Orvieto Teaches Children About Feminism and Ecology as an Italian Jewish Woman, alongside Judeo-Spanish idioms and proverbs on women. Welcome, Deria.
Okay, thank you so much. Now I'm sharing my screen. Okay. Oops, I have to present this. Now I'm starting my presentation. Laura Orvieto teaches children about feminism and ecology as an Italian Jewish woman alongside Judeo-Spanish idioms and proverbs on women. I will compare her writings with Judeo-Spanish idioms and proverbs accordingly. Where's the presentation? Okay. Laura Orvieto, Laura Cantoni, first of all, was born on March the 7th in 1876, and she died on the 9th of May in 1953. Laura Cantoni was born in a Jewish family in Milan. Her father, called Achille Cantoni, used to be a banker, antique collector, as well as an expert in Islamic art and history. Cantoni attended a girls' school, but her intellectual horizons expanded when her Scottish tutor, Lily Marshall, introduced her to English literature. She married Angelo Orvieto, a poet, and moved to Florence in 1899. Laura Orvieto befriended Italian writer Amelia Pincherle Roselli and actress Eleonora Duse. She was active in the Florentine branch of the Consiglio Nazionale delle Donne Italiane, National Council of Italian Women, as mentioned by Copilot, artificial intelligence tool. These are the Copilot's references, Wikipedia Case Edect Journal, and Laura Orvieto's page. Regarding her works, Leo and Leah, Leo and Leah. It was a children's book. First of all, it was published in 1909. It is about 2 Italian children, one girl and a boy, and their English governess. She is so influenced by English literature and governesses. And another book, Stories of World History, Storia della Storia del Mondo. It appeared in 1911. Laura Orvieto published in Il Marzocco about gender relationships and women's rights under the pseudonym Mrs. L as well. To record. Regarding Laura Orvieto's books, I will refer. I selected these ones: Leo Elia, Storia di due bimbi italiani con una governante inglese, and Storia della storia del mondo. Regarding past studies about the author, they're all about her life and works in general, such as that by Caterina Del Vivo and another researcher, Elena Parolo. Besides, she is believed to get influence from women's British suffragette movements that appeared in 1903 as Emmeline Pankhurst, her daughters Christabel Sylvia and Adela Pankhurst, and several women in Manchester established the Women's Social and Political Union in England, first of all. Later. In this study, I will discuss the impact of Jewish feminisms that were influenced mainly by the British suffragette movement, for instance, as well as Italian feminist movements before the British movement appeared. The Italian feminist movements started in 1970. Therefore, Laura Orvieto was a pioneer regarding these movements. And I will examine the influence of Italian feminist movements on Laura Orvieto before that time as an Italian Jewish author who wrote children's books to raise her voice for gender equality. In this study of mine, I will deal with Judeo-Spanish proverbs and idioms related to women that are related to the feminist descriptions, environmental issues, and gender equality teachings in her works, although they are in Italian. Therefore, I will analyze the similarities and differences between feminist teachings in two different languages from ecofeminist perspectives. I will refer to Doborn's ecofeminism theory in my literary analysis. Regarding the theory, several women would defend the environment between the 1960s and 1970s. Women became against childbearing and the destruction of natural resources via and during wars, as referenced by the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy. Besides, Mershon suggests that nature is a mother and a living organism, feeding all the human beings via its products, and mothers remain as sources for love and peace. As we can see, the founder of ecofeminism is Françoise Doborn, as mentioned in her book, Le Féminisme ou la Mort, Feminism or the Deaths. Regarding works by Laura Orvieto and ecofeminism and the Sephardic cultural elements. We start with Leo and Leah. Leah could clean the house with a mop as a girl, as long as she could clean her own shoes. She was about 3 years old. Leo was about 4 years old. He could brush his teeth and clean himself. Miss Peer, the governess, the British woman, taught them so. They were in Florence, they were living there, they had sheep, they were feeding animals. Therefore, Leah imitated Leo's door exercises one day. He punched her. This can be a metaphor against women's violence against women. And but the solution was exact. Leo kissed Leah for making peace after the story narrated by Miss Peer. We can see solutions in the stories narrated in the book. Besides, regarding Sephardic idioms, Bavajadas de Benedam, human stupidities such as fights and war. Gente de Piron, people of the fork. These are high-class people. High-class folks can afford governesses, of course. This is from a website. by Devinar and Al-Hadeb. Regarding other proverbs and idioms, I refer to this book. I always refer to this book in the rest of the study. It was by Becky Bardevit and Fanny Ender, Folklore de la Familia Judia. It is full of Sephardic Judeo-Spanish proverbs and idioms with family members. An example, ¿Quién te quitó el hoyo? Mi hermano, who hurt your eye? My brother. This is an example. Other proverbs and idioms. Roses y hijas ande el vecino. Roses and girls are better at the neighbors. Por el hijo señora, por la hija escoba. A lady for the son, a broom for the daughter. Very bad. Hija de Camondo, daughter or son of Camondo, offspring spending too much. La mujer buena, la casa la llena. A good wife refills her house. Therefore, women could make everything. La mujer sabia fregua su casa, la loca con sus manos la derroca. The wise woman builds her house, the mad woman pulls it down with her own hands. Ni casa, ni morada, ni astra encallada, neither a house nor a household, not even a sloppy wife, a poor person. Therefore, he doesn't own a house, a household, even a wife. No tomes casa, toma vecina, existent also in Turkish. Do not get a house, get a neighbor. Stories regarding the other books, stories of world history. What can we say? I translated these sentences. Once upon a time, there was a king named Priam, and he was king of Troy. When King Priam was still a child, Heracles had besieged Troy, taking the little prince prisoner. But then, begged by the princess Hesione, Priam's sister had freed him. And in time, Priam was able to become king and married a princess named Hecuba and had many children. So many that I can't say the names of them all. There were 50 of them. Therefore, women are women could be mothers, as we see in the story, and it is horrible for women. Then, Aries, we can define a bad character in the ancient history, such as Aries, as we can see here. Aries groaned away, she said. What do I care about those two guys playing around? I want to take revenge on the gods that I don't want to do. They invited and Eros who chased me away. They chased her away from a party, from a marriage event, because she was creating lots of hatred among others. I will take revenge. Yes, I will avenge it. I will find a way. I found it. Leaves due to me, Eros. The goddess Eris flew into the garden of the Hesperides, a wonderful garden where there was a tree that made golden apples. Plucked one of those apples, she wrote something over it and returned to Olympus. There swiftly before Eros, when he saw her, he threw the apple on the table and ran away. Therefore, she isn't the only accusable woman. Man had to be men mustn't be avid. They must be satisfied with what they have. It isn't a woman's fault, in fact. Related proverbs: Con la mujer vive como el gato con el perro. Live with a wife like a cat that lives with a dog. Women cannot be fighters. That is wrong. La casa es de la mujer. The house belongs to the woman. La mala mujer, la puta cava, la capricciosa, no. The bad woman, the prostitute is bearable, but the obstinate is not. And about Achilles, we see many figures in her book. The gods didn't want to have sons stronger than themselves, but men did. So Thetis married a man whose name was Peleus, and he was king of ḥaketía. She had a son who was mightier than Peleus and all men. Therefore, there is jealousy among men, also among gods. This is a metaphor. Besides, Ulysses hated wars, and for this reason, He was regarded as a madman in history. Another idea on strength, men were a little savage and they thought they had the right to treat slaves as we wouldn't treat beasts now. These are explained in the book. Related proverbs. La mujer en casa, el hombre al çarşı. The woman at home, the man at the market. Therefore, women should be housewives strongly, but men had to work. Los enemigos del hombre son los de sus casas. The enemies of the man are the ones at home. They are not far away because one's relatives can be jealous about his successes or her successes and can be enemies. Regarding Roman history, Poseidon, Achilles are figures in the book. Menelaus hardly ever spoke to Princess Helen and didn't tell her that he loved her. He tried to convince her with his work in the book. We can see that this was another translation by someone else, as you can see. Related to proverbs.
Sorry to interrupt, about 1 minute left.
Okay. La madre al hogar, la hija al muladar, the mother to the oven, the daughter to the mill. The woman who knows Latin has neither a husband nor a good aunt. A sensible, conscientious woman is a gift of God. A good mother is the one who gives birth. Most important, the lioness gives birth to only one, but she gives birth to a lion. Therefore, the importance of the name Leo comes from this proverb, maybe because lions are associated with courage, metaphorically, as an environmental element. We can see, to conclude, women aren't lands or fields to conquest, but they need equal rights, in fact, as ecofeminists explain. And these proverbs and idioms should be underlined for avoiding discrimination against women nowadays, and I thank you.
Thank you so much, Deria. What an interesting way to think about the intersection of global feminisms in these different genres and forms, the idioms, the proverbs, the children's book. Really interesting. Thank you. Our next paper is from Sofia Fernandez Gonzalez, and her paper is entitled Resilience and Artistry, Unveiling the Linguistic Tapestry of Judeo-Spanish in the 20th Century. And I'll read Sofia's bio. Sofia Fernandez Gonzalez is a doctoral student in the Department of Spanish and Portuguese at Yale University, where she researches the relationship between literature and dance, liminal spaces in literature, and Galician diaspora, focusing on the exile to Latin America in the 20th century. She is also interested in critical theory, aesthetics, translation studies, and eco-criticism. She studied psychology and philosophy in Spain and Mexico, and received a Fulbright scholarship to further her dance studies at the José Limón Dance Institute in New York. She is partnering with the Siegel Theater in the curation and translation of 4 Galician plays. Welcome, Sofia.
Thank you so much, everybody. Can you hear me well? Okay. Yeah. Thank you, everybody, for being here. I'm gonna be giving an overview of some of key aspects of Ladino literature regarding history, figures, and the current and the future. So the present conference will dive into the expressions, both cultural and literary, of the Sephardic language, with a particular focus on the biographies on works of 3 influential poets, Laura Papo Boreta, Matilda Cohen Sarano, and Margarit Matitiahu. Despite the trials and tribulations endured by the Sephardic people throughout history, the enduring legacy of Ladino literature serves as a testament to resilience and cultural richness. Originating in the medieval period in the Iberian Peninsula, Ladino has perennially faced the specter of extinction. From its roots in Iberia, Ladino accompanied Sephardic Jews through migrations to diverse regions such as Thessaloniki, Turkey, Eastern Europe, Latin America, and the United States, continually adapting while returning its essence as a vital component of the Sephardic identity and cultural heritage. Although historical distinctions between Sephardic and Ashkenazi Jews date back to antiquity, it is important to recognize that these labels merely reflect differing cultural traditions rather than fundamental difference in the essence of the people. Sephardic Jews fostered Judeo-Spanish, while Ashkenazi cultivated Yiddish. The literary vitality of Sephardic Jews in eastern cities is exemplified by a plethora of works from bygone eras, serving as a testament to Ladino's enduring legacy. While Ladino literature bears the imprint of Hebrew influences, a decline in new creative endeavors ensued due to diminished communications with Western countries following the Jewish diaspora and the marginalization of the Jewish communities. In the recent decades, concerted efforts have emerged to preserve and promote Ladino. Notable initiatives include the establishment of the, quote, National Authority for Judeo-Spanish Culture, unquote, by former Israeli President Yitzhak Nabon, alongside the publication endeavors of Gas Nadi, exemplified by words such as, quote, En tierras ajenas moriré, unquote, a compilation of stories of testimonies in Ladino. Historical milestones such as the 1936 Ladino translation and performance of Racine's quote-unquote Athalie at Columbia University, as well as Professor Ramos Gil revelations of 5,000 Ladino works in 1959, underscore the richness and diversity of Ladino literature. Despite being predominantly expressed through Hebrew, Ladino found a niche in publications such as the Romanian Judeo-Spanish newspaper Eski Zafagara, and later in the weekly circulation of the quote-unquote LM in 1948. Presently, is an estimated 150,000 speakers of Ladino reside primarily in Israel, Turkey, and various regions of Latin American nations. Institutes both within in and outside of Israel are dedicated to advocating for Ladino's preservation and dissemination, although the absence of a rigid canon possesses challenges in establishing grammatical norms and standardization. And that's why we don't have a standardized grammar and vocabulary of Ladino, but rather a broader sense of what Ladino or Judeo-Español is. The present work will focus on analyzing the expressions, both cultural and literary, of the Sephardic language, mainly under the biographies of three poets: Matilda Cohen-Saranu, Margalit Matitiajo, and Laura Papo Boreta. Despite the different exodus that the Sephardic people suffered, the Judeo-Spanish still has literary manifestation of contemporary works, in addition to different unpublished works, some books and poetry collections that were produced both in medieval Spain and during the 19th-20th centuries, mainly. In his seminal work, quote, Death of a Language, The History of Judeo-Spanish, unquote, the researcher Taki Harris unveils the notion that Ladino is teetering on the brink of loss and extinction. Despite ongoing efforts to promote and preserve it, as noted by Burki, the language grapples with the absence of a distinct and unified domain, which I previously said, hindering in its intergenerational transmission. Harris delves into the demographic profile of Ladino speakers, revealing a predominance of elderly individuals who are bilingual, with Ladino serving as a secondary or auxiliary language. However, bowed by visibility initiatives, Ladino has managed to stave off complete extinction. One such initiative is the Sephardic channel Ladino 21, with advocates for the establishment of an association dedicated to documenting, preserving, disseminating, and celebrating Ladino in the 21st century. Additionally, contemporary efforts by a Spanish publishing house, Tirocinio, to publish and curate diverse literary works in Ladino underscore a concerted endeavor to keep the language alive. As a scholar has contended, the preservation and propagation of Ladino literature represent a complex and enduring endeavor. Throughout history, Ladino has remained a language fraught with a perpetual threat of erasure and neglect, ongoing to the systemic efforts aimed at the annihilation and expulsion of Jewish community from their regions. Despite these challenges, Ladino persists as a testament of resilience, with significant literary, musical, and cultural artifacts serving as enduring markers of its rich legacy, as noted by Besso. In this imperative, therefore, to not only acknowledge works originally composed in Ladino, but also those that have been recovered and translated into the language is important. Among the notable contributions to this tradition is the Ladino translation of Cantar de los Cantares, also known as Song of Solomon of the story of Esther. Cantigas y Oraciones by Alberto Hemsi collected hymns and prayers in the Ladino language, in addition to Samuel Romanelli, Moshe Cabilio, and Gloria Asger, among others. In music, it can be said that Sephardic culture has evolved through different songs that have varied from popular folklore to religious music used in different rites and ceremonies that make up Jewish traditions. This music includes the Jewish Ladino song, published in 1993 and created by Sephardic writer Matilda Cohen-Sarano and the musician Ajim Tasur. Ladino endures an entire system of cultural representations composed of its own language, traditional music, and particular art, which has managed to survive through innumerable aberrations to the people of that belonging. Researcher Elisa Martin Ortega illuminates the varied generational landscape of women who have significantly contributed to contemporary Sephardic tradition in recent times. The delineation of distinct cohorts allows us for a nuanced understanding of the Sephardic literature of the past century, beginning with a cohort born between 1880 and 1930, which spans over 50 years. Luminaries such as Laura Papo Boreta, Lina Cohen Albuquerque, and Buena Safati Garbinque, and excuse me my pronunciation of these authors, emerged as pivotal figures, as posed in Martin Ortega. The subsequent generation, spanning the years between 1930 and 1960, features prominent writers including Margarit Matitiajo, Rita Gavay Simantov, and Sarah Yochai. Lastly, poets born primarily in the 1960s and 1970s, such as Nitza Dori and Denise Leon, exhibit a confessional aspect in their literary endeavors, alongside a notable linguistic innovation characterized by a distinct evolution of Judeo-Spanish language, deviating from its traditional form or from what was considered traditional. Following, I will give a succinct analysis of how the life of these poets was marked by the constant need of preserving one's culture, even though made in the exile. Laura Papo Boreta, originally Luna Levi of Sarajevo, emerged as a prominent Bosnian poet renowned for her extensive literary repertoire spanning stories, poems, novels, theatrical works, and essays in Ladino. Her work, predominantly disseminated through the Bosnian Jewish press, epitomizes her diverse talents and dedications to cultural expression. Key works include Esterca y Había de Ser in 1930, Ojos Míos, 1931, and Renado Mi Gran Yegua, 1932. Notably, Boreta penned the feminist treatise in the Sephardic Mujer of Bosnia, 1932, addressing the challenges confronting women in their societal adaptation, as posed in Sepharad. Author Jagoda Becerrina delves into Boreta's pivotal role in preserving Judeo-Spanish. Boreta herself explained that her play, written in 1937, never made it to the stage due to her opposition to the Jewish exodus to Israel at the time. Her message to them was, "Stay here, quedad vos aquí." And I'm gonna read, quote, "Quedad vos aquí, el sol de tierra ajena no calienta como nuestro, la comida es amarga y de lágrimas es llena, grande y quieren y conocen, donde tú no hay gente, ni hermana que con ti reste." The later days, she was opposed to this exodus. Becerrina suggests that Boreta intentionally chose this particular drama for translation to ensure its traditional happy ending that was preserved at the end of the play. Similarly, in her posthumously discovered, Similarly, in her posthumously discovered play, Linda Nammer penned in 1990, prior to her widowhood and the responsibility of caring for her two young children, Booreta shed light on injustices hindering the progress of impoverished girls. Booreta was devoted in her mission to reshape the societal status of young women, using her plays to inspire them to pursue education, eschew menial and underpaid occupations, and avoid dependence on husbands, fathers, or elder brothers. Her brand of feminism stemmed from a positive outlook, prioritizing the education and societal roles of younger women at the time. Matilda Cohen-Sarano, born in Milan, Italy in 1939, emerges as another influential figure hailing from a Sephardic Jewish family. Despite the endurance horrors of the Auschwitz concentration camp during World War II that she lived, Cohen-Sarano's resilience shines through in her literary works, notably, quote, Cuentos del Folclore de la Familia Judeo-Española, unquote, published in 1986, and Time and Memory, an autobiographical account of her wartime experiences. Beyond her literary contributions, Cohen-Sarano is actively engaged in preserving Sephardic literary, folklore, and cultural traditions, serving nowadays as the editor of Noticiero Ladino for Kol Israel Radio and contributing to Aquí Jerusalem, a Ladino publication. Lastly, Margalit Matitiahu, born already in Tel Aviv. This Matilda Cohen-Sarano and Margalit Matitiahu are still alive, while Papo Booreta passed away in 1942. And as I was saying, Margalit Matitiahu rounds out of the cohort as an Israeli poet, with roots tracing back to Sephardic Jewish immigrants from Thessaloniki and Leon in Spain, Thessaloniki in Greece. Matitiahu's unique trajectory sees her transition from writing in Hebrew to becoming one of the most prominent Judeo-Spanish poets. Inspired by her exploration of Judeo-Spanish heritage in Thessaloniki, Matitiahu's works explores themes of love, death, and absence, echoing the broader landscape of contemporary European poetry. Notably, Matitiahu's bilingualism enriches her work with his translations of contemporary Spanish poets, such as Antonio Camoneda and Antonio Colinas, further contributing to the cross-cultural exchange within the literary sphere. The contemporary presence of Ladino within Spain is challenging to delineate with its restricted usage. However, historical context suggests certain locales associated with Sephardic Jewish settlements. Toledo, for example, Valencia, Córdoba in Andalusia, Seville, supported Sephardic Jewish populations before their forced exodus in 1492. It is pertinent to acknowledge that the expulsion of the Jews from Spain in 1492 precipitated the dispersion of Sephardic communities worldwide, particularly towards the Ottoman Empire. This speaks about how the expulsion of the Jews marked a before and after in the preservation of a language, which only remains alive in the diaspora. Ladino speakers in Israel speak a language which is new to the place, and rather there are no Ladino speakers in Spain anymore. In reflecting about Booreta, Cohen-Sarano, and Matitiahu, it becomes evident that their contributions have been instrumental in the dissemination, preservation, and evolution of Ladino literature. Their enduring legacy serves as a life testament to the resilience and cultural richness of the Sephardic literary tradition. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Sophia. I love the corpus you're creating by putting these three poets together. And I loved hearing some of the poetry. I have a question for you, but if we have time at the end, I'll ask it. Thank you.
Thank you.
And our last panelist today is Rachel Khan. Rachel Khan is a Sephardic Ashkenazi poet, currently researching the Moroccan Sephardic Romancero in Tangier as a Fulbright scholar. And Rachel's presentation is called Y Hebrea Tengo que Morir, the Veneration of la Heroína Sol. Rachel, take it away.
Thank you, Rachel. And thank you, Madeline and Natalie. I'm very happy to have this opportunity to share. Just getting my desktop organized. Okay. So, Sol HaShuel. I want to start by mentioning that our keynote speaker, Yaëlle Azagury, opens her potent and elucidating essay published in Jewish Culture and Society in North Africa thusly. In the collective imagination of Moroccan Jews, the heroic fate of Solika Hachuel fascinates, like no historical figure from this community. Solika Hachuel, a Sephardic girl born in 1817 Tangier, was executed in a public beheading with hundreds of witnesses, including painter Alfred Deodenk, whose work we're seeing here. And he was far from the only person to be captivated by Sol, also known as Lala Solika, also known as Sol Hatzadika, most often called Sol Hatzika, most often called Sol Hatzadika by the local women of Tangier, in my experience. And he was far from the only person to create in response to being moved by her tragic end. She has inspired many poems, songs, books, plays, and essays, and more, in addition to visual art. And here's what's interesting, the details vary wildly in these accounts. It's almost as if it's a legend, but it's a true story not so long ago. I mean, 1834 is when she was murdered, and somehow the details shift quite a bit, depending sometimes on potentially the imperialist agendas of who might be telling her story and why they might be telling her story. One of the earliest published accounts comes from Eugenio Maria Romero, who met Sol's brother Issachar in Gibraltar shortly after her execution, and later her parents in Tangier. In The Martyrdom of a Moroccan Jewish Saint, Sharon Vance names Romero's work as a primary source. But with that said, Romero also very clearly takes creative license in his telling. For example, there's invented dialogue that there's no way for him to have any knowledge of. So you have to wonder about some of the other details as well. And then there's also the Hachuels, direct descendants of Sol's bloodline, who keep her story alive today, as do the Sephardim of Tangier. And one of the many versions, the different ways that this story is told, is through the Moroccan Sephardic Romance de Sol, sung by Rivka Ben Shimon, we're going to listen to today. There's many, many versions of this romance, and the lyrics, there's different versions with different types of lyrics, but we're gonna let her carry us through this telling today. I can think of no one better to be like sharing this story than a woman of Tangier. So this version was recorded in 1980 in Bat Yam. She's from the Tangier tradition, and I offer my gratitude to the women who come before me who've made sure to record these beautiful renditions of these songs. People like Shoshana Vaik Shahak and Gladys Pimienta and many more.
Cuando Tara levantó el enredo, sentenciaron a la hermosa Sol, la hicieron juramento falso en presencia del gobernador. El gobernador la dice, esta mora que dice de ti, yo señor he nacido hebrea, y hebrea tengo que morir.
So basically what we're hearing is when Tara created this whole fiasco, the beautiful soul was sentenced, and it was not unheard of in Morocco for particularly beautiful Jewish girls, sometimes 12 or younger, to be kidnapped and subjected to forced conversion and marriage. So continuing in the song, we hear that Tara gave this false oath before the governor, and the governor says to Sol, this is what the Muslim girl says about you, that you converted to Islam. And Sol replies with her famous line that we have in pretty much all the versions, no, sir, I was born a Hebrew, and Hebrew I must die. So after a particularly bad fight with her mother, Sol had thrown herself into the arms of her neighbor Tara, with whom she had a very close relationship. Sol's mother is described as having been overbearing, keeping Sol in the house a lot, cleaning nearly constantly, that Sol wasn't able to get out much. But I kind of have to wonder if maybe some of Sol's mother's intention in keeping her sheltered to this extreme level was maybe an attempt to keep her safe. We can't know for sure. But Tara encourages Sol to convert to Islam and to move in with her, which Sol immediately declines. But Tara goes straight to the governor and reports that this beautiful Jewish girl has sought refuge in her home and that she has induced her to become Muslim. And so some versions of the story have Sol agreeing to convert and doing so by saying the Shahada, and others give Tara a brother who fell in love with Sol. That leads it to the false testimony. The general colloquial Muslim retelling has her falling in love with a Muslim man and converting only to change her mind when the relationship sours. The Sephardim of Tangier will tell you, however, that without a doubt, this was a setup and Sol never converted to Islam. Jews had dhimmi status in Morocco in 1834, which impacted their lives in a variety of ways, including but not limited to not being allowed to bear arms or ride horses or camels, which created huge limitations in terms of safety, mobility at that time. They were forced to go barefoot at certain points, forced to wear specific clothing, dress in black at some points, yellow cloth on the head at certain points, which all increased their visibility as Jews. And for all this and more, Jews and all non-Muslims had to pay ḥaketía tax. It's a special tax to be a protected citizen. These are just a few examples, but there are more, including the fact that Jews were not permitted to dispute the testimony of a Muslim in court. But Sol was very brave and stated that she was born a Jew and she would have to die a Jew.
El gobernador manda a una cárcel para seducirla y ahí mismo la declara que si no es mora le quitan la vida.
So the governor sends her to a prison to seduce her, and on the spot, he declares that if she is not Muslim, they're going to take her life. So Sol endured terrible torture. She was isolated in a dark dungeon. She was in an iron collar. She was chained up. She was tortured psychologically, threatened with dismemberment, and beyond this as well.
Dios Padre, Madre y hermanos, me voy presa en presencia del rey, y aunque jure y ofrezca otras leyes, yo hebrea tengo que morir.
So she's saying goodbye to my father, mother, and brother. I'm going to be imprisoned in the presence of the king. And although he swears and offers other laws, I have to die a Hebrew. And Sol is dragged. In some versions, she's strapped to a mule. Other versions, she's forced to walk barefoot all the way to Fez. And she's brought to the palace.
Profesar la ley maometana, la decía la hija del rey. Profesad la ley maometana, que de mi padre seréis su mujer. Yo aborrezco la ley maometana y adoro la ley de Moisés, que en el monte Sinaí nos dieron en presencia de todo Israel.
So the king's daughter tells Sol to profess the Mohammedan law, and then she would be her father's wife. But Sol replies that she's not so much a fan of that law and that she is in love with the law of Moses that was given on Har Sinai, and it was given in the presence of all of Israel. She's bribed with jewels, offers for marriage, a place in the Sultan's harem. She declines it all, remaining steadfast in her commitment to her Jewishness.
El verdugo levanta su espada sobre
cuello de sol sin piedad y la dice si quieres ser mora, piénsalo bien que aún tienes lugar. Y ella dice no quiero ser mora. Sigue tu oficio, infame traidor, que aunque jure y ofrezca otra ley, yo hebrea tengo que morir.
So the executioner, he mercilessly raises his sword to Sol's neck, and he tells her, think hard. If you still want to be Muslim, there's a place for you here. She tells him she doesn't want to be Muslim. And just to get his infamous traitorous task over with, and that even though they swear and offer other laws, she must die in Hebrew. And the execution was ordered to first cut her neck without killing her as one last attempt to use pain to convince her to convert, but she does not. She offers the Shema and is beheaded. And her head was placed on a high wall to appease the rabid crowds. And later that evening, not much later, the Jewish community had to gather all the disparate parts of her under the cover of night to give her a proper burial. And since that moment, she has drawn pilgrimage. Her venerators, Jewish and Muslim alike, pray to her for mercy and healing, believing that her virgin status grants her special protection over women facing challenges with conception or childbirth. And in recent decades, interestingly enough, she has become a symbol of the conflict between Palestinians and Israelis for those who worship her. They see Morocco as an example of the potential for peaceful coexistence between Jews and Muslims. And you can see her resting places, that higher mausoleum in the back. That's where her venerators go to visit her. So offer this all in hopes for peace in our world. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. That was a beautiful presentation. I just loved hearing the songs. That was really a special thing. And I loved your narration threaded throughout. Thank you. We have time for questions, which is wonderful. So if you have questions, anyone in the audience, please put them in the chat. We have one from Anne Hutchinson. This is for you, Rachel. I'm wondering if there are Ladino versions of the song about soul.
Like, I'm not sure specifically if you're talking about, I mean, as ḥaketía is Western Ladino, these are considered there's many versions, and it sort of depends on who's singing it in terms of like consonant sonic exchanges, what letters might be pronounced, and you might go, yes, that is more so a ḥaketía version because of like a consonant exchange of like a sound on a J, jota, you know. Hope that answers the question.
Yeah, great, thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I have a question. Oh, sorry. I have a question for all three of you. It's a similar question for all of you. I'll ask it and then there are variations, but I'd love to hear each of you perhaps say something brief. And the question is about form, because I'm interested in the different genres that you all are writing and thinking about. So for Deria, I was wondering how the form of the children's book specifically impacted, or how you think it impacted Orvieto's approach to feminism, to language, and maybe how you're thinking about the form of the children's book differently than the form of the idioms, the form of the proverbs. Sophia, you talked a lot about loss and absence, sort of being these different historical moments of Ladino at the brink of extinction, and this sort of the weight carried in the language of that sense of loss. So I'm wondering, in these poets' work, how you see loss in the poetry, or some sort of nearness to absence or nearness to loss. And then Rachel, I'm so interested in the romance, romanceros form. I'd love to hear you talk a little bit more about the form and how you feel that the form specifically influences the language, the the message, the story. So whoever wants to jump in, we have, 8 minutes, so everyone could talk for a minute or two if you'd like.
I am jumping in, I think, as I am the first.
Sure.
So regarding children's books, it's an interaction between the male and female characters that teach children and adults, of course, how to interact with other genders, of course. So as the boy tries to hit his sister, he teaches that a girl shouldn't be beaten. So their interactions, also the historical figures' interaction with women, teach people and children how to realize, how to achieve gender equality in the whole world, as the author talks about world history through Roman and Greek history. So it influences the whole generations and the whole nations, of course. She's a good author in showing the interaction between characters, their litigations, how they are equal in some terms, etc. And she criticized the society's beliefs about women, of course. She thinks that women shouldn't be kept at home as housewives, and she believes that girls must have power in education and also in their jobs by showing different characters in the ancient Greek and ancient Roman history, first of all. And she emphasizes that women do not create litigations as in the mythological character descriptions. So it is man's fault if they believe that something is precious and they fight for it. She teaches all of these.
Beautiful, thank you. Yeah, I love the idea that you're looking at this, how these histories are coalescing in some, children's literature is actually extremely complex, but in this sort of educational, in a pedagogical tool of empowerment. Yes. I think it's really beautiful. Thank you.
You're welcome.
As I'm going to respond to this. So it's a very big question, I feel like, because with the case of Ladino, we don't really know, as I stated before, what is Ladino and what is the remains or the ruins of a language that was spoken in medieval Spain, because it was ghettoed by, like, it was a ghetto language, and it like detached from Spanish has these two branches, to the point that sometimes I read text and I cannot see whether it's like all Spanish or Ladino. And there's this problem when you have a nation without a state and you have something to preserve it, that it comes up in the way that the new production sometimes, like new literary production, becomes more like a Jewish Ladino poet than rather a poet that happens to be Jewish and writes in Ladino. And that to me is important to encounter, because these works that I quoted, that I cited, talked about loss and absence of a language. But maybe I think that what is going to be the future of Ladino, because Ladino is, as I said before, is a language that has it was displaced, and it is spoken in the diaspora, because it was spoken in Spain, and now it's spoken a little bit here, a little bit there, in Israel, in Thessalonica, and Turkey. But the way to push it forward and to moving forward toward contemporaneity, we must think about ways of creating new things that maybe are not carrying. Of course, it is very important to care that injury, that wound, and that loss of something that a territory, something that people that were living there, and now there's this constant litigation, but also to claiming it something that can flourish and can come up with new ideas, with new things. And I think that Cohen Sarano and Matitiajo are doing that in a way, but it's difficult sometimes. Thank you.
Thank you, Sophia. Transmitting loss and creating something new. I really appreciate that all three of you have calls to action that are coming out of your literary studies. Thank you.
Yeah, so I'll answer your question about the structure. I'm actually glad you asked this question about the romance because there is some confusion around this topic. And so the romancero is like the corpus of the romance. So it's like, that's like the collection of the songs you have. The romance in the Sephardic tradition, in the Moroccan Sephardic tradition, and other traditions as well, because it's really honoring the Spanish romancero it comes from, and it really, the romances have a very specific structure. So it can have in any number of lines. They can go on for quite a long time, and there are six, generally speaking, there are a few rare ones that do a little slightly different syllabic thing, but generally speaking, almost always it's a 16-syllable line it's divided by a seizure into 2 sections of 8 syllables, and it has this melody, 2 lines of a melody, and that melody keeps repeating with little tweaks or flourishes in the line, but pretty much that melody keeps repeating, and they really are, they're narrative poems. They're telling a story. So yeah, I mean, it lends itself perfectly to the story of Soul because it's carrying her story through. And like I said, like there's so many different retellings of her story, and like I'm here studying the romancero, so it's like, should I just go there? But really, I can't think of a better way to tell the story. It's just that those are the facts of the story as far as what we know and what we have, and it's a beautiful way to transmit narratives.
Thank you, Rachel.
Thank you so much.
Well, we timed that just perfectly. Thank you so much, Deria and Sophia and Rachel. I think this was a really beautiful panel, and I love that you're all engaging with these questions of transmission and loss and how to preserve what is absent and what is present and create something new. So thank you very much, and I'll turn it over to the next panel.
Thank you, everyone, for such a generative panel. We've all learned so much today and are excited to transition to our final panel about language politics. Before I turn it over to Jacob, who will be moderating this panel, I just want to remind everyone that after this panel, we will have one final presentation from Carlos Yebra Lopez, who will be giving his closing remarks titled Judaismo and ḥaketía as Bridges in the MENA and Beyond. I'll turn it over to you, Jake. Thank you.
Are we ready to begin? We're not going to wait till 2:05. Should we go right into it?
Yeah, I think everyone is here, so if we can get started.
Okay, great. I'm very excited to be here. I'm a lecturer at Stanford University. Today's final panel is called Judeo-Spanish and the Politics of Language. We have 4 presenters. I have a sort of, I don't know if we agreed on a set order. I have an arbitrary order on my bios list. I'll read it in that order, but panelists, you don't have to hold to this order. So, Natalie, do you want me to give all 4 bios at once?
We could do one at a time, just in order of
Okay.
who's speaking.
Is there someone in particular who wants to go first? All right, so it'll be roulette. So, okay, Kyle Rosen. Kyle Rosen holds a PhD in German philosophy and poetry from UCLA. He lives in Barcelona, Spain, where he works as an editor and translator. Kyle, I'll turn over to you.
Hi, I think that the bio is for some of the other moderators, but I think we can start with maybe Nessie.
Okay, all right. Nessie Alparos is a PhD student in Jewish history at Stanford, focused on the Ottoman Empire. He holds an MA in political science from McGill University, originally from Istanbul. His work as a journalist and translator has been published in English, Turkish, and Ladino. He's been an editor of Hablaremos, a news and opinion website focused on Jewish affairs and anti-Semitism in Turkey. His presentation is called Debating Names, the Implications of Sephardic Language and Nomenclature. Nessie.
Okay, thank you. So today I'm gonna try to broach a topic that probably many of the people who are interested in this conversation in this conference have come up with before. Many works regarding the language of Sephardic Jews begin with a similar statement that Marie-Christine Varol has made in one of her articles on the topic. Le nom de la langue pose un problème. Even just the name is a problem. What is now commonly known as Ladino in the Anglosphere is consequently in the name of this long-running conference, is a language that has had many names in itself and in other languages, and it has been in contact with many of those other languages. A scholar's preference for one name over another will relate organically to the population that they wish to center, who to include, who to exclude. And of the many names, some flow from Orientalist assumptions, others are responses to Orientalization, some highlight its and its speakers' Jewishness, others Europeanness, and yet others its supposed uniqueness. While there's been some contention between the terms Judeo-German and Yiddish, and many remain unsatisfied with the name Judeo-Arabic as a moniker, the sheer slipperiness of Sephardic linguistic nomenclature, I think, stands apart. Already in introducing the topic, I've taken a position on where this language was created and spoken. The language I'm focused on belongs to the Eastern Mediterranean, was generally printed in a Hebrew font called Rashi and written in a cursive now referred to as Solitreo, though by the mid-20th century it was thoroughly and universally Latinized. And it was created by Jews in the Ottoman Empire, by the Iberian exiles, as well as the Romaniot, Ashkenazi, and Arab Jews who acculturated into the Ottoman Sephardic milieu between the 16th and 20th centuries. It is an Ottoman language, bringing together a mostly Hispanic grammar and Hebrew and Aramaic elements, along with Turkish, Greek, Serbo-Croatian, Italian, and most recently French influences. These influences are vocabulary as well as grammar. The influence of Arabic is minimally from pre-expulsion Iberia and more indirectly from Turkish. From Belgrade to Bucharest to Ankara and Jerusalem, the language was suffused with Ottoman Turkish. It crucially developed in isolation of Peninsular Spanish, which has led Sefia, Haim Vidal Sefia, to compare it to Canadian French throughout his many works on the language. In all the aspects I just listed, Ladino, as I refer to it now, stands in marked contrast to its Western counterpart, ḥaketía, a Hispanic language spoken by Sephardic Jews from northern Morocco and in the past to a smaller extent in Algeria. This language retained almost constant contact with Peninsular Spanish. It was deeply influenced by Arabic, not at all by Turkish, Greek, or Serbo-Croatian. There is no name debate for ḥaketía. As a term, it highlights the two important features of the language, its Arabness and its oral nature. The broader name scholars, including Sefia, have used to put together the Eastern and Western Iberian Jewish vernaculars is Judeo-Spanish. And this ethnic designation also includes the Western Sephardim who had moved to Northern Europe mostly and who did not develop a vernacular of their own. By naming the language Judeo-Spanish and identifying only its Western variant with a name, ḥaketía, Sefia establishes that the Eastern, the Ottoman Judeo-Spanish is the standard. Sefia's use of Judeo-Spanish is also meant to separate the Eastern Mediterranean Jews from the Arab North African Jews, to prove that the Jews he's interested in belong to the West. And this is the project of a lot of the naming practices that we're going to come up with. Anglicized as Judeo-Spanish, this name has a relatively long scholarly history and a much shorter history as a native designation. The prefix Judeo, now commonly appended to various Jewish languages, is a product of the academic study of Jewish things that began with the Haskalah and took on formal shape with the Wissenschaft movement. While the most popular vernacular Jewish language, Yiddish, has managed to shake off the appellation of Judeo, the Judeo-X format is the commonplace for everyone else. For the mostly Germanophone scholars of Jewish things, Ottoman Jews spoke Juden-Spanish, or a mixed language of Spain, or Levantine Spanish, or sometimes they avoided the term together by describing at length a mixed Spanish-Turkish language with Hebrew letters. One of the linguists in this field, Bunis, disparages various versions of Judeo-Spanish as a pseudoscientific name, and he highlights that it was, quote, imposed on the community from without. Yet, this name did take off among Sephardi intellectuals. The name Judeo-Spanish designates the language as a Jewish variant of Spanish, which is not entirely correct. It reduces the Jewishness of the language to the prefix, while giving pride of place to its Spanishness. This combination, I would say, obscures more than it reveals, but it does serve the project of European identification. Though the main reason contemporary scholars use Spanish is clear from the fact that it travels in tow in parenthesis even when scholars use other terms. It is because it explains. It renders the language universally recognizable as a sort of Spanish that Jews speak. Other native designations will not offer the luxury of instant legibility. Even without the suffix, the use of español, español, or nuestro español, our Spanish, dispenses with Jewish specificity completely and works only on speakers' identification with Europeanness. Some Ottoman Jews began to present Ladino as medieval Spanish, or the language of Cervantes, to show that Ottoman Sephardim belonged to a European civilization because of their Spanish vernacular. This is despite the fact that Ladino was certainly not, as other scholars have referred to it, a fossilized or archaic remnant of 15th century Castilian. Less common forms of this version include Spaniolit, perhaps coined by early settlers in Palestine, Israel, and Españolico with the diminutive. Variations of the name Spanish, while not distinct enough for scholarly use, did work in an Ottoman or Turkish context where Ladino was the only Hispanic language in question. Against this cluster of Spanish, Judeo-Spanish, Bunis establishes a preference for another set of names. His set is more concerned with the idea of authenticity and also with one that cares for time and geographic legibility. What do I mean by that? So for his preferred name, which he has fought, I would say, a decidedly losing battle, Judesmo, or Judesmo, as he'll often make clear is a regional variation, we see that this is a name that Bunis claims linguists studying the Jewish language after World War I started to use, and he himself is a continuation of this lineage of linguists. It belongs to a cluster of names that mean Jewish. So others have included lingua judaica, simply Judeo or Judeo, Judesco, Judesmo, Judesmo. All these terms have been slippery and have been used at various points, both to refer to the Hispanic Jewish vernacular and to Hebrew. So this conflation was actually a problem for rabbis starting in the 16th century onwards, because for them, the only language to be called Jewish was Hebrew. And by the late 19th century, we see Hebraists and Zionists also agree to that. Hebraists writing in Ladino even took to calling Hebrew lingua judaica or Judaismo. More recently, we see Judeo or Judeo become popularized by revivalists. Judesmo in this cluster imparts specificity because it exhibits an internally developed suffix, esmo, and in doing so, it adds to a word that means Jewish. However, in addition to this morphological interest, Bunis pushes for the name because it has the most widespread geographical distribution over the longest period of time, according to him. It was in the 1730s that this name took off, and it even reached Ottoman Jewish officialdom or Ottoman officialdom, I should say, in the Hahamname Nizamname, so the communal constitution, in its second iteration in 1913. And the 1864 original, Article 19, has a requirement for elections to the communal council por meldar y escribir lenguas de Judios. So this indicates Hebrew and Ladino at once. But then in the 1913 edition, the same article says meldar y escribir en Judaismo, where it means Ladino specifically. Naming also means making a decision regarding the time of emergence. So Bunis is a proponent of the idea that there was a distinctly Jewish Ibero-Romance before the expulsion of 1492. This approach is tied, I would say, to an underlying ideological orientation that assumes an ahistorical Jewish national distinctiveness. It is unsurprising that this idea often comes from Israeli scholars steeped in Zionist historiography. In fact, before 1492, Jews in Iberia, quote, did not have a common linguistic variety other than Hebrew. They used different linguistic varieties diffused in the Iberian Peninsula. And this is an opinion shared widely. But in his adamance on the existence of a pre-expulsion Jewish language, Bunis even uses the word Judaismo to discuss it, which undoes its useful specificity as the vernacular of the Eastern Mediterranean. I'll turn last to the name I've been using throughout, Ladino, which has become dominant today. And it's dominant now, but this was not preordained. On the contrary, it has been decried as a misnomer by numerous scholars starting in the 1960s. It comes from the verb enladinar or ladinar, which is a translation, almost always of Jewish texts from Hebrew and Aramaic, mostly Bibles. These were not literary translations, but synthetic ones that reproduce Semitic syntax. There's an inordinate debate surrounding biblical translations and how they relate to the language that Ottoman Jews actually spoke between the 16th and 20th centuries. But it was only in the 1960s that some started to argue that this specific name, this specific translation practice has to be called a name and set apart from the rest of the language. One scholar even pegs this debate to a single conference in 1963 that took place in Madrid, and the statement made there by Israel Reva, who, along with his intellectual mentee Haim Sefia, then instigated the move to use Ladino only for what they called calc translations. For Sefia, calc translation is, calc Ladino is l'hébreu habillé d'espagnol et qui ne se parle pas. It is a Hebrew dressed up in Spanish that does not speak. He does not entertain the idea that such syntactically innovative translation was just one register of the vernacular. He's obstinate in the differentiation, even writing an op-ed declaring to other speakers that call the language Ladino. The title is No, No, No. And he says that calling the language Ladino es un hierro que tenemos que denunciar. It is an error that we have to denounce. But even Sefia is aware that the binary he sets up between Ladino calc translation and spoken Judeo-Espanol is overly rigid and artificial. Other scholars like Hassan and Yerushalmi object to the strict demarcation as soon as it's spread, and though it remains repeated faithfully and dogmatically by some, especially in Francophone academia, it has been much less used in Anglophone academia.
Nessie, can you conclude your talk?
Yes. The last thing I'll say is in Avram Galanti's little brochure called The Effect of Turkish on Spanish, he uses like 7 terms for the language, which I think really shows the messy situation that this name debate has been within. And for now, Ladino has become the dominant name, but we'll see if that remains. And I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nessie. We appreciate it. Our next panelist is Marcel Israel. Marcel holds a PhD in industrial controls and telecommunications. A Sephardic Jew born in Plovdiv, Bulgaria, he speaks Ladino as a native language. He is former president of the Central Religious Council of the Jewish Communities in Bulgaria and a current board member of Religions for Peace, Europe. based in Berlin. He lives alternately in Madrid and Sofia. His talk is called A Specific Ladino Vocabulary Used by the Sephardic Jews in the Balkan Countries. Marcel, I turn it over to you.
Thank you. Can I share the screen?
Yes.
So, dear colleagues and friends, I'm going to speak about the specific Ladino vocabulary. Nessie told us there is a very important impact in the Balkans from Turkish on Ladino, and this is one of the topics in my presentation. First of all, thanks and gratitude to the organizers. Thank you very much. Let's start with the historic background of the Balkan Ladino linguistic. Examples of Ladino words and expressions in everyday life, in home, family, health, etc. So, as we know, the Sephardic Jews were living in the Balkans about 400 years, 4 centuries. So it was in the Ottoman Empire, and they spoke, besides Ladino and Turkish, many other local languages. Serbian, Croatian, and Greek, and so on, Armenian, and so on and so on. So let's create some categories of for the language. So the first category, if you don't mind, would be home, neighborhood, and society. And there is a very interesting expression, poseamos la calimera. That means we broke the friendship. This Ladino expression comprises 2 words, from Greek and from Turkish. Bozear is from Greek, and it comes from bozmak, to spoil in Turkish. And then kalimera is the Greek word for good morning, but it means also good friendship. So bozeamos la calimera is we broke the friendship. Yeah, this is an expression. And then also quite a lot in English in Ladino is buen kadar. Buen is Ladino and kadar is Turkish, quite a lot. And the expression is le pagui al dogramaji buen kadar de paras. I paid to the carpenter a good amount of money. Kadar, much, and paras, money. Kitchen. In kitchen, a very nice word is trushi, from Turkish turşu. That means pickles, fermented vegetables. Ladino expression after trushi, meizi, trushi, and la lluvia. I got very wet in the rain. Excuse me. Expression gente de pirón. People of the fork, that means people of higher level. Because the fork was a modern invention introduced as a tool in the 18th century by the Greeks, named piron. And so it was not very common. So gente de pirón is, they used the fork, they were of higher level. And the gente de cuchara, they were people of the spoon, so the normal population. Second, a category: people and neighbors, Christians, Muslims, Roma gypsies in the Balkans. A very nice 3 very nice verbs. Beceriar is a verb to succeed, from Turkish beceri, skill, and becerikli is resourceful. So beceriar is to succeed. Sto beceriando I'm achieving my goal. Second verb, me sto engleneando. I'm having fun in Ladino. From Turkish, englence, that means entertainment. Esti mancebo, the third verb, esti mancebo sta nisceando la hijika. This young man is courting the girl. From Turkish, nishan, courting, getting engaged. Probably, I have a very nice example for you. The weirdest and funny Ladino expression using modified words from different languages. We will see here French, Turkish, German, and also Ladino. A conversation in the beginning of the 20th century in the yard of the synagogue in Plovdiv, Bulgaria, between two Sephardic businessmen. Literally, he says, Bank Diskonto Gesellschaft, Paymanlare, Systeme Oyaska Po. Let's decipher. Le paiement in French, the Bank Diskonto Gesellschaft, se estime Oyaska Po. In English, will the payments of Diskonto Gesellschaft Bank in Berlin be recalculated or it's already over? It's a very interesting, combination. Paymanlere, it's the French word payments in plural, but the plural is Turkish. The word is French, but the plural is Turkish. Turkish, paymanlere. And then he says, if recalculated all over, scapo in Ladino. So a nice example. In health, we have a very, very interesting expressions in health. Tengo el garón chatlak. I have a hoarse throat. In Hebrew, garón is throat. In Turkish, chatlak is broken. Tengo la cabeza como un kütük. My head is like a wooden block. So Turkish, kütük, heavy wooden piece, excuse me. Two words about the literature sources I use for this study. Very old books in order to find these expressions and these words. Abraham Danon, a book from 1902-1906, and Grünbaum, Judeo-Spanische Chrestomatie, 1896. It's quite old books for this presentation. Now, it's the next chapter is, there is an impact, a very important impact from the Sephardic communities in the Habsburg monarchy to the Sephardic Jews in the Balkans. So in the 18th, 19th century, Sephardic Jews from the Balkans were moving to Vienna and Budapest, and they established their Sephardic communities. Unfortunately, those communities were completely destroyed by the Nazis. They existed until 1938, and then they were destroyed, and the community by the Nazis. The languages locally spoken in the Habsburg monarchy were mainly German, Hungarian, Italian, but also there is also a Sephardic Italian called Bagito. It's from Livorno. Serbo-Croatian, Romanian, Polish, and all that had impact on the Viennese Ladino. So they had also impact to the Jews, to the Sephardic, to the language in the Balkans, because they were moving from the Balkans to Vienna, Budapest, and then back. For example, in the Viennese Ladino, there is a future form of the verbs with the suffix sea. For example, alegrar, we say alegrar in the Balkans, rejoice. Alegrar sea means it will rejoice. It will be rejoice or will rejoice. It's with sea, it's a future form. For example, they use the Sephardic Jews, some Sephardic Jews in Balkan, they say mensch to a good person. It's from Yiddish. A mensch, he's a mensch, means a good person. City names also.
Marcel, two minute warning. 2 minutes.
I'm 2 minutes, yeah?
Yes.
Querenciado señor, it's a expression. No le demandamos que fume. It's a expression from Vienna, Budapest. That means, dear sir, we don't ask you to smoke. So you can smoke if you want, if you wish, but we are not asking you to do that. It's a very formal, very nice expression. So I finished. Thank you very much.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
I was brief enough, yeah? Okay.
Yeah, you with 2 minutes to spare. Yeah. Maybe that will go into the Q&A. So hopefully we'll have time for
Q&A. There are also some future studies, so I can explain.
Great. Yeah, you
Thank you very much.
You banked 2 minutes, so
yeah,
you'll have time to speak.
Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Our third panelist is Julia Peck. Julia Peck is a PhD student at UC Berkeley in linguistics with a designated emphasis in language revitalization. She wrote her master's thesis at Oxford on the integration of Turkish and French borrowings into Istanbul Judeo-Spanish, and now focuses most of her work on applied Ladino revitalization projects. Julia, I turn it over to you.
Merci, Jake. Vou partajar mi ecrán. Sí. Buenas tardes, todos y todas. Es un honor participar por la segunda vez en ucLADINO y sentir las presentaciones tan hermosas que hicisteis, Nessie y Marcel, mashallah, por las presentaciones tan hermosas. Voy a trocar al inglés ahora porque quería dar las presentaciones en inglés, pero si queréis hacerme demandas y en ladino después, me va a placer mucho. Hi, everyone. I'm Julia, and my friend and collaborator, Nessie Altaras, will be coming on to speak later in the presentation, so you get more of Nessie, which is great. We always want to hear more from Nessie. So we're here to tell you about a new Ladino language revitalization tool that we are developing with the support of funding from UC Berkeley, an at-home language nesting kit, and we'll unpack what that is, to support people and especially newer learners to speak more Ladino at home. So this project stems from strategic thinking about what the current Ladino revival movement does well, and where our efforts as linguists, in my case, and community members, in Nessie's case, and speaker learners, in both of our cases, can best be channeled. So in the past 3 decades, there's been a huge diversity of really wonderful revitalization efforts, many of them thanks to the people in this virtual room today at this conference. And we need all of these methods together, right? And I also noticed a place or a gap where we could grow as a movement in the set of efforts that we have to get Ladino back into the home space and specifically speaking in the home. Much has been written in the language revitalization literature about why the home space is so important, but I'll share one framework for thinking about bringing endangered languages back into the home. And this is what the legendary Julia Salabank calls the Thattic route. So as she writes, when our target language becomes, in our case, Ladino, becomes the medium or one of the media of socialization, it fosters, or in some cases repairs, the link between language and identity. And this might be especially true for those raising children in the home. So one method for traveling along this Thattic route and increasing the presence of the target language, Ladino, in the home space is at-home language nesting. What's that? So this method draws on the idea of a language nest, which is a physical place that necessitates the language use by requiring participants to speak on a regular basis. So you might have heard of language nests for children, possibly similar to immersion schools, like the ones in Lakota country or in Hawaii that have been really successful. But at-home language nesting is a little different.
It broadens this definition of a language nest to include the home space and more commonly a room within the home, like a kitchen or a bathroom, where speakers use the language regularly or exclusively. So they commit to using the language. So how does this work in practice? Speakers who are nesting first choose a site for the language nest, a room in the home again, ideally a bathroom or a kitchen, because these areas have more focused semantic fields, whereas in the living room, we could have any topic of conversation under the sun, and that's wonderful, but these are good places to start. Then we establish the nest. So even just a sign that says Zona de Ladino it suffices, something ceremonial. We then identify the domains. That's the fancy word we'll use for activities that we do in the nest. So if I'm nesting in the kitchen, which I do at home, washing hands, making toast, doing the dishes could all be domains. And then one by one, we reclaim these domains. So that means learning enough to narrate or talk about that activity in the target language. When we're ready, we can commit to speaking only the target language in that room whenever possible, turning that room into a nest for the language to live and grow. And you might be wondering, well, how do you do step 4? How do you start talking your way through these activities? How do you wash your hands in Ladino before you speak the language or as you're starting to learn? And that's where support resources come in. And they can take the form of digital or physical tools, imagine labels and flashcards and posters in your home space. And that's exactly what we're developing. So a couple points about why at-home nesting can work to really supplement other revitalization methods. What it does is it works against the tendency for a language to get stuck in the classroom as an object of study rather than a way of communicating. So we need to think about whether students of Ladino have opportunities to speak outside of the classroom if they're taking a class, and especially once that class ends, where do they go to speak? So instead, an at-home language nest necessitates language use in a space that we all have access to, even in diaspora, our own homes. And it's a step along the phatic route that we already talked about to bring Ladino home for speakers and learners. And this brings me to our project, our at-home nesting kit for Ladino, which Nessie and I began developing last summer and is now in a pilot phase. So we are starting with the kitchen, El Mupak for some of you, La Cocina for others of you, as a nesting site. And we can talk about why we chose the kitchen in the Q&A. Would love to discuss that. We are creating a physical kit with prompt cards and flashcards. You'll see them on my screen, but I also have them here with me for many domains in the kitchen, along with an accompanying website to host recordings of fluent speakers so that learners can hear how the content sounds as they build their nest. So our initial content comes from Istanbul Judeo-Spanish, and so the Istanbul variety of Ladino, and you'll hear about our fieldwork with speakers in Istanbul shortly, but it is really our goal to encompass many varieties of Ladino so that learners can choose how they would like to speak in their homes. So stay tuned for how you can contribute to that diversity. As Marcella already showed us, there's so much diversity in the room already just here. And this work has been generously supported so far by multiple institutions within UC Berkeley, for which we're really grateful. And we also are really lucky to have a wonderful team. Nessie and I couldn't do this without these UC Berkeley undergraduates, Julian, Adrian, and Carly, who have volunteered their unique skills and many, many hours of their time to support this project. None of these three are Jewish, and all of them have picked up some Ladino throughout our work together. So there is very much a cluster of Ladino fans and up here in Northern California. Okay, I'm going to hand it off to Nessie, who will talk a little bit about the fieldwork we did to gather Ladino language content for the at-home nesting kit.
Thank you. So both of us actually have been learning Ladino. So we wanted to see how fluent and native speakers are using the language in their own home, in their own kitchens. And this is the sort of vocabulary that often doesn't get captured in writing. People aren't often writing about doing the dishes. And so instead of going through dictionaries alone, we also went to speakers in Istanbul. And since it's a project about homes, we visited them at their homes. And on the left, you see my grandparents. Wrong last name, actually, but different set. And the other one is Izzet Bana, who's a a communal activist and music director for many years of the children's choir in Istanbul. And through these initial people we knew, we then reached out to more and more people in Istanbul to get a sense of, how do you say counter? How do you say cutting board? And we tried to see if there were different ways that we maybe couldn't have gotten in the first ask, see if there's a second way to say these things. And every speaker had different relationship with this language, obviously, and they gave us some thorough narration of how to prepare a cup of coffee, like daily activities described in rich detail. So we were able to distill it down to those cards. Mine are up in my kitchen, so I can't show you right now, but I'm also part of the pilot. Yeah, I'll turn it back over to Julia.
Merci, Nessie. And you can probably tell from the photo, Nessie's grandparents are an absolute delight. So this was a really wonderful time for us both. And so when we came home, we transcribed these recordings that we made and used them as the basis for writing the content you're about to see. So fast forward to today, after that wonderful fieldwork, we have developed a pilot version of an at-home nesting kit. And so this includes a card for each domain or activity. This one is for lavarse las manos, or washing hands, that a user would physically post in their kitchen above the sink, for example. So it's visible while you're washing your hands. A sample recording of each domain that the QR code links to, so you can listen easily on your phone for those of us who are tech savvy. For the pilot version, we use SoundCloud while the website is under development, and also a set of flashcards with vocabulary items. So this one comes from the domain for making toast. So we have el plato or el chini, meaning plate. But let's take a closer look at those domain cards, which are really at the heart of the kit. So to break it down, each one has a title, an icon for some visual cues, color-coded translations matching Ladino words to their English equivalents, and we could imagine having translations to other languages as the project continues, and a QR code, as I mentioned, linking to an audio recording. And this is just one type of domain. This is self-narration. So here, a user is narrating themselves washing their hands. Of course, this is not a very natural activity. I don't normally wash my hands out loud in English, but it is a great way to start bringing the language home and living in the language, especially for totally new Ladino learners. The repetition, the repetition of the present tense, first person verbs, vo, tomo, abro, froto, creates linguistic muscle memory for the structure, but we can already start introducing the learner to different structures. So sentence 9 switches to the past tense, escapí de lavarme las manos, and we repeat this at the end of every domain. But we also include domain cards that are dialogues, which can be used between people who live together or when welcoming guests over. You can invite them to dialogue with you in your nest. I do this. Or for people who live alone, they can self-dialogue, which prepares them for having similar dialogues in Ladino, even outside of their kitchens, where, of course, we'll be getting coffee with others. Language is, of course, essentially social, so these dialogues are important to include. And my favorite domain card is a frame, where we give the learner some structure and allow them to personalize the domain. And this is good for people in later stages of language learning. So a learner can customize the type of desayuno that they're making for themselves every morning, as you see in this card, and choose the comidas and bebidas and lugares where they get their coayaques. And so the speaker can actually describe what they do day to day, rather than practicing some abstract language that we prescribe. So I'm thrilled to share that this at-home language nesting kit is currently being piloted by these muy hermosos y hermosas elevos y elevas in the first Ladino class in UC Berkeley's history, taught by Adam Mahler, who you heard this morning. Adam's not on Zoom right now because he's teaching the class. And since February, these students received a new domain to add to their kitchens every week. And just this week, for their final assignment, they wrote their own domains. So it's been a really amazing experience, and we're getting thorough feedback from them so we could make the kit even better. And I'm happy to talk more about this pilot in the Q&A time. So I just wanted to end by saying this is one method among many that we need to foster speakers of Ladino. This is not the only way. I've been nesting since October in my own kitchen, and I noticed that giving the language a space is really powerful. Not only after a handful of months, I walk into the kitchen now, and it's kind of corny, but I feel Ladino in the space, and I feel called to speak. And so I'm speaking almost an hour a day now. And so we'll end with an invitation to collaborate with us. Our scope is starting small, right? So the kit begins with Istanbul Judeo-Spanish, written in Latin characters, translated into English. There's so much richness to add here to expand the audience for the nesting kit. So we would love you to read, edit, and add to the materials, especially if you speak a variety that is not from Istanbul. We'd also love for you to test out the tools in your own home before we open to the public. So please jot down our emails and reach out. Vos renuncio a todos, sobre todo los organizadores. Espero vuestras demandas y comentarios. Merci.
Wonderful. Thank you, Julia, so much. Thank you to all three of our panelists, Marcel, Nessie, Julia. I will throw two questions out there that the panelists can jump at or not, and then maybe we can take some questions from the audience. I'm not sure how you all have been doing it so far through chat or otherwise, but in any case, think of questions, everyone, just to get the conversation started. Here's two that you all can, choose if you want to go for either of these. Julia, I'm just thinking, because this panel is about language politics, are there any politics to your project that you have encountered or you anticipate encountering? And that's a genuine question. I'm not thinking of something in particular, but I wonder if you have encountered or expect to encounter anything. And then in more of a historical vein, I guess this is more for Nessie and Marcel. This, the topic of regional dialects or regional variations of Ladino is fascinating. And I wonder to what extent you two have encountered historically, right? And when we think of, say, contemporary United States of America, we think of dialects and accents and expressions that are particular to certain places. There's an element of sometimes pride and identity to those things. This is how we speak here. This is how we speak here. And it's tied to the place. I wonder if you all have, you both have seen elements of, identification with regional dialects and expressions. And if so, how is that identity sort of articulated to the place, to the city, to the city in general, to the Jewish community specifically of that city? So this question is connections between regional variations in Ladino and local identities, if you see those. Okay, those are my two questions.
I'm happy to jump in, and I think my answer to your question will also tie into the answer to the question you asked to Nessie and Marcel. The first thing I'll touch on, so the question was, what politics do we need to encounter and think about and take into consideration in a nesting project like this? The first is actually gender, right? So we've started nesting at the kitchen for many reasons. Not everyone spends equal amounts of time in the kitchen. And we encounter this during our fieldwork. So that does have a gender divide, and people's kind of affective connections to the kitchen are different. That just means that we're going to be setting up kits for other places in the home so people can have more agency over that. But you probably get what I'm saying. Women spend more time in the kitchen in many cultures, including this one. So that's one thing we encountered. And another is the issue of regional dialects. Nessie and I went to Istanbul to do our fieldwork. The language we produced first is primarily from Istanbul. That is because it is the home of one of the collaborators and a place we had access to. And it also contributes to a little bit of the uplifting of Istanbul varieties that happens sometimes over other varieties. And it's something we want to make sure doesn't define the entire project. But certainly by going there first, that is the content we have at the moment, and we are actively working to expand it and include the amazing linguistic diversity of the Ladino world in this project. And so regional diversity is at the forefront of our minds all of the time. As a linguist, I work on variation, and so this is really close to my heart, and I'm excited to continue to expand what we have so people can feel at home as they nest at home, right, and speak the language of their families.
Thank you so much.
I'll follow up on that to your other question about regional identity formation and dialects. One of the people we spoke to in Istanbul was from Edirne, and she would say things that then she would follow up with, but this is just how we say it in Edirne. So I'm not saying everyone says this, but this is how we say it. She also brought out candied fig for us when we visited her, which was Edirne specific Jewish cuisine. So that's sort of stuff does come up in fieldwork. The other places I've seen it from are obviously Izmir. I think Izmir Ladino speakers are very protective of Istanbul dominance, even within the concept of a Turkish Ladino, that Istanbul is so much more dominant than Ladino. And then I think Salonican identity definitely has something to do with dialect as well, and roads. I think especially the Azer-Fazer difference, I think, is an identity marker. This addition of the extra F, or the subtraction, depending on where you stand, does tie into a lot of identities. Unfortunately, I haven't seen identity-related discussions about dialects from the most interesting, most distant dialects that also Bundes is interested in. So like Romania, Vienna. From there, I haven't seen anything, but it's also because those communities were like depopulated much earlier, often murdered at higher rates in the Holocaust. So like we don't know exactly, but that would be a very interesting to look for the communities with the most variation from, you know, the center of Salonika, Istanbul, Izmir, and how do they relate to dialect identity?
Marcel, do you want to chime in, or should I turn it over to?
Yeah, how many? 2 minutes, yeah?
Yeah,
Okay.
well, yeah.
Okay, no problem. No, it's just a joke. Look, dear friends, I'm not a linguist. You know, I'm an engineer, so like this. But look, I speak as a mother tongue Ladino from Bulgaria, because I was born in Bulgaria. And I speak other languages, for example, German and Spanish, because I live in Madrid, and also Russian and so on. And for me, it's very important the history and the origin of a word. So somebody tells me, somebody, you know, pronounces a word, and I start to think the history, the origin. Sometimes I get the word is a gypsy, you know, a Roman gypsy is the word. In the Balkans, you know, Roman gypsies. For example, I have an aunt in a family in Los Angeles, and then my aunt, unfortunately, she died, but she spoke a beautiful Ladino, and also German and so on, because my grandmother, she was from a family de Mayo from Vienna, Budapest. So, and once I visited my aunt in Los Angeles, and she said, Hampuir Madur. What? And Hampuir Madur means Armenian. Armenian means give me a kiss. Can you imagine? A Sephardic Jew pronounces a word in Armenian. This is the Balkans. You know, a bouquet of words and languages. And then 2 words about the future of now is history. There is a very interesting exhibition about the Geniza. You know, this storage of sacred books in Cairo, and the whole books, the whole content since 1896 is kept in the Cambridge, in the library of the Cambridge University. And now it's very important. 1517, the Sultan Selim I conquered Egypt. So from 1517 until 1914, it's 400 years, the Jews from the Balkans, they were in the Ottoman Empire, and they had some relationship, maybe business relationship to Egypt. So I'm looking for some documents from this period. This is my next my next research. Thank you very much.
Fascinating. Thank you, Marcel. Does anyone in the audience want to ask a question, either out loud or through the chat? Michaela.
Yes, I wrote in the chat the slippery definition, and nature, expansive nature of Ladino is in fact its power and its capacity to connect across the globe. And what Marcel is talking about with this quote from his aunt, did you say, is perfect. It's perfect. And it connects people to one another in a way, Ladino connects people to one another in a way that no other language, no other people have the potential to do. Any comments? No, of course not.
Thank you.
Thank you, Michaela. We have time for one.
Seriously, is there no response to that?
Let's let it resonate for a second.
I agree with you, Michaela. I thought the question was aimed at Marcel, but I think that's a really powerful thing to keep in mind. And something that I think about in my linguistic work and work on revitalization is, oh, it's so hard. We're all in diaspora. We're all fragmented. How do we revitalize the language? Actually, it is something that connects us. For many people who have other mother tongues or have other languages they grew up with, Ladino is the one language that many of us all have in common. Before I started to learn to speak Turkish and I went to Turkey, Ladino was the only language I had in common with other people. So it really connected me and my own experience to others across the globe. Thank you for your question.
Yeah, I mean, the point about slipperiness is well taken. I think it's definitely true that the internal diversity of the language is part of its strength. And like, I mean, that's, I think, what all three of our presentations was about. So for sure.
For example, the Jews, the Sephardic Jews from Bulgaria, they say, for example, in the Ladino, in Bulgaria, there is a word, not very nice, get lost. Get lost is drumangela. They say drumangela. And it's dromos comes from dromos from here, Greek. But drumangela, maybe it's Roman gypsy in the, you know, in the neighborhoods where they were living in Bulgaria. So maybe in Turkey, do you say also drumangela, the Sephardic Jews? That means get lost. Not very nice, you know. Okay, but look, it's development also of the language. Thank you very much.
But we won't end by saying dromangela. But maybe one last question. Alona asks, Julia and Nessie, how can the audience best support your nesting project?
Qué demanda más hermosa. Thank you for that question. You should email us. I will put it in the chat. We would love to share the resources with you and get your feedback. This is the first time we're kind of launching it publicly or talking about it publicly after the pilot project with the students here at Berkeley. So feedback, especially from people who have knowledge of other Ladino varieties. And then once it's available for the public, telling everybody who's interested in learning Ladino as one of the ways that they can bring the language home and into their lives. I don't know if you have anything else, Nessie, but thank you for asking.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, that was it.
Brother, let me just once again thank our three panelists, Nessie, Julia, Marcel, for a beautiful panel. And I'll turn it over to our conference host, but that concludes our panel.
It was a pleasure, a pleasure.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much to Jake, Nessie, Marcel, and Julia. That was all super interesting and definitely have a lot to think about. So for our final presentation of the day, we have the chance to hear from Carlos Yebra-Lopez, and his presentation is titled Judaismo and ḥaketía as Bridges in the MENA and Beyond. Dr. Carlos Yebra-Lopez is a postdoctoral research fellow in Ladino at the University of College London. He also lectures on Ladino at Oxford University and is the CEO of Ladino 21, a nonprofit devoted to the revitalization of Ladino in the 21st century. He's currently working on the book Digital Jewish Revivalistics in Ladino under contract with rootlage. So I just want to thank everyone again, all panelists, moderators, Leve Center staff, and everyone who joined us today. I'll hand it over now to Carlos to help us reflect on the presentations from today and think about the study of Judeo-Spanish moving forward. Thank you.
Shalom, Javrin, Kehaber, saludicos desde Londra. Welcome everybody to this last part of the conference. Now, first of all, just to give gratitude back, as Marcel said, thank you to the organizers, to the moderators, the panelists, and everybody who has attended this conference. I'm delighted to see so many friends and familiar faces, and I'm looking forward to meeting everybody whom I haven't met yet. Now, without further ado, I would like to make some concluding remarks. I have divided my presentation into two parts. In the first one, I'll be summarizing the contributions, hopefully without mischaracterizing them too much. And in the second part, I hope to build on those contributions to outline the future of Ladino in both temporal and spatial terms. Now, allow me to share the screen so I can begin to summarize the presentations we've seen today. Full screen. Here we go. So, Ladino on both of its vernaculars, Judesmo and ḥaketía, constitutes a fascinating hybrid. As such, it lends to a plethora of fruitful metaphorizations, salient amongst which is the figure of speech of the bridge, which we can call in Ladino el ponte or Cupri from Turkish word. Incidentally, and as noted at the beginning of this conference, El Ponte is precisely the title of a Ladino podcast about bridging cultures and cultivating connections, hosted by Ivy and Max. Max Modiano, of course, being a former organizer of UCL Ladino and the moderator of the second panel. So saludicos to Max as well. Now, the metaphorical significance of conceptualizing Ladino as a bridge with the MENA region and beyond serves as a powerful framework for understanding the cultural and linguistic connections that transcend geographical and historical boundaries. Throughout today's conference, we have explored the multifaceted ways in which Ladino serves as a conduit for dialogue, exchange, and cultural expression, providing a way to connect Jews with Latinos and Muslims inter alia. Through our discussions today, we have delved into the intricate dynamics of Ladino as a bridge, examining its role in fostering intercultural understanding and preserving shared heritage. Our conference panels have provided rich insights into the various dimensions of Ladino as a bridge in the MENA and beyond. Now, the keynote presentation, entitled Rahma, Toledano and the Reinvention of Sepharad at the Turn of the 20th Century by Yaëlle Azagury, drawing upon the intricate case study of Toledano's life and work, by exploring her correspondence and articles, Azagury has shed light on Toledano's self-identity within the context of re-Hispanicization following the so-called War of Africa. In particular, self-perceived as a doubly Spaniard, doblemente española, intellectually French, ḥaketía speaking ḥaketía joking Jewish Tangerina, Toledano's claim to Spanish citizenship can be perceived as part of the articulation of a renewed modern bridge connecting her to the country that expelled her ancestors. Then we started panel 1, Performing Judeo-Spanish, moderated by Rosen. And in the first presentation, we heard Sanja Trifunovic, student of mine at Oxford University. The title of her presentation was Judeo-Spanish Encounters in the Ottoman Shadow Theater, Karagöz, the Case of Jewish Songs. Focusing on pieces of the traditional Ottoman Shadow Theater, Karagöz, Trifunovic analyzed the use of languages, such as Turkish and Ladino, by Jewish characters and actors, illuminating several aspects of the multi-ethnic, multi-confessional, and multilinguistic Ottoman Empire. To comprehend the uniqueness of Sephardic Jewish accounts in theater, it's crucial, Trifunovic said, to identify narrative bridges connecting them to other ethnic communities, as well as to draw comparisons with contemporary stories to understand their relevance and evolution. Second presentation of that first panel was carried out by Sarit Cofman-Simhon, and called Nostalgia in Contemporary Ladino Theater in Turkey and Israel. Drawing upon the case studies of Bustan Sephardi, Muestra Historia, and Kula 1930, Cofman-Simhon has tended bridges between all three plays. She argued that all of them contain traditional Ladino songs and portray the daily life of entirely Sephardic neighborhoods. Ultimately, they all converge in the nostalgia of loss and displacement as a comforting fantasy. In the third presentation by Lina Amselem, entitled Contact Between ḥaketía Speakers and the Outside World in Esther Aflalo's Theater, Lina, who is a ḥaketía speaker and activist herself, has examined the extent to which Aflalo's life, beginning in Tangier and ending in Madrid, and her work tends bridges between ḥaketía culture and modernity, emphasizing linguistic, cultural, and social contrast. These bridges include the symbolic use of ḥaketía en route to negotiating various aspects of the emerging historical reality, particularly in the Tangier of 1923 to 1956. Finally, Adam Mahler, who's teaching probably still Judeo-Spanish at Berkeley, thanks to his presentation Editing the Jew, Textual Criticism and Aljamiado Text, has offered some rich insights. After a number of introductory remarks in Judaismo, Mahler offered us a tour of textual criticism. In particular, he drew upon the Kharja or the Kharja existentially pitched debates in 20th century Hispanic studies to discuss whether national canons can be confined along linguistic boundaries or not, emphasizing the hybridity of culture and the artificiality of that binary between Hispanic versus Semitic on the other hand. As part of his analysis, Mahler has presented Shem Tov's Proverbios Morales as featuring, quote-unquote, adumbrations of Judeo-Spanish, concluding with the need to move away from the traditional genealogical purity-based approach. Then the next panel, the second one, moderated, as I said before, by Max Daniel, has featured the first presentation by Javier Leibuisky, called Judeo-Spanish Immigration from the Ottoman Empire to Buenos Aires, a story of an invisible community. In this presentation, Leibuisky has focused on a settlement, that of Sephardim from Izmir in Buenos Aires, and he has discussed the first neighborhood in downtown, and then, for the most part, the subsequent settlement of this community in Villa Crespo, including the iconic Café Izmir, which embodied cultural diversity. Leibuisky has emphasized the extent to which Sephardim in Argentina were a minority within a minority, to quote from him, which, courtesy of its successful settlement, managed to participate in the rich cultural life of Buenos Aires. The second presentation of panel 2 was carried out by Gabriela Orozco and entitled Hora más bien para las cadenas, Comparative Criminalities in El Amigo de las Familias, Christopher Columbus, The Discovery of the Americas, and Debbie May's Forging Ties, Forging Passports. Orozco has concluded that by reading El Amigo de la Familia, which blurred the line between instruction and entertainment, Ottoman Sephardim at the end of the 19th century came to envisage of the Americas as a place offering material success. And then as the 20th century began, Sephardic Jews started to forge passports to avoid conscription and build transnational bridges, as reflected in Debbie May's work featuring intrepid young Ottoman Sephardim migrating to Mexico. The third presentation was carried out by Micaela Mateo Amato and entitled Hablar Quiero. And here Amato, an island exiled from Rhodes, has transported us to the Ladino-speaking New York City of flamenco singers, Caribbean dialects, and Turkish carpets, celebrating this confluence through her work en route to an expansive sense of identification, a living mosaic, as Amato has called it repeatedly, of symptomatic correspondence between diasporic peoples and nature-related disasters. Hablar quiero y no puedo. Then we had, during the recess, the Ladinaderos performance, moderated by Rachel Kaufman. And this is a Ladino reading group that has managed to read together novels, newspapers, magazine articles, amongst others. And today they read us a Ladino edition of Jacques Loria's Dreyfus drama, translated into English by Olga Vrovaya, a Joha story entitled Palavricas de Amor, and various proverbs. The performance in question included readings by Rachel Kaufman, Alberto Benveniste, Ruby Hannan, Linda Berghoff, Judith Cohen, Cynthia Hasdai, and Ellie Levy. And I shall thank Rachel Kaufman for having provided me with a list of numbers. I was not sure about a couple of those, so thank you very much. After that break, we went into panel 3, Gender in Judeo-Spanish, Literature, Poetry, and Song, moderated once again by Rachel Kaufman. And in the first presentation, Vasilia Deria Agis, another Oxford student of mine, saludicos to Deria, talked about Laura Orvieto. In the presentation, Laura Orvieto teaches children about feminism and ecology as an Italian Jewish woman alongside Judeo-Spanish idioms and proverbs on woman. That is the title of the presentation, not my summary. My summary is this. Deria discussed the work of Laura Orvieto, born in a Jewish family in Milan, focusing on 2 works, Leo and Leah, and Storia della Storia del Mondo, particularly as they intersect with Jewish feminism, British suffragettes, ecofeminism, and Italian feminism. Then we heard from Sofia Fernandez Gonzalez, whose presentation was entitled Resilience and Artistry, Unveiling the Linguistic Tapestry of Judeo-Spanish in the 20th Century. And Fernandez Gonzalez offered an overview of Ladino literature and culture with that wonderful corpus. And she focused on biographies, and in particular, those of 3 poets, Laura Papo Bojoreta, Matilda Cohen Serrano, and Margalit Matitiahu. She stressed Bojoreta's instrumental role in preserving Judeo-Spanish, which is also common to Cohen Serrano and Matitiahu, Cohen Serrano's resilience in the face of war, and Matitiahu's exploration of love, death, and absence. Then we had a presentation by Rachel Kahn about Sol, entitled Y Hebrea Tengo que Morir, the veneration of La Heroína Sol. And this presentation, which was very esmoviente, in my opinion, delved into the murder and martyrdom of Solica, as she was known, discussing different versions of her story, and the dhimmi status, which implied, as per Kahn's presentation, safety and mobility restrictions, as well as a jizya tax. Sol refused to convert to Islam and promised to remain Jewish, enduring terrible torture until her eventual execution. And finally, last but certainly not least, particularly as a linguist, we witnessed panel number 4, Judeo-Spanish and the Politics of Language, moderated by Jacob Daniels or Jake Daniels. The first presentation was carried out by my friend and colleague, Nessie Altaraz, and its title was Naming the Sephardic Language. Now, this was extremely interesting. It's perhaps the question that I've worked on for the most part. And Altaraz has drawn attention in that presentation to the fact that debates surrounding the glottonym or the language name of Ladino are fundamentally not about that language name, but rather that language name as a vantage point from which to discuss the broader implications of that nomenclature. He has also emphasized the contrast between the lack of consensus concerning that Eastern Judeo-Spanish glottonym and the absolute consensus when it comes to how to name the Western Judeo-Spanish dialect, aka ḥaketía. Then we heard it from my friend Marcel Israel, and he discussed a specific Ladino vocabulary used by the Sephardic Jews in the Balkan countries. And there were a plethora of words and expressions which were incredibly rich. Some of them can be summarized as follows. Israel has discussed the categories of home, neighborhood, and society. For instance, I remember the expression vozear la calimera. I had heard it in the past, as in, for instance, you acknowledge somebody in the street whom you know, say it's a friend, right? And they don't acknowledge you back. In that context, you can say, oh, se le vozeó la calimera. That's the context where I had heard it. But I also appreciate the twist and the extra layers of meaning provided by Marcel. His literature sources, as he indicated, for these expressions date back decades, if not centuries. He has also discussed the extent to which the languages spoken in the lands of the Habsburg monarchy influenced Ladino. For instance, the suffix sea in Viennese Ladino to mark the future tense. And then we saw the presentation by Julia Peck and Nancy Altaraz, Hablaremos en Casa, towards an at-home language nesting tool for Ladino, which I thought was incredibly insightful. Now, Peck and Altaraz have discussed a new Ladino revitalization tool to speak more Ladino at home through so-called at-home language nesting. Now, at-home language nesting broadens the definition of the language nest to encompass the home, and in particular, a given room in the home, from which Peck has emphasized the bathroom and the kitchen. And it is about establishing a specific Ladino zone. It can be, as I said, the bathroom or the kitchen in particular, rather than the living room, which refers to more domains. Then identifying specific domains and then reclaiming them in Ladino. That concludes my summary. And on the basis of those contributions, I must also emphasize that a bridge is also a metaphor favored by an illustrious guest in the podcast we referred to at the beginning of this presentation, El Ponte. I'm sure you can guess the identity of this illustrious guest from the picture. It is indeed my colleague and friend, Ladino historian Devin Nar. Nar has conceptualized Ladino as a bridge connecting several seemingly disparate cultures, geographies, and religions. After all, Ladino is an Ibero-Romance-based language spoken by Jews in the Muslim world of the Ottoman Empire. I quote from Devin, Ladino is a language of linguistic fusion that brings together a lot of linguistic elements that give it a special resonance, especially in today's world, because it serves as a bridge language between different cultures, between Jewish culture, between Spanish culture, and between the Muslim world. In this sense, one could even surmise that discussing Ladino, speaking Ladino, teaching Ladino are all means to reclaim that heritage and activate it for personal and family reasons, but also for ethical and political considerations. Ours is a bridge whose crossing constitutes an act of resistance against much of the intolerance which we're witnessing in today's world, certainly within the MENA region, but also beyond, including xenophobia, racism, and enforced monolingualism. The understanding of Judaismo and ḥaketía as bridges, crossing space and history, has also shaped much of my work as a Ladino scholar and activist for the last decade. First, through my digital archive, Ladino 21, which Sofia Fernandez Gonzalez has referred in her presentation, Merci mucho. I co-founded Ladino 21 with my colleague and friend Alejandro Acero Ayuda, as well as Sephardic Benny Aguado, after a couple of years of engaging in community fieldwork in Ladino in New York City, as I was starting my PhD studies. This archive enables Ladino-speaking members of the global Sephardic diaspora to document the history of their own commonality in the 21st century across several genres, such as semi-structured interviews, autobiographical accounts, stories, including Choja stories, such as the ones we heard by La Ladineros, jokes, readings, academic talks, songs, theater plays, and Ladino apps. It features almost 3,000 subscribers and 350 videos recorded in more than 20 countries with over 150 Sephardic participants, some of whom are in attendance today, which I'm very pleased to see. Now, while the name of this archive, Ladino 21, responds to the perceived strategic advantage of labeling it through a recognizable language name or glottonym, speaking to Altaraz's presentation, that does not mean that the goal of this archive is to document Ladino as a supposedly self-contained language, isolated in vitro from the rest of the world. As a matter of fact, that is not the goal. Instead, our goal is to document and revitalize Ladino, not as a wall, but as a bridge, as a cultural linguistic matrix of multiple idealects with different attrition degrees and translanguaging practices that the community of Sephardic speakers, whether those are culturally or ethnically Sephardic, finds valuable. Just like languaging as an activity offers a more accurate and emancipatory perspective than that of languages as reified entities, rather than conceptualizing archives as neutral repositories reflecting the participants' memories and languaging, we ought to understand archives as shaping the present and the future of that languaging. As a digital archive, Ladino 21 is also a performative space where the range, depth, geographical, temporal, and ideological valence of Ladino in the 21st century is navigated and negotiated on an ongoing basis. In this sense, I have strived to stress community engagement since the beginning, both in terms of geographical reach and in-person interviews. Ladino 21's geographical span is larger than any other audiovisual digital archive, including material from over 20 countries, as I referred before, such as Argentina, Brazil, Bulgaria, Canada, Chile, England, France, Greece, Israel, Mexico, Morocco, Netherlands, Poland, Portugal, Serbia, South Africa, Spain, Sweden, Turkey, United Kingdom, and the United States. Furthermore, from its inception to the outbreak of the COVID-19 global pandemic, we carried out the vast majority of recordings in person, subsequently adopting a hybrid approach post-pandemic. Our pre-pandemic activity included in-person recordings in United States. Here you can see Rachel Amado-Bornik, together with my colleague and friend Alejandro Acero Ayuda. France, England. This gentleman is very recognizable, it's Eliezer Papo, rabbi and professor. Argentina, Brazil, here with Clara Cohen and Estrellica in Sao Paulo. And post-pandemic, we have recorded interviews in all of the above, as well as in Morocco. This is the Café Jaffa in Tanger, which oversees the convergence between the Atlantic Ocean and the Mediterranean Sea. We have recorded some ḥaketía in there, which we will be releasing within the next month, so stay tuned. The shared use of Ladino between the interviewer and interviewees has brought us closer to our archive participants, allowing us to build trust with community members, as well as making for a more intimate interaction. Additionally, Ladino 21 has always had as part of its team both Sephardi advisors, including Benny Aguado, Eliezer Papo, and Aldo Sevi, and a Sephardi honorary president in Yuri Sasson since 2019. If you speak Ladino and would like to document your story, do contact me. Let us stand bridges. Additionally, implicit in the collocation Ladino 21 is a temporal sense of tending bridges. And that's why I decided to call it Ladino 21. The idea was to shake up consciousness, because people will tend to perceive Ladino as an archaic language and the 21st century as the opposite to something archaic. Therefore, if we were to collocate both, we will make people think by the very collocation itself. Such import, that of the temporal sense of tending bridges, has been eloquently conveyed by Elie Ben-Shetrit, to whom Lina referred today in her presentation, in his Spanish and ḥaketía work, or what Lina called ḥaketía embellished Spanish work, El Mazal de los Pobres, the poor people's luck. Much in the spirit of La Vida Perra de Juanita Narboni, in this novel, Ben-Shetrit tells the story of Jewish Tanger and its disintegration with Tanger's loss of its status as an international zone in 1956. Reflecting on the passage of time in this city in a vivid description, which might serve as a microcosm of the global Sephardic community of Judaism and ḥaketía speakers in the MENA and beyond, Benchitrit claims the following. I will read the original in Spanish while showing on the screen my own translation of it into English. Esto es como un teatro cuyos actores han abandonado la escena. No quedan tampoco espectadores, y si los hay, son tan pocos que no es necesario contabilizarlos. Quedan solamente voces. Voces que van llegando de la lejanía y que me esfuerzo en oír lo que dicen y cuando no lo entiendo, invento algo. En esta ciudad, que he dejado atrás hace muchísimos años, está uno obligado a inventar el pasado y olvidar el futuro. En cuanto al presente, me pregunto varias veces si no lo dejamos pasar a propósito sin haberlo conocido. As an academic, I have sought to tend bridges between the past, the present, and the future of Judaism and ḥaketía in the MENA and beyond by specializing in the digital revitalization of Ladino. Whereas the scholarly literature has traditionally distinguished between three different stages in the social linguistic development of Ladino, i.e. Sepharad 1, Sepharad 2 after the expulsion, Sepharad 3 within the global diaspora. In my work, I have both identified and discussed from a critical perspective a fourth stage, which I have called, unsurprisingly, Sepharad 4. Sepharad 4 is about the development of Ladino on the internet, hence its development as a cyber vernacular and a cyber host vernacular. What does that look like? In my upcoming book, Digital Jewish Revivalistics and the Case of Ladino, I draw upon Gilad Zuckerman's Revivalistics to discuss the revitalization of Judaism across the Web 1.0, 2.0, and 3.0, including the usual suspects, Ladino Comunidad, but also Los Ladinadores, Encontros del Had, Kulub, the Beauty Queen of Jerusalem, and even the Metaverse. Now let's break it down. Web 1.0 platforms, as I said, Ladino Comunidad, which has been extensively discussed through articles. It has been discussed more than anything else concerning its explicit prescriptivism, which is clear. It comes from the 1999 Congress on the Writing and Orthography of Ladino held in Israel. Moshe Shaul suggests the creation of one such platform. Bornik puts that into action. And the next thing we have is Ladino Comunidad. It grows rapidly without ads, without Facebook ads or YouTube videos interrupting your consumption of video on demand products organically, entirely organically, right? And in my work, I analyze what I see as a trade-off or a tension between that prescriptivism of Ladino Comunidad around the French Ottoman Romanization a la Aquí Jerusalem, and the pedagogical implication of a certain standard language ideology conceptualization of the language, which means sacrificing the complexity of the language in terms of geolects, right, that Beck and Altaraz were discussing previously in their presentation, sociolects, dialects, registers, and surely enough, scripts, right, because we only write in the Latin script on Ladino Comunidad. So I wonder out loud, is this the most effective way to revitalize Ladino online? Is this the fairest? To what extent is this trade-off necessary? And here I'm not asking questions like I already know, like the song says, but I'm really genuinely asking these questions out loud and seeking answers to those. So if you do have some suggestions, please write them in the Q&A. That's regarding Ladino Comunidad. As I said, the explicit prescriptivism of Ladino Comunidad has been discussed extensively in the scholarly literature, articles by Bunis, Neda Pons, etc., Brichtenan. But what hasn't been discussed is the implicit prescriptivism, is the kind of choices we have to make when we revitalize a language, which are not part of the explicit policy, but nonetheless we have to make. And I will discuss this apropos further platforms. Web 2.0. By contrast to the 1.0, which is the mostly read, not as participative stage of the internet, here we have the 2.0, the participative and multi-semiotic, multimodal social web. Now, the most relevant platforms when it comes to revitalizing Ladino on the internet during this period are digital archives, not just Ladino 21, but also the pioneering one, which was the Autoridad Nacional del Ladino y sus Culturas, managed by Matt Stein, no longer operating, but nonetheless can be accessed for free on the internet. Then we have Sepharad's digital archive, which contains a very valuable Ladino-only collection called Encuentros del Had, right, of those weekly meetings that I will be discussing later on. We also have 3 videos within the Wikitongues digital archive in Ladino. There are 2 collections in BELAG, or the Vanishing Languages and Cultural Heritage Digital Archive. These collections were both recorded in situ in Istanbul. And then we have an entire collection dedicated to Ladino in New York City, authored by the Endangered Language Alliance, carefully annotated, high-quality edition, very good job, as I said, limited to New York City. Digital archives are great because they have this descriptivist impetus, which nonetheless coexists with a necessary, inevitable prescriptivism, therefore implicit prescriptivism. Meaning, for instance, who do you interview? That is a choice you have to make as the manager of that archive. When you do that interview, what contents do you edit out? Interviewees should make that call, but it's not always the case. In what order are you going to publish those videos? Of what duration? With what frequency? Are you going to select shorts to promote those videos? Which shorts? Why? Those digital archives also foster community field activism, clearly so, and they allow for the portrayal of languages, in this case Ladino, as a cultural linguistic complex, as a multi-layered lect, rather than a self-contained, in vitro, isolated, autonomous, discrete entity called, quote-unquote, Ladino with capital L. They are also more user-friendly, open access, and participative, right? You can interact in the comments, in lives, in Ask Me Anything sessions, and all of that leads to a positive transvaluation of the language, by which I mean that whereas before these digital archives, Ladino tended to be conceptualized as a language of the past, an archaic language, a language fossil. As people see more and more contributions in Ladino on the internet using technologies of the Web 2.0, they come to accept Ladino as part and parcel of the 21st century, rather than an outlier or something that is present in tokenistic fashion. Of course, this is not without its problems. There is a huge centralization of online platforms subsumed within the so-called GAMAM, right? The big 5 technologies, Google, Amazon, Microsoft, Apple, and Meta. And there is also a lack of representation concerning certain voices, notably the male/rabbinic socialite, which is almost entirely absent, and non-binary and LGBTQIA+ voices and narratives, which are more present when it comes to Yiddish digital archives, but not so much in the case of Ladino digital archives. Question, why? Interesting. More Web 2.0 platforms. We also have WhatsApp groups, as pointed by Peck in her presentation with Altaraz. One of those, not the only one, but one that I follow, is Estamos WhatsAppeando, right? We are WhatsApping, where Albert Israel shares every day a picture alongside with a text in Ladino and also in Hebrew, and his own recording of that text. So you can hear it at home, hearing de aquí y de allá, desmazalado, le está viniendo pescado. And that is, of course, my imitation of Albert Israel's voice. Now, this is wonderful. It's great for pedagogical purposes, except for the fact that it's based on a model of one-to-many interactions, meaning there is one admin, Albert Israel. He sends a message, such as this one, but you cannot reply to that message. So there's no interaction, right? There's no many-to-many interaction. It's just univocal. It's just one, Albert, to many, right? Palmundo, which limits the possibility of constructing what I have called a digital homeland, building on Michael Held, meaning an online community that on top of being an online community also creates a sense of belongingness and a process of language ethnicization. Not all online communities are digital homelands, although certainly all digital homelands are online communities. Probably the flag bearer nowadays of interaction in Ladino on the internet, at the very least written interaction, I think it's fair to say, is Los Ladinadores, created, curated, managed, and administered by Aldo Sevi, also moderator of Ladino Comunidad and language advisor of Ladino 21. As you can see on the image, on the right side, it says in the About section, este grupo es para partagear contenidos en Judeo-Español. No aceptamos publicaciones en otras lenguas. So it is exclusively in Ladino. Again, goes to illustrate, I think, that sense of what Fishman called functional differentiation of a language, meaning creating a zone where only that language is spoken as a way of fostering that language, right? Then we have apps para empezarse la lengua, again, also rightly spotted in Pex and Altara's presentation, in particular, our uTalk course. And the uTalk course is very interesting, and I have written an entire chapter in my upcoming book comparing Duolingo Yiddish with uTalk Ladino. Duolingo Yiddish with uTalk Ladino, which is very interesting. Why? Because on Duolingo, which I contacted back in 2016 to the effect of creating a Ladino course, which never came true, creates courses on the base of pairs of languages, right? So if you want a Yiddish course, okay, it's a Yiddish course from which other language? From English in this case, right? It's Yiddish English. If you want to learn Yiddish from, say, French or Greek or Turkish, then you need to create another course, right? Whereas on uTalk, is one to have them all, as Lord of the Rings says. You have one corpus, master corpus in English, which is translated in every single language that is added to the app, meaning once you add a language, it gets automatically translated to any other language in the app. And there are 150 languages in the app. That's a lot of languages, including all of the main languages of the Sephardic diaspora, meaning you can learn Ladino from Greek, from Hebrew, from Turkish. You can learn it also from Shanghainese if you want to, from Welsh, and from, as I said, 150 languages. Hasidic Yiddish is coming up probably at the end of this year, but we don't know yet. But it will be Hasidic Yiddish. It won't be Jivo spelling with Hasidic pronunciation, which some people may like. But this is about Ladino, isn't it? So now the Zoom boom. The Zoom boom was crucial when it comes to the digital revitalization of Ladino, more even so than in the case of Yiddish. And I think Kenan Cruz is right to have conceptualized the Zoom boom as an unlikely lifesaver, because that's what it was, in a context where the primary demographic of Ladino speakers, which is the elderly and continues to be, was the one particularly affected by the pandemic. They resorted to the only way by which they could communicate being isolated at home, which was what? The internet, and in particular Zoom, hence the Zoom boom. This includes the Ladino classes and ḥaketía classes as well at Oxford. When we say Ladino classes, we mean Judesmo classes. But at the beginning, we only had Judesmo classes, so we call it Ladino. And now that we have ḥaketía classes, we still call the Judesmo classes Ladino classes, but they're those two. And this is a slide that I use in class with like verbos comunes en la clase de Ladino, right? I particularly like the first one, que haber, haverim, because it combines three critical elements to Ladino, right? So you have Castilian que, what? You have haver from Turkish, news. And then you have haverim, right? The plural of haver from Hebrew, colleague or friend. So what's new, friend? What's up? Then we have meldar, right? To read. Escribir, to write. Mashallah, it's a positive reaction. Somebody used it already during this conference. Dunque o allora, meaning so, therefore. Agora vamos a ver, now we're going to see. ¿Estás de acuerdo? ¿Cuál lo pensas? ¿Estás seguro? Kol hakavod, meaning congratulations. And here, if you notice, we have both the Latin script, but also the what script? The Rashi script, right? And this is important because in Altaraz and Peck's presentation, we heard the importance of understanding the language is a way of communication rather than as an academic subject. But there are spaces, limited, right? But there are spaces where it can be an academic subject and just an academic subject. I believe that the most useful way of revitalizing the language nowadays is in the Latin script, written à la Aki Jerusalem in the French Ottoman romanization. But I think there's also a time and place to write this language in Hebrew scripts, for instance, for academic purposes, right? If you are a historian and want to analyze manuscripts from the 16th to the 19th century in the Ottoman Empire, it's hard to do that unless it is in Hebrew scripts, right? So yes, I agree. Its revitalization is largely premised on conceptualizing the language as a way of communication, but I also think there's time and place for it as an academic subject written in Hebrew scripts. Now, also on the internet, we see what we call digitization rather than digitalization, right? The digitization is taking an offline reality, putting it in digital format without substantially altering it, right? So we have this in El Amanecer, which is the only newspaper written entirely in Ladino in the world, coming from the proverb, cuando mucho oscurece es para amanecer, right? When it gets very dark, it's only because the dawn is about to come. And then we have Aki Jerusalem, which was discontinued in 2016, but continued in 2019, thanks to the costs that we could cut by publishing it online and not having to print it and distribute it on paper, right? And I think the new team led by Aldo Sevi, but also with Nava Cohen, Orit Salinas, etc., are doing a terrific job. So congratulations. Now on their issue 111. The Sephardic Digital Academy, shout outs to Ethan Marcus, also doing a wonderful job. I had the kavod of interviewing him as part of my research for the upcoming book, and I learned the sheer karar of initiatives that he has promoted through the Sephardic Digital Academy, and it's certainly commendable. As I said before, there's also the Encontros del Had, probably one of the most important platforms when it comes to revitalizing Ladino as a vernacular language, spoken Ladino, right? And the Encontros del Had, as the name indicates, from Al-Had, meaning Sunday, right, are held every Sunday between a Musafir, a guest, and a Balabai, a host. And they are conducted entirely in Ladino. When it comes to writing it in the chat, is entirely in the Latin script, but otherwise focused on orality rather than written literature. And we have Ladino on Netflix with very different results, according to my research. We have Kulub, right, whose language coach was Israel Izet Bana. I learned today that Izet is a nickname. I thought Izet was his first name. Apparently it's Israel. But that's interesting to know. He never told me. But Izet has done a great job when it comes to advising Kulub actors. A significant part of whom did not speak Ladino and had to learn it from scratch, though there were also people from the local community, including Izet himself or Karen Charjon. Saludicos to Karen. And Ladino in Kulub is only a small part of the dialogues that you will see on the TV series, on the Netflix series, but it is very well curated. It's a pity that, unlike what happens with Yiddish, Ladino subtitles are not strong on Netflix. They're typically misread as Yiddish or even English or Spanish. And so that's something that needs to be improved on. This is part of what Sophia Novel has called the algorithms of oppression, and it's very real, meaning that offline biases are carried over into the online world. Right? In this case, the fact that Ladino is a contested language in the offline world translates into the fact that it's not recognized as a language in the online world. This is changing slowly but steadily, but there's a long way to go. Then we also have Ladino in the Beauty Queen of Jerusalem. Here, Ladino is more pervasive, but I wouldn't say that it's as well curated as it is on Kulub. It has a different language coach, but because I said that it's not as well curated, I may not say names. I'm not into shaming. I'm into constructing, tending bridges. And then we have Web 3.0, decentralization, blockchain technologies, and token-based economics. If this sounds futuristic, it's because to some extent it is, meaning that we don't have critical mass adoption of this as of now. We may have it, but it's not there yet. Just like in 2005 or 6, Facebook, YouTube, etc., were not mainstream yet. They were still in the starting stages. So within Web 3.0, I want to discuss two things, one of which Sophia already touched upon in her presentation, which I thought was brilliant. Then the first one is the metaverse. And here, forget about all the noise surrounding the metaverse. What I want to convey is one key idea, which is interoperability, meaning we have discussed Ladino Comunidad, Los Ladinadores, Ladino 21. Now imagine that with just one username, one avatar, which more or less resembles you in real life, you can log in into any of these platforms and transition between them seamlessly. That is the idea behind the metaverse. Beyond all the augmented reality and virtual reality and Oculus and all of that noise, the underlying message is just interoperability, which I think will be a step forward when it comes to revitalizing the language. Because the problem, if we don't have interoperability, the problem is that users that thrive on one platform do not have access and contact with users from other platforms, which is to say, people who go every Sunday to Encuentros del Had perhaps have never heard about participants of Ladino Comunidad or participants in Los Ladinadores. Wouldn't it be great to have one space that is common to all of them so you can join forces with all of these speakers, which in turn will lead to a new cyber koine, probably, and attempts to cyber standardize that cyber koine. And then the second idea, which I want to delve into, is the network state. Nobody else is working on this relative to Ladino. And there's a good reason why. It's a crazy idea, but sometimes crazy ideas do come into fruition. So let us discuss this. The underlying premise is that the nation state has failed Sephardim. I'll say it again. The nation state has failed Sephardim. Sephardim throughout history have had a hard time finding a nation state that they could call home, at least exclusively. And this is why Sophia said in her presentation, look, Sephardim are a nation, but they're not a state. Ladino is not officially in any state. And when confronted with this reality, you can go two ways. You can say, okay, this is because we need to improve the rapport with the nation state. We need to negotiate for the positions such as passports or officiality of the language, etc. Or you can say, well, maybe the problem is the very political organization named nation state. Maybe that's the problem. Maybe if we could come up with an alternative mode of political organization that lends itself better to the nature of the Sephardic community as a nation, then we will be in a better position linguistically, culturally, socially. And that is the idea behind the network state. The network state is conceptualized by Balaji Srinivasan. This book, by the way, is available for free on the internet, open access in all sorts of formats, 1,000 words, 2,000 words, 10,000 words, the whole book. You can download it by chapters. Entire chapter is available by the author himself. And the network state is just the next stage or the next iteration of the nation state. It is about creating an online community such as Los Ladinadores or Ladino Comunidad. Then on top of that, you build a digital homeland. Remember what I said were the criteria? I said two. I said creating a sense of belongingness, of home, premised on the many-to-many interaction rather than one-to-many, and language ethnicization, meaning people only use one language, and through using that language, they come to identify with each other as members of the same community. Once you have that digital homeland, you meet in person. Once you have enough people, then you create an internal economy. Once you have enough funding, you crowdfund physical nodes, say houses or even towns. They don't need to be contiguous in the territory. It can be one house in Sao Paulo, another one in France, depending on where Sephardim are de facto physically inhabiting. Then you connect that online community turned into digital homeland with the physical nodes that you have crowdfunded through a Web 3.0 crypto passport and mixed reality. And eventually, when you become powerful enough, you may gain diplomatic recognition by legacy nation states, particularly those that are emblematic of the Sephardic diaspora. I'm thinking about Israel, Spain, Portugal, Turkey, France, United States, all of those. And if that comes to fruition, then you have this process whereby we started with mere online communities. We went into digital homelands through that double process of sense of home and linguistic ethnicization. And then now what we have is a digital nation, meaning an online first, land last, mixed reality sovereign cloud nation that some authors have conceptualized as a reverse diaspora. The idea of the diaspora is that you're all physically in one place, right? And then you're scattered across the globe. Reverse diaspora is the opposite. You are scattered across the globe, but you create an online community through which you connect, which then gets real states, which then you connect through that sovereign cloud nations, therefore being together back, reverse diaspora. So those are some of the future directions that I have been exploring. With that in mind, in synthesizing these diverse perspectives, we have, I hope, gained a deeper appreciation for the metaphorical implications of conceptualizing Ladino as a bridge with the MENA region, within the MENA region and beyond. As scholars, artists, and cultural advocates, let us continue to explore and celebrate the transformative potential of Ladino as a bridge, fostering dialogue, understanding, and solidarity across borders and generations. Through our collective efforts, may Ladino continue to serve as a beacon of cultural resilience and enrichment, bridging divides and forging connections in our ever-evolving global landscape, enabling us to imagine new futures and allyships. Merci mucho, ucLADINO.
Thank you so much for that presentation. We have time for some questions, and so we'll start with one that was in the Q&A. This is coming from Anne. She says, Carlos, we know that the internet is a two-sided sword. Can you anticipate any negative outcomes of digitization of Ladino or access difficulties?
Yes, wonderful question. There are three main problems, in my opinion, right? So the first one is intergenerational transmission. And that criterion is on the basis of which, for instance, UNESCO in its 2003 classification says Ladino qualifies as a severely endangered language, whereas Yiddish is just definitely endangered language. Why? Because there is intergenerational transmission in the case of Yiddish, which is absent in the case of Ladino. That is changing with the internet. What many of these platforms are achieving, for instance, YouTube, the UTalk app, Facebook, etc., or even Instagram pages such as Felu's Instagram account, or TikTok, such as Bella Rio's TikTok accounts in Ladino. What these are doing is they're bringing the new generation to be exposed to Ladino content, therefore bridging the gap, particularly Facebook, because let's face it, TikTok, Snapchat, Instagram are the prerogative of the younger generation, right? But you will not see Ladino speakers 60 plus years old hanging out in those platforms. But on Facebook, you will. And on Facebook, you will also see younger people. So on Facebook, in Los Ladinadores, for instance, you can see for the first time in history, entire generations connecting, which do not need to share the home. You no longer need to be the nephew of somebody to speak to that person in Ladino, because now you can do it already online. So one danger is intergenerational transmission, but that gap is being ameliorated. The other one is the digital gap, right? Some populations have access to internet, others don't, and that access to internet is not of the same quality. But I don't see this being a problem in the case of the global Sephardic or the global Ladino-speaking diaspora, based on the territories in which traditionally Ladino has been spoken. By the way, when people ask me, oh, so where is Ladino spoken nowadays? I say this is such a 20th century question, because Ladino nowadays is spoken first and foremost on the internet. And the physical communities are now, in quantitative terms at least, secondary. The internet was once a supplement, and now is the very primary zone where Ladino is being spoken and transformed. And the physical has come to be subsidiary. Digital gap, intergenerational gap, and the third one, the danger that I see is one I have pointed out, maybe not as explicitly, but I have gestured towards it here and there, which is standardization. And that's my main concern with Los Ladinadores and Ladino Comunidad. As great as these platforms are, and as vital as they are to the revitalization of Ladino, they only revitalize Ladino at the expense of doing so in a certain script, the Latin one, and in a certain orthography within that script, the French Ottoman romanization a la Aquí Jerusalem, as opposed to the Castilian romanization or other models historically, and at the expense of all the Hebrew scripts, all the Cyrillic scripts, etc., etc. So that to me is the big danger, the cyber standardization of the language and the dismissal of translanguaging. So Sevi, for instance, often complains on Los Ladinadores, which is his prerogative, but I do not agree with it, that people, quote unquote, mix this dialect, this geolect, meaning the dialect from Istanbul with the one from Salonika. You say Fabla, but then you say Karishik. Like, you shouldn't, right? Either you stick with the Fabla Salonika, or you go with the Karishik and Turkish loan words, and you stick to that. I do not see why this is superior to the opposite. I don't see any principal reason other than language prejudice, which is a symptom of other prejudices, right? So that's my biggest concern, cyber standardization.
Do we have any other questions? If you would like to share a question, you can either raise your hand as a panelist or enter them in the Q&A. Okay, well, if we do not have any other questions, we can close out for the day. Thank you so much, Carlos. It was great to hear your reflections on such a dynamic day. Before we close, I just want to reiterate that this event has been made possible by the UCLA Alan D. Levy Center for Jewish Studies, the UCLA Maurice Amato Program in Sephardic Studies, and the UCLA Department of Spanish and Portuguese, UCLA Department of Near Eastern Languages and Cultures, and the UCLA History Department. Thank you to all panelists, moderators, staff at the Levy Center, and audience members for such a lively day. I wish we could all be together in person, but I love that we're able to gather from all over the world. I know it's getting late for many of you, so thank you so much for staying with us until now.
Pesach Sameach. Pesach Sameach.
Thank you. Bye. We will be in touch with the conference recording next week. We will email it out, but it will also be available on the Levy Center website. But if you have any other questions, please feel free to reach out to Madeline and me by email. And we hope you have a great rest of your day or evening. Thank you all again so much.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you.